Futures little change here this morning so far, coming off another Fed-driven sell-off yesterday. All three U.S. markets back to the downside in a big way when all was said and done post-interest rate increase, post-Jerome Powell press conference yesterday afternoon, where he came out and said not only are they going to continue to raise rates to the end of this year, but into 2023. He came out and said there will be no cutting of rates until 2024 at the earliest, as they continue to take a very hard stance toward fighting inflation in the U.S. We're still seeing a little bit of choppy action this morning. We were a little bit higher. We came off and then kind of bouncing around break even right now. Interesting movement in the treasury yields, the interest rates. We'll talk about that coming up here as well. The dollar index as well. Bit of a reversal this morning so far. A number of individual movers to discuss in the pre-market. EV stocks very active, some showing a little bit of relative strength, but some of the Chinese names under pressure once again. We'll touch on XPeng, Tesla also moving around. New note for Google, Amazon, and some of the cloud names over in the UK under a little bit of an investigation as far as competition throughout the UK. So some of the big tech names under pressure as well. It's the day after. What do we get? Remains to be seen. We're flat right now. However, Thursday, September 22nd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There you go. Look at how things stand right now. 0.28 for the Dow. The NASDAQ still struggling. We were positive for all three there briefly. S&P 500 back to break even as well. More positivity for crude oil. Once again, about 1.8% back to the upside so far today. Bitcoin trying to bounce as well. Not so much for Ethereum. 0.67 in negative territory. Welcome to the day after. It's Thursday. Good morning, guys. First segment of the show brought to you by True Trading Group. Shout out to True Trading Group once again this morning, coming on board for the first segment of the show, guys. I hope, are we having mic issues or? We'll get, Sean's fine. He'll be okay. Okay. That's, hi, guys.
Hi, Brendan.
Fahad, like, what is Fahad even?
Okay, Fahad's already, he's starting early today. I don't know. He's got the hoodies on and everything. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you almost got him on camera because he just came right around here and was checking out the mic. Apparently the mic was not. Apparently we're also all wearing white shirts today. I don't know what that actually means. Hopefully it means good things. I'm not thinking it's going to be today, however, or necessarily today. However, I feel like we need the old plunge protection team on speed dial after yesterday, because that was a pretty weak end to the market that we saw. We're more or less flat right now. Like it was pretty spectacular, sort of the way that the market came back in there. If you looked at that sort of post-Fed breakout that looked like it was going to be gangbusters, and because you can't even see the wick down. Like there's a wick down where we tested the lows on a 60-minute. And then you're back at the top, and then it was just all on volume plunging and breaking that low of the day. So we're kind of slightly below those bottoms right now. There's a lot of names that are under a lot of pressure in terms of where they sit on the daily chart. Block, I'm looking at you. Rivian, I'm looking at you as well. And then a few names that actually held up support yesterday. They managed to hold off those lows. Like NVIDIA held off its lows pretty well. Walmart held off its lows pretty well. I mean, a lot of the consumer staple names were pretty good there, but and a couple of retail names were okay. Yeah, but chips are going to be on deck. Robinhood's in the news positively because pay for order flow is not going to be banned, it looks like. So I'll be watching them as well. But there's a heck of a lot to look at today. I have some hopes that there may be a good a little sideways or a bounce type of day, but there's a few floors that if they break, it's just not going to matter, right? Like Apple 153 is there. Google's under 100. Tesla's close enough to 300 as well. Yeah, the old PPT needs to get on that speed dial. And we're still on the bear, but today is to be determined, I feel like. But you can't change it off the bear after the way we ended the day yesterday.
Cannot.
You can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, because this guy's supposed to be showing sentiment, right? So,
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be bullish quite yet. But yeah, welcome to another exciting day. I'm hoping it won't be nearly as exciting as yesterday's final 2 hours were, and I want to thank everybody for watching. We had record viewership, and it was just a hell of a lot of fun. And I mean, that was great trading. I don't know if we can replicate it today because we need those moves to happen. But hey, you know what? The first 10 minutes are going to be absolutely wild. There's a couple names here that I put out this sticky note. They're all big tech names for me today: AMD, Meta, Amazon, and Softy. The first two I like long. The last two I like short. I still think consumer weakness is bleh right now, so we're going to, look to short Amazon today. Microsoft, I think, is in trouble as it's also bouncing around its 52-week low. Broke it, obviously, yesterday. A couple names, Meta and Microsoft, both hit those lows. Apple is still, I think, is 17% away from that bottom that we made back in June. So, I mean, if those markets, if those stocks fall, then this market will retest for sure. I mean, what was it, 3,600? We're at 3,800 right now. I mean, that bottom that some people were calling of 33 might not be too far away either. So, yeah, this is going to be just a wild ride here for the next little while. Jerome Powell didn't come out yesterday and say anything dovish, basically. He just said that, oh, well, if we go into recession, we go into recession. Our goal is to get near that 2% inflation mark, and that's that. So they're going to keep on the pedal here, and that's not a great sign, obviously, for anybody that was looking for, like myself. I mean, having the ability, I think this is one of the number one things that we have here is the ability to change it up, right? And so the minute that was not hawkish or that was not dovish, we really hit that short yesterday. And I just feel that there was no reason for anybody to go long off anything that Jerome Powell and the Fed said yesterday. So if they're going to keep that mandate at 2%, it's going to be a problem, and there's going to be a lot of pain to come through here. But what are you going to do? If you haven't sold yet, do you want to sell now at 3,800? I mean, maybe the downside is 10 more %. So are you that good right now in a long-term portfolio to pick tops and bottoms? So that's where I feel like, I don't know if there's going to be selling in Apple, in Microsoft, even more than there has been. So let's wait to see what happens here. But yeah, I want to go short. The shorts are going to be the bigger plays today, but it wouldn't surprise me if we did get a little bit of a rally here early, and then we let things settle down, and then probably hit the shorts after the market sort of bumps up there in the first 10, 15 minutes.
It was worth mentioning, guys. Impressive effort yesterday from some of the reporters who were in the room at the press conference, trying desperately to get him to say something dovish, but he just wouldn't. He even got to a point at the end of the press conference where he said, in regards to a soft landing, that would now be very challenging, quote unquote, very challenging to get a soft landing. So, yeah, it remains, their stance it remains the same. There's no change. Here's a couple of headlines so far from this morning. Fed up, according to Reuters. Anyways, the markets continue to slide. This one as well, Fed-driven sell-off. It was worth noting as well, all three markets at the end of the day for the first time in a while end the session to the downside very similar. It was 1.7, 1.7, about 1.8, where we saw, either the tech side of things leading or the Dow leading back to the upside. Yesterday, it was right across the board. Very, very widespread to the downside.
It really was. I feel like the only things that held up strength in that sort of bloodbath aftermath, because it was an impressive rally. Like if you were, like right at 2 o'clock, you had that whipsaw bounce off the bottom, and we just jammed to the upside. But the only thing that's holding up, there was like General Mills had a great day yesterday. Kellogg's is looking pretty good. Like those are the types of names that were pretty solid. And I guess they do well in a recession. And y'all, but look. Powell basically said we're going into a recession as far as I'm concerned. Like it's just that level of commitment and understanding. And then if you looked at the dot plot and then also looked at the projections for where they think that the unemployment rate's going to go, look, if we're going to bump to 4.5 on the unemployment rate and they're going to keep rates like this until 2024, then it's going to be it's just going to be very difficult for the economy to hold up under that. So that's where you get earnings under pressure, and that's what the market was sort of grappling with, and that's why we fell the way that we did. But if you look at the SPY here, we're not there yet, but we're getting pretty close back into those June lows. I kind of feel like we had these lower highs to contend with. A few points from here, so maybe we'll see those and check it up a little bit this week if there is a bit of a flush to the downside. But for now, you are getting sort of this malaise, like this little back and forth action. There's a lot of names that broke the floors where I'm looking to short in front of that floor. And then a few others out there where it's just you're breaking bottoms and you're saying to yourself, okay, that stock looks a little bit broken there if we get through some of those levels. And then keep in mind, on top of all of this, you had the Chinese ADRs were incredibly weak yesterday, and I feel like that could be another theme to go to on a down day because they were just getting absolutely crushed. But there were kernels of strength. I mean, General Mills, like I said, it's maybe not something that we usually trade or we look to on a daily basis, but that essentially gave, I don't want to say it gave nothing up at the end of the day, but that's a type of defensive name where I think you're going to see some strength in this and Kellogg's out there. Maybe we're not going to be able to trade it as heavily as we would like to, if my daily chart wanted to load here, but it's got some pretty solid levels. If it were to have another strong day, I was going to tell you that a consolidation 80-81, 81 break on volume would be decent on a long type day, but those are the types of names that held up. You got to put them in your radar, but then you get a name like Block, and that chart looks just disgusting. Although Block has not broken its June low, so that's about $3 away. Block breaks 55. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like there's a few stocks that the chart's broken when they break those lows.
I can't believe how low that is actually for Block. One name that I wanted to look at here quickly was just, we go back into the healthcare space, and it's nice to see, well, I mean, I guess it's not really healthcare, but Eli Lilly right here. Starting to break down a little bit through 300, but then now today they get some good news there on one of their drugs or patents. So we're going to have to wait to see what Eli Lilly's doing. But this was another name that got pretty high up there back in December. Let's just zoom this out. I just wanted to see, because see, like there's that shelf that we broke. We broke that 300 and then went down to 296 yesterday. I own this name, so that's why I was just sitting here looking at this quickly. But that 330, 340 high there, this is back in August, so this is just a 20-minute. Let me go show you the daily here on Eli Lilly so you can see the shelf more. But it's right there. It's this 300 mark. So I was just thinking, like, where do we want to go for a little bit of safe haven? There are some, some names like in Eli Lilly that's, done fairly well here, hanging out at the top. There's AbbVie, you got Bristol Myers, things like that if you want to try to hide a little bit. Eli Lilly, of course, we're talking about healthcare drug manufacturers holding up right there, so that could be a spot to look at. Let me just check out Bristol Myers because I feel like it's held out okay, but maybe not. I know Merck has been okay. Well, I mean, that high of 80, but yeah, you're still nowhere near, some of the lows like some of these big tech names are talking about. So I think like healthcare is a name that's going to be pretty consistent moving forward with that Eli Lilly. And then the big one that I really like, I've been a big buyer, and this has been a big part of my portfolio in this space, but I'm still all in tech. But AbbVie's another good name there that's been holding out pretty well. I mean, everything's going to have highs, but some of these names, and this is, you want to talk about the next shoe to drop. It's like I wonder about if these healthcare names start to slip as well, trying to come back into some of these bottoms. So, I think that there's going to be a lot of areas for safety right now. But I mean, when you're getting 3-4% on your cash, just by taking longer term duration, I just feel like it's not really worth it now. An Intel with a dividend of 4.5%, you still have to go through some of the headwinds and whatnot for the equity, right? And so I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous here that it's going to be a little bit of a rough 3, 4, 5 months because we still have more interest rate hikes coming. I mean, look at this name, Intel. We've already seen where that goes down to 28 bucks. I did buy some at 30, so we talked about that. That's now down here. So I just feel like there is going to be some decent value plays, and if you want to do anything, that's why I went to Eli Lilly, AbbVie, BMY, Intel. These are all names that also have dividends associated with them. So I feel like if you're going to talk about longer term trading, at this point, you're going to be able to pick up some names that have some decent protection underneath them, where at least you're grabbing a dividend and you're not just sitting there waiting for something to happen. So those are some plays there. Starbucks pulled back a little bit. We talked about Starbucks and what their expansions. They actually went the other way. They came out and said that, hey, they think that their expansion can take off. They want to do 2,500 new stores in China. So we've seen, I mean, look at Starbucks. This is another name that you can invest in that has a piece of technology, right? Like they are somewhat a growth company as well at some points, right? So as they continue to expand into China, you do have a little bit of a runway there. You're above the 50 period on this name. So healthcare, Starbucks, I don't know, some of the Chinese names like Neil was saying, those continue to be a little bit risky as well. But again, a Tencent, things like that are a little bigger, Nintendo, things like that. I like Sony. Some of these names aren't horrible, but if you're going to look at tech names, those are all pretty much, I mean, that Block at 50 bucks is pretty low. So, pick them up if you wish. Netflix also at 230 maybe isn't horrible. Disney does have some a little bit of a moat around it with their travel business. But yeah, pretty nasty, man. CCL. Did you guys see CCL yesterday, by the way? Let me just, some of these travel names as I talk about Disney and things like that. Now you're sub 10 on CCL. We tried to get going. Weren't we at 12 or 13? Yeah, we topped out there at about 11 and so, but you can see here yesterday, this is CCL just straight to the downside there as soon as Powell stops. So some of these names are in a little bit of trouble here, but hey, this is a day trading show. We'll be hitting the longs and the shorts today, but I don't think it's time to nibble. But if you are, maybe some of those names I talked about.
Before we go to Brendan, I answered in the chat here, but as Interstellar has asked now like 5 times, I did answer this in the chat, but I don't mind. The question was how would we look like from day trading standpoint if we get into a recession? So first things first, typically by the time everyone is publicly acknowledging that you're in a recession, so it's like, yeah, we're officially calling it a recession, the market's forward looking, you're usually getting off bottoms and trying, or at least trying to turn around a little bit. That's one part of it. But realistically, as a day trader, you just want volatility. So oddly enough, during those types of downturns and that type of a market, it's better for day trading because you get a little bit more volatility. When the market's going down, you get more movement. In a bear market, you get bigger bear market rallies, right? Short covering, less liquidity on the way back up as you get these sort of relief rallies back to the upside, and then you've got momentum to the downside. Day traders can trade in every single direction, so it doesn't really matter what direction the market's going. You saw yesterday, right? Yesterday, you went top to bottom, and it was just an incredible move. You could go long at the bottom when it held support, and then when it fell, it was just retrace the entire thing. That's great for day trading. It's not necessarily the best for trying to figure out swings, but as a day trader, you do welcome that type of volatility because it does mean more opportunity to trade.
All right, a few other noteworthy names here. We've been saying we're not exactly in earnings season any longer. We'll get back into the swing of things for earnings coming up in the next couple of weeks, but here's a couple of noteworthy names. As I mentioned, Lennar and KBH, the home builders reported, both missed. There's also Darden Restaurants. They reported, also missed. Coming up then tonight, we get Costco after the bell tonight. FedEx, if you remember what happened last week with preliminary results, they are still on the docket for aftermarket tonight as well. So Costco and FedEx, the big ones. Then let's talk some EVs as well, because a number of headlines here for this group this morning. Li Auto all-time lows after they launched their new SUV. Mullen also set for all-time lows. This one note this morning I saw talking about a split possibly being in a reverse split being inevitable. Tesla also out with a note this morning, 1.1 million cars in the U.S. getting recalled over a safety issue with the window.
Well, man, I don't know, it's not the order that you said them there, but I'll go to Mullen first. Of course, they have to reverse split. They're not getting above $1 in some other way in this environment. So very likely that will eventually happen. Look, you guys don't all understand splits. Fundamentally, not a heck of a lot will change there. But I did say that stock got down to like 20 to 25 cents. That there's sometimes some worthy YOLO type plays, or I don't know if I should use that term worthy, but there are some that make some sense down there, and that probably would make some sense to me if you're taking shots. But Costco, look, if Costco breaks, like we're down below $500 on Costco, which had been holding up pretty darn nicely. If this market takes another leg down, I don't want to miss out this time because this is one. Like, if I look back and say to myself, because I haven't really wanted to buy much of anything this year, to be honest. I got some Danaher, which is okay, and then for the most part, just a little dollar cost averaging way down on the overall market itself. But Costco's a name that we start dipping. This is one I want to be getting. And if we fall 10% from here, I think I'll be all over it in front of that 450. We'll see what happens because they have a pretty big shelf at 490. That if that goes, I could definitely see it being a pretty ugly day for them. But I look at how well Walmart's been holding up recently, and I would not be shocked if Costco delivers for us here. Should you save the term like deliver for like an Amazon or something? But yeah, I could see us back above that 500. But if things go south, I think that's one I'd be picking up for sure. I don't think I'll be trading Li Auto in terms of the EV names. I'm gonna prefer Neo and Rivian and maybe Lucid today, and obviously Tesla. But Li Auto, I don't know. We don't know how. Well, we were talking about this when, out of all the names, it got so much closer to its all-time high. There we go. Finally, it got so much closer to its all-time high than any other growth name or EV name that I could even remotely think of. It was just like it was within like $8 or so, or $5, like 15% or so, and then has only been flushing since. If you look at the chart of NEO and some of these others, it just feels like it's going to be headed all the way back down to those lows and retrace back into those teens. I don't know if that gives me a trade on Li Auto today because I don't think the volume is fantastic on it, but certainly after what we saw in NEO and XPeng getting absolutely destroyed, XPeng being on the New York, XPeng getting absolutely destroyed, we don't want to ignore some of these. Like XPeng is now through that 14. It's completely broken down. And this is sort of despite them coming out, having decent delivery numbers as well. I know there's concerns about the Chinese economy. They're trying to do some stimulus over that. But these have been absolutely getting crushed. They haven't really made much of a base here. This feels like it wants to go to $10 on XPeng. To be honest with you. And I'll be first looking at this 1450. I like post-Fed resistance levels when you get that spike and they fail, and I look at that 1450, say, okay, well, it gets above 60. Maybe it's going to do a relief rally, but if it holds below here, then I think you've got so much runway to that downside. I don't think you want to be holding past some of these bottoms if they end up breaking, though. So I'll be watching XPeng. I prefer Rivian as a trade a lot of times, but XPeng was ignored yesterday, and that was probably a mistake.
You guys remember Li Auto? I mean, the thing is that a lot of this stuff is just, everything's a scam, basically. I mean, like, look at Li Auto here. I remember talking about it when it was at 40, and I was like, this is absolutely ridiculous. Like, it went from 24 to 40 all the way back down here again. So, like, I mean, if you're going to be an investor in this, you can't, because what levels? You have to just trade these names, and that's sort of what I'm getting at. Just like NEO's down there, Li Auto, XPev, they're all the same. Alibaba. I mean, like, what was it even doing up here? Like, what has changed that much from July, obviously, till now? I mean, we obviously. That's kind of a rhetorical question. We've talked all about the Fed and everything, but like this name getting chopped in half like that, just and just like no bid at all the way down here. So I don't know. I'm not trusting any of these names, man. I mean, it just continues to be one of those disaster stories here. If there's anything that I like, and I still think there has to be a little bit of froth taken out of a lot of these names. I mean, even Snowflake is still a $60 billion company up here as I hit Snowflake and Li Auto chart loads. But some of these names are still. If you're going to look for something that could be possibly strong here and you want to pick something up as we start to go back down in that's not a dividend play, like something that maybe I talked about before, Snowflake down here into 150, 130 where we've been before. This is where they started catching a lot of upgrades and a lot of positive talk about Snowflake. So I think if this can drop down between 130, 150, something like that would be a good one. And then I started yesterday's show with DraftKings kind of out of nowhere and was like, hey, this name is pretty frothy as well, as this has made its move to the top and really hasn't fallen down. Well, that changed in the last couple of days. So we were up here at 19 when we were talking about this. Now you're down here to 17 and looking to break this 50 period, which I think we do that for sure. And then, like I said, 11, 12 bucks, something like that on DraftKings. I think you buy it if it gets down there, but this is another name where I think there has to have some more movement coming off that. And then Roku down to 60, like, I didn't even realize Roku was going to be at 60 bucks, but I mean, this is another name that's just so low. Like, we were just at 80, like just the swings that you can take on some of these trades, like we were just at $85 right there. I know it's hard to see that with the QR code there, but there's $85 right there on Roku just a couple weeks ago. Now you're testing 66 and looking to break that bottom of 60. So there's a lot of names. Like, oh man, this was $340 in November, Roku. You know what I'm saying? Now you're down to $60 right now. So you might have thought you were getting actually a good deal down here at 330 because you're like, oh, wow, man, it fell from 500 all the way down here. Look at this support, right? But then, that got broken pretty early, and now you're talking about support all the way down here. So this one might not be a horrible name to pick up either, but again, you got to figure if these lows break, you don't want anything to do with it. So there is some good value plays here, especially if you think the market does have a chance to rally, like Neil was mentioning. There's always bear traps or bull traps into a bear market. So, you could rally in here, trap the bulls around that $70, $75 mark before coming back in. But hey, look, Jerome Powell came out yesterday and gave the Hawks everything they needed, right? And that was just like, hey, look, we're keeping the foot on the gas. We're not doing anything till we see a 2% print, which I don't think that could take a year. So I'm not sure where we're going to go with that, what these interest rates mean. You've already just raised 300 points. So I don't know. Let's just see where we go from here. Some of these bottoms are pretty scary. You already saw Microsoft take it out. I'm still in Google and all this kind of stuff. I said I wasn't buying a thing until after the Fed, so now let's give it a couple days, see what happens with the rest of this market. But Google sub 100 seems good to me, man. I mean, if they have 98% of search. I mean, I feel like there is a little bit of a moat around some of these businesses, and those are the ones you want to buy, the higher quality names. You mentioned Costco, didn't you?
Yeah, look, it's just I missed Costco last time, and I kind of...
There's got to be something
Yeah,
there.
it's just, look, and I'm not saying Costco is going to report bad and break 500. I'm simply saying if it does, that's a bit I want to be on. And we've seen retailers, I don't think they're going to do one of those 20%
400,
moves
did you
down.
say?
No, if it breaks 500 or holds below 500 on the earnings,
right. Oh,
then I think it could, look, it's got it's got room down there.
I mean, I love Costco.
It could easily get down to 450 if things got ugly. And to me, that's just an easy pickup. And to start to dollar cost average into a name like that if you don't own it, if you want to own it, I should say. So those names are out there, man. And I keep adding names to the list, and now I got to look at Roku because I was looking at Block and then Roku in the next few days off of that 58 bottom.
Sorry about that.
No, I know, but it's like if that breaks 60, it's got tons of room as well. So you're going to have so many alerts to set up here.
Hey, the market's up 0.17, Brendo. That's pretty good.
Hey, it's positive. We'll take it. Let's get some analyst moves here for you this morning. A ton of them to sift through today. Here are some notable ones for you. As we mentioned, Eli Lilly looking pretty good here in the pre-market. FDA approval on one of their drugs. General Mills back on here as well after earning some travel strength, possibly at the bottom there. Yeah, there's Block, Mizuho piling on to the downside today for Block or Square, whatever you want to call it. Novavax, Luminar, and Biogen downside.
Yeah, well, I mean, I indicated that Eli Lilly, I knew that story, which is why I did bring it up there. So, up that 2%, and I feel like, again, name to buy, right? It's similar. It's not similar to a Costco, but it is just one of those names where you want to sort of put it in your portfolio here for Eli Lilly. You're dripping down to like this 280, 285 mark, but now with that news today, you're up 2.5%. FDA approval is real nice. I think the population is only growing and only getting older. So every day that's, every time the sun rises, someone's getting older. But, so just healthcare, I like it, man. I like pharma. I like all this kind of stuff. So, these companies are still running pretty efficiently. I don't see a problem. Let me double check what the, just go on here on to FinViz. What is the dividend? So actually, see this, they're not an aristocrat by any stretch of the imagination, 1.32% for Eli Lilly. So not a great dividend for these guys, so I sort of take back that on holding it for them. It's not like an AbbVie or anything, but still, down here, 285, 290. I think Eli Lilly's a good name that you want to put into your portfolio on that upgrade.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to put the downgrade of a Block. I'm assuming it's a downgrade. I had my head down for a quick little second there, but yeah. And some of the concerns with them and criticisms of them is that they've lost their sight of their core business with the focus on Bitcoin. Regardless of what you believe of that, what's happening in Block, and we just looked at Roku, right, like breaking down on the daily chart. I don't like QR codes in the way, so let me go to the daily here and so now you can see. So like we're very, very close to this June bottom here. It's about 50, 55, 56 or so. Look, you break that, I think you're on a fast track to that 50. But there's a lot of names that have an outside chance. We can bounce off of a key level like that because we've fallen into this. Like we've dropped $20 on Block into these levels. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that you're like, well, why after the Fed raises rates and gives you all the hawkish, like it was so hawkish, you might as well call it Trey Young out there. Like it's just ridiculous. I should have said Dominique Wilkins, and I was going to, but you guys wouldn't know that. So look, if we break something like 60, you could see one of those little bit of a relief rallies back to the upside. It happens. So as much as I want to be short Square and only short Square till this thing gets to $50, if it breaks 60, then to me, I could just be run over for $3. So I'm looking at this underneath the 60 level. If it breaks 55 at some point, I like that level as well. But if we break 60 to the upside, I'm sitting it out till we get back to those highs. If I was looking across the board, like every single top that I liked that I didn't try for the short yesterday, Intel 2950 from the morning, that was pretty much the exact high when I looked at where we got to on the Fed. If you looked at Square, like block right here, that 63 level, that was pretty much the exact turn. Like the second the market got to big resistance on a stock, it just died quickly. So I'd expect a little bit of that if we got any kind of a rally. I just don't see a reason why we'd be above that 63 price. First things first, I'm shorting in front of 60. If I lose there, I'm willing to accept it. This chart's just too weak not to try the Square short here.
A quick look here at how things over in Europe are shaping up this morning. More of the same, really, as far as what we're seeing in North America right now. Germany downside 0.5%, about 0.5% for France as well, full percent for Sweden. Everything else, though, kind of back or forth again. Notice this morning, Turkey cutting interest rates for the 10th straight time this morning. It's worth noting as well, Bank of England went 0.5% on a hike today. So Bank of England interest rate hike comes day after, obviously, what we got yesterday from the Fed. Here's a look at the social sentiment board so far. More of the same. I sound like a broken record. More of the same this morning. A lot of negativity on here, unfortunately. AVCT, the only one standing out there really big on the green side. This is HKD, put in that move yesterday. Back higher. I know it's tough to see there for some. MOHO higher. Palantir higher. A little bit of a deal announced yesterday as well for Palantir with Hyundai. SPY, AMC, SPRO to the downside. We'll talk about SPRO a little bit coming up. Tesla and Mullen also on here to the downside. Let's bring in Arun and get a check of the overall market and see what we need to understand yesterday coming off of a decent move to the downside once again yesterday. Arun, what do we look at today?
Well, I mean, quite the ride yesterday, a roller coaster ride for anyone who's still hanging on. Here's another trade opportunity for you guys now that we've broken through the bottom end of that range. Remember, we were working with 38.45, then it became 40, then it became 30. Now we finally cleared the zone all the way down through the bottom, opening up even the 3800s. Now that's been cleared. So on the way back up, there's going to be pockets of resistance that we're going to look for to potentially fade the move. Yeah, we're up. Actually, are we up? Yeah, NASDAQ's at 0.01% if that is considered up, but on the way back up, I'm looking to fade this market. So right now we're trading at 38.11. Too far for me. I want to use anywhere between 38.30 going on up for potential fades. I'm going to need to set up, obviously, the bounce back from that 37, the low around 37.65 overnight. That's a sharp move. So I'm going to respect the strength here. If they've got enough juice to do that, they might have some decent strength to run at the open as well. So we'll wait for the open, see if we can get it into that 30-40 area. If it starts to slow down, if I start to see enough selling, there should be some old buying that's going to be there as resistance. If that holds up, and it doesn't mean that it's going to hold up, but if that holds up on the sell side, then potential fades there against 38.70. That's the easy trade. The harder trade is if this market just falls off from this 38.10 and just continues to the downside, because it gets quite messy here. Although I have that bottom, that 37.65-ish overnight low, it's not a solid level. That's just a bounce point for the market. So what happens when we get close to that area, down towards that 37.50? It's going to have to be a wait and see approach, because there's nothing really down there. You really don't have anything to work with. So you're going to have to let the market kind of get down there, trade a little bit, and then you'll have enough information whether they're going to buy support around that 37.50 or they're just going to break down and keep selling. At that point, obviously shorts are on the table, right? So for now, the easier trade is going to be a bounce that gets faded north of 38.30 into that 38.70 area.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Before we get into the watch list, guys, I wanted to show you this just so everyone's caught up on what's happening. I mentioned some of the rates making moves this morning. Here's the 10-year currently back towards 3.6 this morning after that huge reversal I mentioned late in the day yesterday following the Fed press conference. Here's the 2-year, meanwhile, right back to highs at 4.06 currently. We did actually break that high above 4.11. So both the 10-year and the 2-year on rally mode once again. The U.S. dollar, meanwhile, reversing off highs as well. We did make another new high there early on today, but reversing back to the downside. So all three of these in rally mode to start off your Thursday. Make sure you grab that every single day. We send it out before we come on at 8:30. That is the watch list, has everything on it you need to know in the pre-market. Very simple. You click on the link or you use the QR code, you enter your email address, and then it just appears every single morning in your inbox for free. 30,000 plus every single day getting sent out. Let's jump into top of the list this morning, going to be chip makers. Bank of America out with another negative note and price target cut on AMD this time. If you remember yesterday, we were talking about Micron to the downside on a similar note.
Yeah, forget you, Micron.
I hate Micron.
Hate Micron. Hate Micron.
That was the only loser there yesterday.
It was
off the
yeah,
open.
It was an annoying one because, it is what it is. Like I think a lot of people would have liked that Micron short, and I look back at it and say to myself, okay, well, why not just go back to the well on Intel? Which I was sort of making the point that some stocks got to pretty obvious levels, and then reversed post-Fed. Like this is the most obvious one that I could see, because that 29.50 to 60 for the entire week, that's just been resistance. And Intel sometimes does this for you, where it establishes a level and then it's just a very, very, very scalpable style trade. And lately it's been to the short side. So on any pop, it's Intel that I want to short. I don't know that we see 29.50 today, so you might have to throw that one out the window. I'd be looking for that new level to come in probably around that 29. So every half dollar is usually where I'm checking on Intel. I'll be looking at that 29 here today. As far as looking for relative strength, NVIDIA was the one for me. That was the long I was going for. You caught a lot of things off those bottoms, but NVIDIA was the one I liked. And then when it broke 135, it even continued to 140. I regrettably didn't want to short this one off the high, went elsewhere, because this would have been a tremendous move. It ended up coming back like $8 or so, but we've held the bottom. Right, like this 130 channel bottom to 131 or so has been held, and as long as we're above that, then the longs have a chance. So I kind of like the notion of if we can bounce off this 130 to 131, then a relief rally makes some sense. It's still the chip name I'd want to be long in terms of the day trade. Like I'll be looking for longs in this one. If we get to 135, I think that's a place where I could maybe reestablish thinking it could be a bit of a short. But I might prefer Intel in all circumstances, shorting them. So I got one that I like on long plays and one that I like on the short plays, and I'm going to be ignoring Micron today because I don't feel like the trading action didn't make a lot of sense to me on Micron, and when that's the case, I don't have to trade it.
You don't have to do anything you don't want to do, and I think that you got to wait. I think that's one of the more important things here is about waiting for that play to come through. I just want to talk about AMD. It's the #1 name on the sticky note here today. I only have the big caps on your AMD, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft. Hit me up at Trader TV, Sean. You'll be able to find that out. I just thought it was a strong name yesterday before the Fed because it was. The low of 74 should hold is what I've written down on here. Looking to test the would-be long. If with a momentum break of 75.50, I feel like that could set the trend here today. So let's just wait to see if that happens. But here's AMD yesterday. A couple decent opportunities there, like you can see with these green candles. It was strong, finished bad because of the Fed, obviously. But there's that bottom right here at 74. That wick didn't happen down there. So we're going to try to respect some of those bottoms here today on AMD. And the thing is, this is an absolutely no risk, no reward type of trade. Like there it is yesterday, right, before the Fed. So here, if you see here, this was yesterday morning. Nice little bump up in AMD. It kept going strong pretty much all day. Did fade out a little bit, but that's nothing. It went from 77 down here to 76.50, where there was past support. Then we rallied into the Fed up to that level of 77. We had written down there yesterday, and I look back, and when there's chaos happening, and you guys know, we had Apple, we had Meta, Apple long, Meta short, Google short. We absolutely had so much fun yesterday. We had the short rate up here all the way down. But a key level that I keep talking about for AMD is 78. That's exactly where this thing went before falling back down. So I'm actually surprised it went all the way back to 78 here on AMD. I think AMD is pretty strong considering what the market's doing. Today, though, it looks like it's weaker. 0.33 down, market just now getting to the flat side of things. But look at this. There's that bottom 74.60, right? When the market came out, obviously, there we go. Boom, to the downside. And then we make that bottom right here of 73.85. I'm just going to say, hey, look, if you want to be strong today, then you're going to have to hold that level. If it doesn't hold it, then we get the hell out of there and we try to look for shorts, right? And so that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm already bidding right now on AMD at $74. I feel like this is well worth the long. I mean, if I get the long at 74 and the bottom holds, then this could be a $3, $4 winner if the market rallies. So these are all ifs and buts, which is candies and nuts. So it doesn't mean anything, but hey, as day traders, we have to sit here and trade. So I'm going to take that risk down here at $74 and give it like a whopping, like I'm bidding right now 05s, and I'm going to get out if it breaks 70s. So that'll be about a 35 with a little bit of slippage. Let's call it 40 cents worth of risk. if I wouldn't be bidding 74.05 if I didn't think I could get 40 cents worth of upside. I think it can go to 75. I target that 75.50 area. And again, that's just right into here. It's just like, I want to get above 75. I mean, 75 looks like a great long. I'd rather punch long when it breaks above 75 because then I can use 75 as my base. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to just punch 75 because then if I'm wrong, like, where do I hold that to? So that's like, I may lose $1 on that trade, but if I get long 75.50, my out would be 75. So I think that would be well worth it. Plus, I want to make sure that is the trend there to the long side. So for me, it's AMD. I like that one. I like Meta long. We have some more names to talk about as we go here, but EVs are up next, Brendo.
Let's talk some of these EVs. I was just seeing a note, guys, on NIO. We mentioned the battery swapping business yesterday coming to Europe. Apparently, they're going to hold a Berlin launch event on October 7th. So mark that date down, October 7th for NIO. But here it is, up 2%. Pre-market so far looking good. Tesla higher pre-market just, along with some of the other EV names as well. We've seen pretty decent rallies from these over the past week or so. If you exclude what happened yesterday, is there underlying strength in some of these?
Well, I want to hope that there is some in Tesla, but, you know, look, to me, you got to at least look at the fact that we had a sentiment change yesterday, at least a little bit, until that's proven otherwise. So I sort of made the case about what we looked at for XPeng and how weak that was. And I'm going to talk Rivian in a quick second there because I do want to be trading them. I think everyone's going to be looking at this 300 level, which is very close in Tesla. Like, we could actually see a break of 300 at the open. That would also mean turning red on Tesla. If there's any kind of a pop, I don't know that we'll necessarily see like the obvious post-Fed like 313 high. It just feels like that's a lot, like 313, 314. However, there's that lower high. It's not a head and shoulders. It got disrespected when we broke out and then failed at like 313. But anywhere in that 310 range feels like that would get a little bit too frothy to the upside on Tesla as far as I'm concerned. So that's where I'd be looking for fades on Tesla. The 300 break's going to stand out. But what looks weaker to me is Rivian. And I've gotten away from Rivian. Like, I pay for shorts on this. Like, it's not, we pay very cheap for shorts on Rivian and Lucid, but if we want to go short, we actually have to pay the 0.2 of a cent or whatever we're getting charged. It's really small, but every day I do it, and then I'm not always getting the trades. Like, I haven't really been trading this since it was back at that 38, 39 area, and then didn't do it the last time. And this just feels to me like if we get past 37, yeah, it's got some room to run here, but I want to respect that high from yesterday, 36.5 on Rivian. It's not just that this floor yesterday at 34.80 looks juicy. When you throw it to the daily chart, this is what that looks like on the daily. You'd be breaking the 50 period. And remember, you gapped through this zone from 33 up essentially to 37, 38. So if we were to break down and then we had a big down day, there's still room for Rivian to have another flush type event because there wasn't liquidity on the way up through this level on Rivian. So down into that 32, 33, you could really see this fall if we break that floor. So I'm going to be looking at Rivian. 36.50 is the area that I like to short it. Again, if it breaks it, got to be willing to get out of the way of it. Like, that was the mistake for me on Micron. On Micron yesterday, if you go back and rewind the tape, I was like, it's breaking this channel. You're gapping below 50. You were gapping below 50.50. You're below that 50 mark. On the daily chart, you're breaking this low here, which is at $50. Beneath that floor, you want to be short. And when it broke back above that floor, I still actually shorted it another couple of times. And sure, that ended up working out if you ended up getting the top, but that doesn't make it valid, right? Like, and that's the thing. If Rivian takes out that 36.5, then I don't want to be in that short again unless I'm doing it at one of those higher established levels at like 38 or 39. So it's about taking your shot. If it curls and fades off that on a bounce, fantastic. If it breaks down and goes clean, fantastic. But if we break down and then immediately take out the highs, I'm out. If we break if it pops up and I short in front of 36.5 and it just continues to go higher, then I'm out at yesterday's high. It's that simple. And I don't go back to it until it gets to another significant level, right? Like, nothing in the middle. Don't diddle in the middle. We say it a lot, but I say it a lot just so that I don't do it. I got to hold myself accountable a little bit more there.
I just think that Tesla, I mean, I talked about this yesterday. I think Tesla's going to be the next shoe to drop here. I mean, it's still doing really well. Oh, darn it, can't use this. Hold on a second, I'm gonna use my other chart here. Or just on the daily chart. And I don't know if this is one of the next big caps sort of to fall down here. I mean, you're not going to get too many names, and we've just talked about sort of the strength in the EV market there besides NIO. But you're still up here. Like, this is still pretty incredible. Back to July highs right now for Tesla. So we talk about hiding out in Eli Lilly, Costco, things like that. But maybe it's Tesla. Like, I don't know. I mean, this is still up here near $300. When we had Daniel Shea on, she really liked this name as well to the upside. It keeps on. I mean, you want to trade names no matter what you think about, where the market's going or anything like that. Part of what wins is just price action and what's the trend. And for right now, this trend is to the upside until you break through this 285, which is generally known as, okay, here we go. So we're into AMD right now. When you're generally known as, because AMD just took 74, by the way. But as you can see here, trends aren't broken until the 50 period, which is why I have the 50 period right there. So 285, 75, I think you can keep buying, or not keep buying, but if you think the market's going to make a little bit of a move down, then recover a little bit. I feel like Tesla down here at 290, 295 against that 285, $10 worth of risk to maybe be right here up to 330, 340, something like that. I mean, I think that's well worth the risk for Tesla. So for me, if you're going to do anything, I think you want to look at that. Watch out for that 285, especially on a longer term. But there it is, just because we just got this trade. There's my trade. We talked about what price we wanted. We wanted 05s. It came in, filled us down there. So we have a decent position. I didn't think this was going to come in today. So we have a decent position on right now on AMD. It's like a comfortable one for me that I would have on if the market was open. So let's just pretend like there's enough liquidity here to trade this name. But for right now, we're long AMD. I like the trade here. We've talked about why. We talked about where our out is. But if we do get a little bit of a bump up here into like 25, 26, I think we'll take a piece out here on AMD because, again, it's still the pre-market. We still have a little ways to go. One thing we didn't look at, and I'll just do that quickly for you. I know we have a lot to go on. Let's just do this real quick. So nothing on the imbalance locator here. We'll wait for 925 for the NASDAQ to open up and show us something. But right now, there's really nothing. I mean, Uber, 70,000 shares to sell. That's a nothing. Oh, there's Ape. We haven't seen Ape on here in a bit. Okay, that's down to $4. And then CCL as a buy, sub 10. We've talked about where we think this name might be going. I think this name goes a little bit lower as well. However, though, wasn't there like no restrictions anymore now for cruise lines? So that's, that could spark it. People waiting to like go maskless and things like that. Obviously, cruise lines going to be coming into effect there. So, hey, look, we're long AMD right now. We'll take a little bit out here. I have an offer up here around 20. So we'll see if we can take a quick smooth 15 cents here in the pre-market. Still hoping for a lot more. But, let's not dance with the devil too much here because there's still 13 minutes to go before we open, and then the imbalances for NASDAQ are at 925, so that could send some sparks to some of these names.
Quickly, Presto here, PRST, making moves first higher, now downside in a big way. This is that restaurant software company that was a SPAC, now it's its own symbol. So a few people talking about PRST, making moves there, heads up on that. Let's go to big tech. A few things. When it comes to Meta, first off, they just said they're going to make a decision on restoring former U.S. President Trump's account by 2023. So that just came out. There's also this, a new lawsuit on Meta for skirting Apple's privacy rules on collecting data. So I saw that was kind of interesting. Microsoft announcing new capabilities for its Viva program and platform this morning. There's also that Cloud Note coming out of the UK that could affect them as well. Apple Watch Ultra and the next generation of AirPods, guys, coming to a store near you on Friday. You shopping, Sean?
AirPods? No, so I already have. So I got these with my Pixel. I got the Galaxy Pixel Buds. So these are like the new ones. These are like the Series A or whatever. So I actually like these things. So I don't know. I don't think I'll be too much shopping as far as AirPods go. But I like these. They're pretty good. But the iPhone continues. I mean, I'm impressed with it. I feel like there was very seamless integration with everything. And I think that as long as that continues to be the same, that is it. I sort of missed, was that an Apple story? That was a Meta story in Apple.
Big tech, really.
Big tech. I was just focusing here and looking at AMD, trying to figure it out. We'll go a little bit of an early bang there as we take a quick 14 cents there, because we did get out at 19s as it ripped back up. So there's a quick little out on AMD. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you've talked about Apple and where we think that's going to go down here near that 150. I think it's going to test 150 anyway. anyways, so we have to wait for that to come through. Apple was so strong, and that was another name here that's really held up well over the last couple of days, and in fact was leading the market. We couldn't believe how much more aggressive it was than the market in those preceding days from Fed. So yeah, I don't know. We'll just see if that does happen now. I mean, post Fed now, let's just see what happens. I think Apple does have a little bit of a way to go down. We could retest that 150, which is right here, that bottom of 149. I know you have Meta up. I'll leave it for you, but that's another name that I think we can get aggressive with here on the long today. But the long has to come in, and it's not. It's, you know, you're down 0.29 right now. So I think you want to look for some fades, and Apple could be one of those names. I mean, it was really strong yesterday. Actually, no, sorry, take that back. That was AMD. Apple yesterday was pretty weak. You could see we had a nice move. AMD trended up all day. Apple trended down. Everything got going a little bit into Fed, moved down. We actually had this long down here at 155, but then it you know, cut through butter right there, knife through hot knife through butter. 155 breaks, and then you get the downside moves here, and now he's trying to base out down here at 153. So for me, Apple's looking like a short if you break this 153, which could happen pretty soon, and then your out would be around here 154 or so. So let's see if Apple has anything to say today. That's sort of my thought on Apple. I feel like it does go to the downside, which is, I mean, I'm long AMD. I don't want to be short Apple at the same time, but let's just wait to see what this market does in the first couple minutes.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to test some of these lows. I mean, for me, I'm looking at Meta here in that 144, the previous, it was the bottom in the morning, and then you wiped that level out to the downside on the initial move down, so it did not respect that level on the way down, and then the second time on the way down didn't respect it either. So I'm looking 44s, and if it gets above that price, there's obvious room to 149, which that's another stock that just got right to the weekly high and then rejected it en masse. It was a wick top on that name. And I was watching NVIDIA break through and follow through its top on the week, and that's why I was a little bit skewed as to what was happening. But a lot of these just flat rejected them. Now I'm looking at 144. If we reject 144, I think I just want to be short Meta below that and maybe not predict the bottom. It's like if we're going to have an up day, okay, well, maybe I just like the long once we're through that level. And then I'll likely be sitting it out on Meta. Google, I think if it's below 100, I'm just going to be favoring the short. I don't know where support's going to be, particularly on that. I didn't get into NVIDIA yet, but it feels like it's just a matter of time as the market is starting to come back in here, and I hit enter before I had a chance. I'm sitting actually at the quarters, which is usually a bad price to start picking up shares because it's the quarters, and it's almost too obvious. Hit enter again there. So we are starting to come back in a few of these. All I will say is this was relatively strong, and it's got that support that was unbroken, both yesterday's lows and then the weekly bottoms around that 130. And it was just so strong when it went to the up. So I feel like the chips, you know, they showed you at the open after that bad note on Micron what they wanted to do, and there's definitely some buyers that were there en masse. If we can hold support, great. I'm still on the bid. I haven't gotten that fill just yet. And yeah, we're going to talk another tech name here with CRM, Brendo.
Yeah, before we do, I just saw GM with some volume here to the downside, surprisingly. They said they're going to close reservations for their Hummer EV. So that actually caused a move to the downside there. GM trying to go green to red here in the pre-market. Yeah, there's a note on Salesforce. It was Investor Day yesterday. They were talking about longer-term financial targets that seem pretty rosy, including $50 billion revenue target for full year 2026.
I didn't even realize that was a question. So, yeah, very choppy in your brain. That's a good one. No, I hear Brendan fine. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yesterday Ford, I mean, I know we're talking about GM here a little bit quickly here, and we are talking about CRM, sorry, but Ford is, I just want to talk about this quickly, and then we can go over to CRM. I mean, I like Salesforce, but some of those levels that they're breaking as well, it's just another one of those stories. But 13 on Ford, I mean, wow, they came out the other day and absolutely crushed themselves, talking about taking $1 billion as they wait for parts and you know, semis and things like that. I don't semiconductors, not trucks, but right there. So there's Ford here on this move all the way to the downside. Here it is breaking through 15. Now just crushed yesterday, obviously crushed down to $13. So I think you got to wait for that. $13 could be a decent level here for Ford. So I don't see any size right now, but again, might be worth taking. But the 14, when this happened here, this was that day. You know, when it took 14, it just absolutely cratered for pretty much, this is just a 20-minute chart, but that first half hour of the day was pretty disastrous. And went all the way down here to 13.35. Will that happen again at 13? I'm going to say no. I don't think that you're going to get a huge break there of 13. Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to break it. I mean, the market's going down, but I don't know if it goes down $1 again. You're into this area right here, which is 12. 1250. That area is like 1290, 1280. This goes right back into there, into 1250. So for Ford, wow. I mean, it's almost back down to those lows again of 11 bucks. Great rally up to 17. That's 70%. Like, let's call it 60% off the bottom there. I mean, there are going to be a lot of trades that you can make back a lot of money that you've lost, but you got to be patient. So I think you wait for that. 1250 here at that bottom is a level that I'm looking at to buy some Ford.
So just for CRM, I don't want to diddle in the middle with CRM. When we looked at the chart right at the close, I was like, oh my goodness, CRM's below those lows on the daily chart. You're below 150, you're below 149 as a matter of fact. You broke out that bottom, and then they're going to tell you about cost cutting and improving margins and a good plan going forward. I think that's fantastic for them. Now, I own shares of them, and it's, they hadn't been going well, obviously. But unless we're breaking out 154 or we're testing below 149, I don't know that I want to see a trade here on CRM. I'm actually on the bid of Ford in front of 13, so if we see that 1s, 2s, and 3s, I'm going to do that same thing. But obviously, if 13 breaks, I think it's worthy of a bit of a reversal. We don't have that much time left. I know we need to get to a Robinhood here. The story, I don't want to, not to steal the thunder there, but I think everyone, when you put it out this morning as well, Brendan, the chance that, or it looks like, pay for order flow is going to stick around. And Robinhood's up that 8% off of it. It's breaking out in front of 1050. I just like the longs in front of, the 10's a great base. I'm just not sure we're going to see it again. If we go all the way back down to 10, it could be worth it. But I want to look at that 1050 where it's breaking out from. It already rejected $11, so in front of 1050, longs into 11. 11 for a clean break. I don't favor clean breaks. I prefer the dip buy. And as I say that, dip buys, I mean, Apple just broke 153. I just got into NVIDIA to the downside. So maybe we are going to get these pullbacks. So I'm looking at Robinhood. If we get a pullback there, I'll go in front of that 250 level and then see if we can't pick a little something up. If we break this channel, it's about 1045 to the downside, and I'll get out of it at about 1045 or so for a stop at the open. I don't want to be holding it to $10. I think that's giving it too much room.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed hood, guys, so it's all good in the hood, I guess. SPRO, just quickly here, to 240, 250 was that last pivot for SPRO this morning, trying to actually hold $2 right now as well.
Good in the hood. I mean, I think if Robinhood's in your hood, I think it's all good. But for now, I don't know. We'll see what pay for order flow does. I mean, that should rally some of those other discount brokerages as well. I mean, Robinhood's not the only one doing it, but they're obviously in the spotlight all the time. All right, let's just quickly look here. Yeah, your SPRO stock there. That's going to be a good one as well. Nothing. I just want to show the imbalances because there's absolutely nothing. Intel came with a little bit of a sell. There's your SPRO there right now at 1.26 to the sell side, up that 2.13%. Sorry. Up to 213, up 160%. Today goes SPRO from 80 cents all the way up to $2. But without knowing much about this, you just see where the stock has been. The last couple of times we rallied right into that move right there. You did stop out right where we are right now. So I'd look at a 250 top possibly to sell this name. I don't know why you would have known about getting long on this, but down there was 70 cents as the bottom. So that's a huge move back up to the upside. It looks like there is a little bit of support down there at 140. So SPRO with only 2.5 minutes left. The news on it, of course, I mean, Brendan just talked about it, drug maker, GlaxoSmithKline to take a stake in it, right? So there's a licensing agreement. So this is a little bit of a different news piece here, not rallying on any BS. I mean, Glasgow is a big company, so we'll like to see what's going to happen with the oral antibody there. And they're also buying 9 million worth of SPRO shares. So, hey, look, there is, these are the reasons to go. All right, there goes AMD. The market just fell down. We got out right there, so we'll go like, chewing up a little bit of that profit that we took, throwing it through, shredding it up right there. That's a pretty good graphic that I just realized we had. So there it is to the downside. Yeah, taking some of these shorts is going to be the right way to go, which is completely fine. I mean, that's, we wanted to test that 74 level. It broke. Good on that. AMD making move to the downside. The NASDAQ is absolutely puking here. Remember when we had Arun on, it was flat.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely the shorts in favor today again. So let's not pick up any longs. Let's just wait to get some good shorts here and see what the market's going to tell us in the first couple minutes.
Yeah, it looks like about a minute to go here. I got stopped out of NVIDIA. We just broke that 131 bottom, so obviously it's going to go the other way. Looking at Rivian's actually trying to take out, not really quite there just yet, but trying to take out that bottom from yesterday's trade. Oh, as I say that, it does take out the low. So I'm going to grab that Rivian. Remember, if it breaks that channel of the high, I want to get out and then revisit at 36.50 with just under a minute. Tesla, that 300 level, it's pretty much going, like it's going a little back and forth off that 300. It's not a clean break so far, but it looks like it wants to challenge it. Just worth mentioning, in the aftermarket, it did break 3 and got to like a 299. So it's not really a clean level break. We've already taken out, or at least the market has already taken out that 300 several times. So it's not that clean line in the sand. And there's one name that's not really coming out of left field here, but I didn't want to forget about this because a couple of days ago, it was like Nike 100 could possibly come into play. This will load up. Nike broke 100 yesterday in the aftermarket, right on that 100 level as well. So there's another name on a key price as we got Tony on the bell
yes,
in
sir.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
3.
I got you. 2 and 1. Ring it, Tony.
All right, should be a good one, and welcome to the show again here today. We're pretty excited to have everybody on board. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and we're going to be here trading for you as we, looking at all these markets here as the NASDAQ continues its slide a little bit down 0.6 here after what was yesterday's destruction of a day. I'm still waiting for Amazon. If Amazon can climb back up to 118, I'll use that right now as a shorting opportunity. If the market rallies, we can get out of the way here at 118.50, but we're going to short 118 into that, so let's see if that works. Our AMD is bouncing back up a little bit here, but again, I don't know if this is just, like I said, there could be a temporary rally here to start the day. It's too bad that we got stopped out of AMD because there it is, right back into a profitable spot there for Advanced Micro. So let's see what happens here, trying to take some of this stuff out now. 75, it looks like a decent level for AMD to short, but not yet. Here comes Amazon. I want to take a short here at 118.
Yeah, and here comes, got Robinhood actually. It got that bid right in front of that 1050. It's back up to 1080, but Rivian trying to make a bit of a check back into the upside, that 35.30. I don't want to stand in front of that sword. If it breaks it, I'm going to be out. Tesla, right off the open, it is doing it's doing a dance at 300. Like, you're going back and forth. I think it needs to wait itself out. I'll stick with Rivian and Robinhood, which I know is going to be a bit of a player here. It just churned to 1080, but rejected this high another time. So 1085, Robinhood can't seem to get, nope, never mind. Robinhood is trying to get through that 1085. $11. That's an obvious top there. I want to cover some in front of 11 and then see if you can't get an 11 break. Apple already down at 152. Where Apple goes, the market likely to follow. And then Meta, which is another one I was looking for the shorts, but I want to be out in front of that 144. So this is popping up into that level. We're just not there yet on Meta before I want to put the short on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to put the short on right now on Amazon. We're short at 70 right now. I'm still looking for a little bit of higher on this one to get, just a little bit of a better price here for Amazon. AMD did fail again, back down below 74. So here we go. We're short 70 on Amazon, coming back in right now. So I really like this trade. I've talked about shorting Amazon every day, like we talked about that. So, why did it just hold 55 there? Not sure why that happened, but oh man, that sucked. I was literally at 50s. It held 55. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a push back down again there. There it is. Oh, we did not get that fill again. All right, I'm bidding right now 53s and 57s on Amazon there. It seemed like, there it is. There's the 57s. Give me those 53s now. It's rejecting that 1150, 117.50. Sorry, there it is. Rejection no more. Nice little move downside for Amazon. Let's see if we get back to 117. Take something out in the 20s, then let's see what it does at 117 flat.
Wow, NEO is breaking to the upside there pretty heavily. It's about to take out 19 even. If you're looking for the post-Fed high, that's about 19.20. Those are always pretty key levels, so just a look out for there on NIO. Robinhood does continue to churn. It got up to looks like, got right back up to 11. I got more out at 95s, and it got up to 10.99. So Robinhood looks like it wants to make a run at this 11. I think that's its own trade. I will hang on to some, but I do like an 11 break here. So I like the breakout trade in addition to the dip buy that we put on in Robinhood. So going to add there. And then guess what just came down to 13? Yep, market wants to try to test lower. Ford's going to test that 13. So I'm out in front of it. I got some at 6. I wanted the bulk of the buying to be down at 1s, 2s, and 3s as usual. But if 13 goes, that's a big level. I don't want to be holding through 13. You want to be getting out and looking for that short side trade. Brendan.
Big move down in Affirm here out of the gate on huge volume. They're expanding their deal with Amazon in Canada for pay over time for people who apply and are approved. But yeah, big time volume, guys. Downside here so far for Affirm.
Oh, of course the day I'm not looking.
Yeah, I want to look at Meta breaking through 143.50 here. So if Meta breaks 143.50, we're going to take it. We're going to take that. I'm going to get, because I like the market's trying to battle back a little bit here. You know what? I don't. Ooh, that was a mistake. Darn it. I wanted to. I just got another piece out at 50 there for Amazon. Didn't want to do that. Well, I mean, I'd put it out, so I meant to do it. I thought the market was going to rally there when I looked at Meta, but here's the Meta trade. I still like that 143.50, but if I get that, then that means I'm wrong on Amazon. So we've already gotten some out there on Amazon so far for that short, but here it comes right back into 117.90. That's going to be another area, and then 118.50 is the area for support for me on that one. Wow, AMD is just like still motoring to the downside. I mean, if there's anything weak here, it is going to be Advanced Micro. I mean, there's lots of names that are weak, but this name just really surprising. It just battled right back there to 74.25 on that fill. And there it is. There's the average now on Amazon. We just got those 90s. So now this is literally my average price right now. Actually, we got 95. Sorry, that's where I was waiting. So we got 95s on Amazon, a nice little average price now. So let's take something out if it falls back in. We do have a decent amount of shares. So hopefully this will be a nice little win for us if it can come back in. But if not, we have that 118.50 area that I'm going to get out on. So right now, so far so good as we sit in an Amazon short. Only 10 cents in the money, but we do have shares on this name.
Yeah, Meta's now flushing here. Obviously, I got Rivian to the downside, and there goes Ford through that 13. I didn't get the reverse, so must have missed out on that punch. I'll try to get that reverse. I'm going to hold Rivian. I'm going to look for that Tesla short. Rivian's now obviously in the money, but I want to add one of these names to it. There's Ford. It's still at 13, so I think there's an opportunity to still get into this one. So I'm going to jump into some Ford. Tesla now flushing. Meta did not get to my resistance price, so I'm not really in the Meta short, which is disappointing, but we are now going sideways at 142.50. And if we do hold below this level and start to threaten some of these lows, I think Meta can get going. I'm going to give it one last chance to pop and give me the price that I want here because I don't want to be jumping into it too early. And like I said, Tesla, through that 300, it gets to 98. Now it's coming right back to the upside. That's why I want to be patient here. Let's give ourselves a chance to get back into this at a reasonable price. Robinhood, we're out already of that first dip buy, but now I'm long in the 11 break. I want to give this back to 1080, not all the way back to 1050. I'm looking at this 1085 top. Want to give it to 1080. Might be a dip buy opportunity on that one. And checking back in with NIO, that is still trying to test that. Enter twice. Still trying to test that 19 area. So you're still seeing some relative strength in NIO, but it is starting to pull back with the rest of these EV names.
Man, Meta is actually positive today. That's going to be a very, very dangerous trade. I want to go long, but the market is just still below. I don't know if that long is going to be good on Meta or not, man. That could be a very, very disastrous play there. I may wind up just canceling that trade. We are short now. We're getting very, very close to getting stopped out on Amazon. Unfortunately, that's going to be a wrong one. We put on here wait for 120. So now that we're going to get out at 118.50, again, it sucks because we'll be wrong on this, but 45-cent hit should be fine for us on Amazon. But still, darn it, I was thinking that this one would fall back down. Look at the futures. The futures are coming back in right now, so really surprised at the Amazon strength today. Was not expecting that. What's up, Brendo?
JP Morgan out with a negative note, guys, on vaccine makers once again. Here's Novavax down big time. I'll show you the chart in a sec, but not only cutting Novavax, but the entire group to the downside. 8% already for NVAX.
Okay.
So now starting to, I just missed that curl on Tesla, by the way, but Rivian now starting to make its curl to the downside. I just took the first leg out. I haven't really been on the bid until it got down to that 60s. It looks like it wants to hold this channel, so I'm going to wait back if it pops up into the 50s, sorry, 35, 10s and 15s, I should say, and then I'll try to pop back into this one. But Tesla, I was saying I just missed that curl. It came back up to 98.5 and now back at 97. So it's starting to get away from this 300 level, and I don't want to be chasing that one too far. I still go back to Meta here, and it's still right at that 142 and like it just will not budge off 142 and a half. I'm sitting there like it's diddling in the middle. I guess I can't really be trading this one at that price. Can't do it.
Man, like Amazon just broke through 118 and we were like, yeah, that's a good winner. But then it just ripped right back up. Like it went to 117. Like here it comes. I mean, now this is what it did last time. Went right back down in through. Okay. And then it stopped and ripped up 30 pennies. So let's wait to see what there he goes. Yes, yes, yes. Keep coming downside as we just continue to take some profit here on Amazon. Like I said, though, you got to hold out for a little bit of a bigger win on this. So now we're coming back into the 80s now on Amazon as the market ticks lower and lower and lower. We did average into this. let's just wait to see what happens on this play. I feel like this should be a hell of a lot lower than where it is right now, as the NASDAQ is right now taking down day lows, and Amazon is like threatening to punch me out. I don't think so. There it is, 11,600 right now, taking down those lows on the NASDAQ, and I can't even get this thing to move for me. But it's still a winning trade. I mean, let's just take another bid out here. We might as well. I mean, I'm convincing myself right now that Amazon doesn't want to go down. Like, how is the market at the lows and Amazon's not down here at 117? I don't know, but I want that to happen. So let's now wait out for that. If it doesn't, we have our target out at 118.50 for Amazon. So that's what I'm working with. Just another day of frustration here, because why isn't this going down? This should be at its lows of 117 right now. Amazon's still trying to hold up. I'm short this name. Let's see if we can get some fireworks to the downside if this name ever turns around.
Yeah, look, I'm looking at Meta too. Like Meta, I finally broke the channel to the downside, so I grabbed a 42 change short. I can't get into Tesla. Rivian doesn't want to seem to break its lows. Like, it's not like it's moving out of the money. It's just not flushing like you'd expect it to. Block, I never got into Block because, you know, it didn't really give you the pop that I was looking for. So that's still actually heading down toward its lows. But it's just sort of sitting off the bottom and not doing anything. And I don't want to chase it off these lows while the market's trying to figure itself out. Ford's right at that 13 level as well. You go over to Apple, and Apple, like, it bounced off of the low, and it's diddling in the middle. So this is a dangerous time to be sort of adding to positions. If you like something and it's a good price area, then maybe you want a tight stop on it or limit how much you put into it. I just feel like you can get absolutely trapped at some of these prices. The only thing that's moving clean is Tesla off that 300 level. That is absolutely flushing through its downside. So there's definitely some weakness there. NVIDIA, which I started trying to defend that long, now it's firmly below that 130 level. So, I mean, below 130 on NVIDIA should be a short. The first thing I'm going to look at is Intel, which is even uglier. That's down about 28 and a quarter. I want to be leaning into some shorts here, but make sure you have some relatively tight stops if it isn't something that wasn't part of your original plan.
For sure. I'm sitting here looking at all of these names, man. I mean, I was looking at Meta. The one thing about Meta here, I know Neil's been trading it. I'm looking to see about that 141 bottom. We already tested that once. We'll see if that can hold. If it does come back in, there's yesterday's bottom of 141. That was hit right at the close. I mean, it was 141.85, but we did start to tick down a little bit more to 141.40. So let's just see if that's coming in, and let's go. Yeah, buddy. Let's go banger. The first banger of the day by yours truly right now coming through for me. We've only traded two names, man, AMD and Amazon. I told you, bang, yes, sir. Let's go.
Oh, my God.
We're doing it again here. Let's go, Amazon. We got a nice little trade on, 70 cents in the money now for Amazon, as this is trying to, yeah, buddy, leak like I told you to do, Amazon. I said this name had to be down here at that 117. I mean, here it comes. Nice little trade for me here now. $1 in the money on Amazon as this one continues. Hey, I'll take a 30. Why not? Let's go. There's Amazon. Great short opportunity. I just should have been a little more patient. Again, if my out's going to be 118.50, I have to start it a little closer to that price. Don't start it down here at 117.80. But there's a nice little move down. We needed that for the market, and it paying us off right here. Downside for the market.
It took a while.
Downside. I don't know why Amazon took so long.
No, all of these. They all took a while.
Yeah, AMD didn't take a while, man. AMD is really tanking as well. I mean, I know you're on NVIDIA, but look at AMD. This one there's no bids at all for AMD.
That's the same thing, NVIDIA.
That's what I'm saying. The chip names, they didn't take a while. They really got going to the downside. So
yeah, that works.
Any weakness on AMD, yeah, I like the chip spot. Are you long anything? Like I'm not long anything. I'm not even looking long.
No. Okay, so like, obviously, I think there might be some longs at some point here, but we're kind of testing the lows. And so Rivian, that's now broken 34.50. I'm going to get some bids out in front of the quarters as I was sitting there yapping away. Give me a second there. So I just want to make sure I had some bids out on the way downside. Meta now finally starting to churn to the downside. This all just took a while. I don't know. Even Ford just now, like I was long in Ford in front of 13. It broke down, stopped out. Then I started working the short. I got a 13.01 short. Oddly enough, not 13 even. But now it's finally starting to roll into the downside. So these are starting to come in. If I'm going to regret something today, it's probably, it's Tesla. And Tesla 300 wasn't a clean break. It was kind of going back and forth at that level, and I find myself not in it, unfortunately. So all I got is Ford, Meta, and Rivian to the short side. Nothing that I kind of liked long is still held up. At this particular point, if you look for those kernels of strength, I remember Walmart was pretty strong, and this is just me checking in on it. It's below that 135, so I don't like it. I'm not going to be in Walmart. I know it was pretty solid yesterday, but right now the shorts are coming in here. And we did say after that sentiment change, you do want to favor the shorts until they're proven wrong. So I'm going to try and get something out of at least Meta because it's not really going as much as I see Rivian going. And I do want to check back in on NIO because that was booming to the upside, and now it's reversing off that 19. So it looks like NIO is rejecting that big breakout that it looked like it was about to do there. So the weakness coming into these markets, hold on to your shorts if you got them. Brendo.
I count it now the third halt for Presto. Downside this time, just broke 650 on a huge volume spike, halted on volatility once again, guys. Downside this time for Presto.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal with that name is, but if you look over here and we're looking at Amazon here, it's on the sticky note at Trader TV, Sean, both on Instagram and on Twitter. There it is right there, Amazon, the short sell. We really like that. And here's the trade that we made, right? So Amazon, we start the short early a little bit, had to hold it up. We were going to get out at 118.50. It didn't break. We averaged into that trade, and now Amazon just completely collapses. I said, as the market was trying to figure itself out, what was Amazon even doing up here? 936, it was at 18.50. 936 in the market, we were trying to break these lows. So Amazon back down here. We just put a bid down near 117 because we're trying to respect that bottom. But right now, Amazon's a 90-cent winner, and it's a banger to start the day here. So that short definitely coming in, but maybe the shorts could be done now. The market's bouncing off 11,600, so we're going to watch out for that on the NASDAQ. But there goes Amazon right back out. But look, man, we took out about 30 or 40% of the position that we had left right down there at 117, 20, 20, 30, so on and so forth. So good trade there for Amazon to start the day.
Yeah, we definitely just got a bounce in the market there. I'm glad I took some out of Meta. We just bounced 34 and a quarter. That's why I was trying to get a bid out on Rivian. Meta's going to come right back to that VWAP or whatever you want to call it. It tries to flush. It gets about 50 cents, sometimes even closer to $1 off of these highs. But I'm gonna be very tight to this 42.50 at this point. Like, you're not falling like a rock. You're diddling in the middle right here. You don't want to get trapped at that bottom. Apple's got a double bottom right now, and you know how strong this can be when it holds up the market. It's got a double bottom at 152. So if Apple wants to bounce here, it can drag the market, or at least a little bit of it with it. But the trend of Apple is definitely to the downside. You know, this has got to be. It feels like this is definitely a short today in Apple. This gets to VWAP. I think it's worth taking. And then 152 break, which could be happening relatively soon here, I think is going to be worth it on Apple at 152. I'm looking for any pops in Tesla, but it's not really giving you much of anything in terms of a pop to the upside to be able to short. But I do want to be fading into this, and fading just means as it comes up, I want to take that short in Tesla. One from yesterday, maybe it'll be worth it. That 100 level on, I don't know if you've talked Google yet, but
Not really.
so that 100 level on Google, I don't know why I haven't been paying close attention to this. It popped up, 100, double top 100. It's trying to get up there again. Google relatively strong here. I mean, it looks set up, and whoops, I got some profit on Meta, which means I didn't adjust my stop. I didn't want to be long on a reversal. I wanted out at 142.50, so I'm just going to get out, take 5 cents or whatever it was there of profit because I didn't want that long. But Meta right here through 100, that's set up pretty well to play it both directions. And if it fades, if we get a curl, I'll short it to the high. If it breaks, well, I found something that I kind of like to the long. If you make a bottom here, hold the pre-market lows, and want to break out, I'll take my shot on this one to the long side, but I'm not getting out of the Rivian short. Brendo?
We were wondering if there was going to be some strength back in EVs. Here's XPeng, 2.5%, just took out day highs to the upside. You flip over and have a look at Li Auto. Same story, almost 10% at the highs there for Li.
All right, let's find some names that are strong here. Yeah, he said 10% there. 152, I mean, Apple, I was looking at Apple there. Amazon's made a move back. I'm going to take something out in the 60s here. It's a nice move back on that futures bump, but you know what? Yeah, let's not do that. I'm going to cancel that. We'll hold out here. We're very light on this trade, man. We have 10% left on that, and that's typical for me to get out. You can see I sort of was down talking DraftKings earlier today, and I've been doing that for a while, and DraftKings is down 2% now, so that's a good one. Tesla did break, obviously, 300. I mean, I don't think that's a surprise to anybody, so there's Tesla breaking 300 early, all the way down to 296 and trying to find a bottom there for Tesla, as well as that name continues to go down. We haven't talked anything about Spro yet, I don't think, and that's down there to that 191, but we did indicate, at least we talked about that 250 high that it's already been made. Now Spro coming back down to the downside on that one, and I still like Meta, man. I still like Meta breaking through 143.25. This sort of high right there, I'm going to try to take it if it does break it up. So we'll take that Meta trade on hopefully a market bounce. On that note, I'm going to take a piece out. There we go. We're taking one more piece out on Amazon. Now we only hold 5%. Feels like it wants to go back up to the upside. This name might be wrong on the short. So I'm going to just cancel everything. I don't have any more stops. I don't have anything here on Amazon. If it falls back down, then that out will look bad. But again, it's not hurting my net at all. We only have 5% of the position left. Most of them out down here at that 117 like we targeted, 117.20. We did have a bit lower, but nothing on that one for right now. Still look, you know what else is pretty strong, man? That Microsoft off 240. Up today, Microsoft. Microsoft is up with Meta. Both those names are up. Both those names were names that broke 52-week lows, and Google broke a 52-week low yesterday. So you are getting some nice rally moves in some of these names that were super weak yesterday and getting bought back up today. People got to have these names in their accounts, man.
Yeah, and coming into the bid is going to be $295 on Tesla. So I did get that Google Alphabet in front of that 100. If it breaks that 100, I want to be out to be sure. But it did hold it just now. So I got 99.94 for a short. In Alphabet, I've taken some to scalp it out. Still holding forward, of course, in Rivian, but Tesla $295 on the break. Any second now, I think we're going to get that break of Tesla as the market tries to roll back in. Yeah. I tried to look for things that I wanted long, and I was going across the board there. I'm like, if we got above 100 on Google, sure. I think that could have definitely worked out for me there. I looked over at like not Amazon. I was looking over at like a Walmart potentially, but didn't really see anything. Okay, alert gone. We just bounced 50 cents on Tesla, so maybe we're not going to get it in that moment. But when the break is about to happen, I always want to be on that level, right? Like I want to be watching that stock on that level too. But I did get that curl in Google off of 100. Place them back into VWAP. I'll hold in case we test back down to some of these lows. But hey, bit of an upward trend here in Google. That's why I like it if we can break out that 100. I actually have my stop order set to reverse. I'm not firing two orders. I'm sending one order to reverse because we know sometimes we'll miss when you send two separate orders. Just going back over to Rivian, that continues to work to the downside. I haven't gotten any fills better than 34. It looks like 34.30 was the last one I got. Haven't got anything better than that, but it is still working to that downside. I want to respect that on that trade. And Apple as well. Like I talked about that 152. Look at 152 on Apple. Like this is turning into like one heck of a wall. I haven't really seen size or anything like that on the bid, but obviously you've got some buyers in front of 152, and if they give it up, well, there's only one place for it to go. So Tesla, that 250 area, that 295 area, Apple 152, a couple of breakdowns that are pretty much imminent.
Oh, man. NIO made a move up to 1920 there. That was a big move. I see you guys talking about it in the chat. What's up to whoever was saying that there in the chat? What's up, man? I see you there. Mark's Cars, Wiz. What's up, Wiz? Yeah, look, that's a great short against that 1920, especially if you think this market. Come on, Amazon. Let's go, man. We're still 97 cents now in the money on that one. Like I said, even though it's a small position, hopefully if you're trading with me, you can see some of the stuff that we're trying to do here. All right, so NIO comes back in there, 1920. A little bit of a bump up to like 1910. I think we'll go short against that 1920 high, but it's up 3%. It sucks to go short on a name that is so relatively strong, because if the market bounces, then you do have yourself petit problème. Okay, Microsoft right here. I just want to look at that because I'm trying to. Okay, so it did it.
We might have just done false bottoms.
That's on which one, Apple or?
Well, Apple and Tesla might have just done some false bottoms there. So we just got, it just broke. Both of them simultaneously came at the same time. That's why I didn't want to sort of focus on anything else but those, because they could come in and then give you crazy wick bottoms. That's pretty much what happened on both of these as they just came back up. Apple, a little bit weaker on the pop than Tesla, so I held on to some Apple because it was a little bit weaker than the Tesla pop, and I think I might work back into Apple over Tesla because I am exposed to both Ford and Rivian to the short side, so I don't really mind jumping back into some Apple, but I don't need to be 3 short in the EVs and one of them be Tesla on a bad breakdown. So Apple, for certain, if we get back below that 142 or challenge those lows, I'll add back into that position. Market's still heading lower, so I'm not really looking for any longs. I mean, maybe we get a break on Google, but that's still in the money. We could see that 100 break, but I'm still only looking for shorts. But the breaks weren't any good.
No, I took a small long here, very, very small long on Meta, but I'm dropping if it breaks 142. So this is the thing. I want much low, like I want down here. I'm actually, there we go, we're out. I'm actually bidding, okay, wow, Amazon's gonna break 117. I'm actually bidding down here 140, and of course it bounces off 142. I was bidding down here 140, 130, like basically near that bottom, like as if Meta just takes 142 then pops back up. That sucks. That's okay. Let's just get this Amazon out, man. I mean, it just went down to 117 again where we got stopped out on Meta, which we probably should not have. But let's just put a bid down here. I mean, I kind of want to hold in case these bottoms don't hold. I think, like, you know, we do have a lot of runway to the downside still, man. I mean, we were already down here before. The market's only at 111,600 right now. The NASDAQ, if you're going to look at a daily chart for the NQs, I mean, you could still go down a lot more than this. You know, the S&P is only at 3777 right here. Here's a daily chart for the NASDAQ before we go to Brendo just quickly here, just to show you guys. Like this 11,200 isn't too far away, and those are those bottoms. So you're only 300 points away from that. You know, you can wick these bottoms down to 11.4 again. So yeah, more pain coming probably here for the NQs. As you can see, no relief. Almost no green candles today. Every single one is met by, you know, a wave of selling. So watch out for the downside. Give it to them, Brendan.
Crazy mover past couple of days. AMPX back to the upside once again today. You can see huge volume just came in there as we took out 1075, 1050 up to 1075. Nothing new on this, but starting to go.
I want to try to show you Apple here because that it reclaimed. I don't know if that would even work, guys. But it reclaimed this 152. I can't zoom in far enough to get rid of that wick. I'll have to try to paint it. But we retook the 152. It slammed all the way down to 156. So I said I liked Apple if it broke the level again. So I hit Apple as it hit 52s again. But then it snapped back up. It got to 65s and then right back into 52. So every time it gets below that price, there's just a bit of a buyer that wants to try to step into it. I'm going to try and hold through. I like this break better than I like Tesla's. So I'm going to try to hold on to that one. And then watching over, I mean, I would talk about Ford, but Ford is at 12.96. It breaks 13. It's like I don't take the 14 break and it drops $1 almost clean. But I do take this break on Ford and it doesn't want to go bloody anywhere. So everything is coming back into that downside. But Apple is really challenging that 152 level as we speak. If it holds, I think the opportunity for some longs is going to be out there. Not a heck of a lot that I like. See, as I say it, you're right back above that 152. Tesla, that was a breakdown that was no good. I'm getting out of Dodge on this because I'm short Rivian. I'm short Ford. If the EV names are going down, I definitely have two of them regardless, so I don't have to worry about exposure to that short. Brendo?
Shift Pixie making moves again today back to the upside. They regained compliance with the NASDAQ. There was an offering. This was yesterday. There was an offering yesterday as well. But huge move here, guys. Already halted once. We've already gone 14 to 21 for PIXY.
All right, we got out of our, some of these names are just nasty here today. We got out of our, it's a tough day to trade so far actually, because the long kind of looks good sometimes and then it's like, no, it doesn't. And the short just is like, haha, we trapped you. We talked about some of those bull traps and stuff like that. So, you know, we're going to see if we're in one again right now as the market has just tried to bounce again off that bottom and doesn't want to go. So here we go, man. We just covered our Amazon and we went long. So we reversed into the long, just trying to see if these bottoms hold of 117. I'm not going to get too cute with this. I'm not going to wait for like 116.80 or anything. If it breaks the bottoms, we've already seen what happens when these names break. Sometimes we even miss the punch. Like that's how aggressive it is when these bottoms break. Like Google, when Google broke 100, I think it went to like 99.50 or something. And if you didn't cross aggressively enough, then you got squashed. So right now we're long at 26 now. You know, whatever. Not too many shares, but we're here. We're going to see if it if we do dump down here. You know, we have like 500 shares. We'll see if we can get something down closer, a little bit closer to 117 to average into that. But for right now, let's just see if it can go back up to the upside. Like right here, 117.80, something like that. You know, if that can come into play, we'll do that, make a little bit of money on that. But right now, we'll hold Amazon, see where it goes. First target, like maybe 50s. You know, we've had some resistance rate. We just bumped up to 40, so maybe we'll take out a little bit if it gets to 40. But if this market doesn't go, then it's not going to matter. Meta, also that 143, I like that, but look where Meta's come down to. This one's really falling down as well. So if the market doesn't rally, then there's definite, you know, mistakes because Microsoft has a bottom. A lot of these names are just sitting here waiting for something to happen, man, and it looks like it wants to go lower.
I said I was going to go long, and I did on the Google break of 100. I got 01, so no slippage there, but it just barely broke. Like it went to I see an 05 print, but I'm not even sure it went there. I think it went to like 3s or 4s at absolute best. So it's not an ideal thing to be short Apple and be long Google. That being said, like this is the difference. Like Google on the top trying to break out, right? If it sustains above, room to run, and it's relatively strong. Apple is, I know they're both big tech, but Apple's on the low, threatening lower. So whichever direction the market goes, if we head lower, then I want to be short the weak name. If we break out from here and hold the bottoms, I want to be long something relatively strong. It's not an intended hedge more than that's just the way that it ends up set up. This happened to me yesterday in the Fed where I was long in Nvidia and I had a tight stop short on Alphabet. Now it's just the reverse of that. If we continue to head lower, then guess what? Google's going to come out. And Apple's going to be a hold, and all these shorts are going to continue to be holds for the rest of the day here. Like I said, Ford's not really doing a heck of a lot there, and a lot is moving. I don't want to be ignoring anything, but remember Beyond Meat? I saw someone just type Beyond Meat in there. That cracked $15 just now.
What is? Yeah, I mean,
it opened at 16. It's like sometimes if you want to be short, just short the short the weaker names that are out there in the market. Like I bet you I look over at a firm.
Fucking kidding me again.
I bet I look over at a firm and I'm like, what the ass am I doing here? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't mind being short of Rivian, but like a firm is getting crushed and it's on those lows of the day, what I would have looked for to be good. And as I say that, as I'm talking about stocks going to the downside, here's Google now breaking out at that 100 level. So it could be Apple that comes out. And it could very well be Alphabet that I'm holding on to if we do catch a bit of a bottom. I think I need to give at least to 150, 250 on Apple. I have already scalped out a bunch of it, so I'm really not holding as much as we took on the breakdown trade. But if we're going up, I like Alphabet long off that 100 break if it can hold that level. But I don't think we've decided where we're going in this market yet.
Oh, man. Like, I just gave up the biggest trade here. Like, it just went to 117.50. Like, we got stopped out right there when it broke, and it was fine. We actually got I feel like we got 117.02 or something, but it did break. So moved to the downside there. That sucks because it went to 80 and then it just popped. Like, look at that, to 54 right there. Like, are you kidding me right now? That's a little disappointing for me for sure on that one. But yeah, shoots. You know what, Amazon? That's really sucky. That bottom of 116.80. Look at that. Basically the exact same bottom again. Wicked out there. Oh man, that sucked because it did rip back up. Whether or not I would, I was talking about getting out at 40s, so we would have got at least something out there and trying to hold the rest. I'm going to go back to Meta for the longs, but I feel like the shorts, like, you know, if you just shorted every single one of these pops, you would be fine. I don't know why we're trying to fight the long. It's because the market's trying to hold up right now, or trying to fight the short, sorry. We should just be going short every single time it pops up to this 11,600. It's now done it a couple times, and there's the drop again back down. So yeah, although I think Meta is going to be strong down here, it's actually now it's really near 141. Let's take a little bit of shares there for Meta. We'll just punch in. I want to just see that 141 break, and if it breaks, then we're out. That's going to be Meta. So we'll load it up and see if we can get a nice little winner on Meta here. But yeah, 141 break, and we're going to get out of that one. Here it comes down. We'll average in at 20, and then we'll give this another 20 cents to the downside. Maybe we get stopped out again here on Meta, but we're sitting there to take the fill for now.
Well, I saw.
You okay?
I know. I thought we were going. I thought I heard something from Brendan. Maybe I did not. I put my first bid out there on Ford. Believe it or not, it doesn't want to break 1290, so I'm going to start getting at least something out of this as it tries to get to that downside. I'll maybe short a pop back into. I'm on the offer if it got back to 1310. I feel like that's going to be the way to go. But I'm maintaining that we're at a tipping point. I should maybe show you guys the futures here. Here's the NASDAQ. We're not at that bottom that you put in overnight, right? Like, we could still bounce off of it. That's why I do want to have something long. I'm into that Google trade, Alphabet trade, I should say. And I do think we have a chance. And if we go upside, I want something relatively strong. I'm still going to hold Apple. I'm short that 152 on Apple. I want to make sure I give it back to this like 152.50, because if we follow through, like, we could definitely see Apple absolutely, crater down to a 150 if it's a bad day today. But the market hasn't decided, which means I'm not really entering anything new unless I see a new level or a stock that's at a reasonable price. We're going to stick with what we got. What we got has been working so far. And now we're ready for Brendan and happening now.
Brought to you by Scans.com, the all-in-one stock scanning, news, and alerts platform built for day traders. Effortlessly identify the best stocks to trade every single day. Check them out, Scans.com, on the QR code right now, guys. A few interesting moves so far to discuss. Here's the note we were discussing in the pre-market. All eyes on the Fed and the steep sell-off that happened yesterday, and what is going to happen with continued large rate hikes to come. Here's the board. 0.8% downside right now for the S&P, the Dow, all three, Russell 1, 2, and 3,000 under pressure, 1% for the 2,000 still. Yeah, it is the NASDAQ leading, 1.1, 1.08 for the composite and the 100. A couple things we were discussing in the pre-market on the watch list. Yeah, Hood, what a fade that was off of 11, straight back down to where it was yesterday. Even with that payment for order flow. Note from Bloomberg and AMD on the Bank of America price target cut, about to test lows as well. Guys, back over to you.
We're, I'm just hoping and praying at this point that Meta wants to go back up to the upside. I'm trying to find some strength here in some of these names. The market's down 1.2, Meta's only down 0.6. And the reason why is here, as day traders, this is completely different than like what you guys as investors, or you might be thinking like, why would they buy these names? I'm just literally trying to be in this name for 5 minutes. Like, this is not something where I think, oh my God, this is going to be a long that week. I mean, look, I want to hold it forever if it goes up, but if it goes down, I have the targets to get out. It's going to be like a 30-cent hit. We've already talked about where we're going to get out here, 140, 120. We've actually already got out of about 40% of this trade. So as it keeps coming back up to the upside, like even right now, I'm sitting at 40, but it just keeps on rejecting. So there you go. I just got an offer at 35. But here we go. We're now at 47, sorry, for a decent spot of this. And then we'll see if we can hold the rest back up to 142. But for right now, let's see if this wants to continue to climb. I'm here for that kind of a move, but it needs to happen first. So if this futures can bounce, that would be pretty nice. But like I said, every single time we tick up, it just gets hit back down. So we need to take it, there we go. So we need to take advantage of this move back up on Meta here. So as it's, there we go, okay. As it's starting to float a little bit now, we could take a little bit of profit out of some of these, out of this name. So we've already been doing that. We'll put another offer there at 51. We'll see if we get filled. I don't think yes, we did. So, good trading so far on Meta off the bottoms. But again, patience, right? Wait for those trades. We tried it on Amazon. It didn't work. Well, it actually did work, but it still broke before it worked, and now Amazon's going lower, lower, lower here. So I think we're right about Amazon weakness. Not really sure why I reverted into the long there, because our short right now, if I would have held it, would be just huge in the money. But we're out of Amazon. Amazon's a positive name, but Meta is the one that's really starting to go right now.
Yeah, the market, we try to get back to and bounce off these levels again. And look, I'm not going to, I can't show you Apple anymore. It goes 25 cents off that 152. It comes right back down. Google just hangs at that 100. We're just back and forth at 295 on Tesla. This is what's happening in the big tech names, right? So I go over to what's moving or what has been moving, and you're getting the same, even Rivian, right off those lows, you're barcoding off these lows right now. I went over to Affirm, which that actually tanked off the open. This is catching a bit of a bid here. So if we're going to make a bounce, I like Apple. Sorry, I like Google, I'm saying, and I'm going to get out of this Apple, as it looks like we're going to have to find something to the long side. Obviously, I am in that Ford. That is still working. I don't want something like an Affirm to be my long. I want to go over to something like a Walmart, which does feel like if we're going to catch some bids, you know what, even this can't get above 134. Throw that one out the window, man. I'm going to stick with what we have here. I might just double down on Alphabet as the one that I like because of the relative strength that I'm seeing in this. I'm not on the offer until it gets to 100 and then 40. Right? Like, I'm long at 100. I don't even want to scalp 20 to 25 cents. I don't want that. I think if we're breaking higher, then I think we're going to get a chance at 101s, 102s. If we're going to have a breakout, then I think this name can go. It's a false break at a monster level, and I think it's going to be worth holding on to it for a little bit more than that. But this is why we get out of most of Apple to that downside, because if we take out VWAP, I'm getting out of Dodge and I'm holding my long in Google.
Yeah, we've got finally a nice little banger on right now. We're at 141. We just got some out at 141.90 there. We've been getting it on the way up, but it's a nice little trade right there. We had a decent position, so honestly, we're green today now. Big time trade here on Meta, man, and there it goes. Let's just see. this name, if the market wants to rally now, you're still down 1%. Okay, Meta, yeah, let's go. Come to the party, baby. Nice little move upside there for Meta. We didn't get any out though when it just busted through. So we're at 142.03 right now. Come on, baby. Ooh, it just went to 02. Nice little trade. What do I even care about with 5 pennies when we have this many shares? So we'll take another out. Of course, as soon as I cancel it, it rips up. Let's put one more out there at 08, see if it stops. See, like every time you offer on this name, like I pull my offer and it rips up, right? So it's like, we'll sit there at 142.08 now, see if we can get it, but this is a really big trade. We waited for Meta, and there it is, man, 80 cents now in the money. It just did tick almost $1 into the money on this. I only have a third left of this trade. So, you know, again, just trying to hold, but realistically, you know, a lot of these outs happened right here because we failed twice. And then now all the way up, just ticking out a little bit, piece by piece. Now that I zoom in and actually see that we're at, let's go. Did I just get that? No, I'm at 08. So remember, I'm at 08. Watch it stopping there at 07. But there it is. So right back up to the 50 period again. We'll see VWAP up here at 14, like as if it stops at 07 there. But I still feel like I'm going to get it. The momentum and the way this is printing should get us that. But nice little move upside there for Meta. I'd hate for this thing to fall back down now. See, this is the problem with me, man. And like I just see this happening, and I offer out, and we just missed that, like as if we missed that by 1 penny. But that's okay. There we go. Did we get that 92? No, we did not. There we did. So now we get a 92. When I put like little baby shares, it just runs it right over. All right, so 142.08. I'm going to wait out for that price. But a nice little trade there on Meta. The other name, Neil, I know you're looking for some longs maybe. Microsoft has been very strong today. That's up 0.5 point. So that could be a name that gets going as well. I would be in Microsoft as well. It's just I put too many shares, not too many shares, I put the right amount of shares. There we go. We got our Meta, by the way, so we'll spin that. We did put too many shares on for Facebook there for Meta, so I did not get Microsoft, but I was right here at VWAP, and I should be long 239.50. Here it comes right back in, actually.
Yeah, I got ticked for a little bit of a bid on Google, but it's more about Apple there, guys. Apple, which we had the breakdown. I held on to just about a quarter of the position. Actually, it was less than that, to be honest. It was actually less than that, as we did take the secondary break. The first break didn't work. The second break got that low. Now it's back above VWAP, and it looks like it wants to go. So I'm going to abandon that one. And then again, like I said, look for some longs. I think we're okay with Rivian because that's still holding that bottom. So as the market tries to bounce, it's still in a downward channel. I want to get to CCL for you guys because this is now at this $9.50. So remember, it was like $11 yesterday and then $10 this morning, and now $9.50. If we get a relief rally here, like a bounce back to the upside, and CCL doesn't move, well, CCL is then headed to $9. I think it's going to be just that simple. And then do not ignore. Remember SPRO? I had one trade pre-market in SPRO. Now it's starting to pick back up on volume. It rejected. It broke down at $2 at the open, sort of rejecting that bid. Now it's catching a bit of a bid here at about $1.85, just above its morning breakout at 180. So if it can hold the line here at 180 to 185, this has a secondary chance to go. But just remember, the trend has been to the downside on SPRO. It has been relatively weak. And then going to one name I don't want to ignore in the chip space. Why do I have to enter twice? There we go. Intel still on those lows. This looks like it's going to continue to be a bit of a dog here. Not much of a bounce in this as the market's trying to catch a relief rally. I want to short this consolidation. If it breaks the quarters, I can get out of it, but this can't seem to get out of its way. So I want to lean back into this to the short side. The market's still resting on those lows. Rivian's been fine. Ford's still holding at 13. I want to add something that I like here at some of these lows, and I go right back to the well. It's 10 o'clock. I go to something that was part of the morning plan. Now was going to be short Intel.
Yeah, I'm just right now looking to average in a little bit too. Oops, that's still Microsoft, my bad. Looking to average into Meta, but we just got some out on the way back up here. Sorry, on the way down. We took some more out on Meta. A little bit nervous here. I want to get more shares, so we're going to sit down here. That last fill was 20. It did go as low as 05, 06 there, so I'm going to wait around to see if we can get a little bit of a dip by better pricing here on Meta, and maybe look at that softy as that's falling back down as well, man. Do I think Baba's short and Spotify short? Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get back. What's up, Brendan?
A few things on the relative volume scale this morning. Here's one of them. Cassava Sciences 1, 2, now 3 days in a row. Big move off of the open back to 41 here. Just tested that 41, which was that high on a volume spike, guys. Up 7.5% again for Sava.
Saba. All right. Yeah, you guys want to talk about Shopify quickly? We can look at that just real quick. I did want to look at Roku as well because that's kind of baselining there at $64. We talked about that earlier as well. Yeah, Shopify, good little. Oh yeah, broke 30. Okay, I see why you're asking about that. Yeah, I mean that 30. You got the 50 period right there. That looks pretty sweet. The daily won't be great on our charts because we don't have the split adjusted, which I got to put that ticket in still. Actually, forgot about that. But right there, 30, 50. Wow, this name is looking nastier and nastier. Let me just look at this quickly on a real daily chart here. So I'll put this up here, Shopify. There it is off the split. And again, I don't know why. Oh, yeah, because it's just so far down. Wow. Okay, yeah, good look on this. This name's breaking. What is the 52-week low on Shopify? 2907, 52-week low on Shopify. Yeah, good call out there. I think if you break 29, man, you can use that 2907 as your relief. So I like that. I think that's a good spot by whoever mentioned that. So shout out to you for Shopify. Yeah, this name definitely, now that it's approaching its 52-week low, we saw what happened with Microsoft. Google took that down as well, no problem. Meta took that down, no problem. So here comes one of the, I mean, Shopify's crazy, disgusting stock as well. So you're down here to 29.40. Good little bouncing spot there if you think the long is going to come in. But yeah, it's trying to hit that 52-week low. This, though, because you've based out right now at 29.40, this is actually probably worth it on the supply, on the risk to reward side of things, because you can go long here at 60. You're only going to give yourself 20 cents worth of risk when you do have a nice little upside channel there if the market does go. And speak about going, there goes Meta. Stupid me getting out.
Yeah, we're finally through those quarters, and look, Google's now starting to go. It's getting up to that 30 to 40 range, where it took another leg out there. But I got to go to Cassava Sciences for you guys because it's so close to this 41 level. I think it's pretty much imminently going to break. Whoops, wrong way there. On the daily chart, you can sort of see it's a pretty big area. We rejected that in yesterday's trade. So Cassava Sciences on volume trying to take out this high. If it holds another higher low at 40 even, I think it is primed for a bit of a breakout. Intel, which I just dumped into, I have 20s, the short side of Intel. Thing about Intel is, whoops, it's still New York, so NASDAQ, I should say. Yeah, it just broke that 28.50, so I'm going to jump out of this. This is not, remember Intel, I liked at 29.50 was the key level there. How many times do I have to hit enter? It's like
14.
14. There we go. It just broke VWAP, so I wanted to short on the curl, but I'm not holding it through this level because I want to look back towards some of those highs. So I'll show you the two that just didn't work, and then go back over finally to Alphabet, which now sort of sitting back up. Enter 3 times. Now back up at that 150. I'm still hanging on to about 40% of the position here, as I want to see us get 101s, maybe 101.50s. You're not really bouncing that far in the futures, right? Like we've only come, what's that, 50 points on the NASDAQ off the lows. ES, what, 10, 15 handles or so? So there is some room to rally if you find something that was relatively strong. And I just like the fact that you were getting like a bull flag, testing the highs on Google, which is up 1%, while the NASDAQ, I mean, last I checked, was still red. So relative strength over in Google. That's why I sat in it. If we're going down, I was going to be holding Apple to that short side. I still have that Ford. I want to give Ford to about 13.10 to give it a chance to go. And Rivian, which I think is still relatively weak, it's beneath that pre-market bottom. So as long as it maintains beneath the pre-market lows, I want to hang on to my last piece and look for places to re-enter the short as this continues to be relatively weak. So if you want to make that cash, relative strength and weakness is the place to go here, because this market, it's not exactly falling apart. These bounces are pretty muted. So you want to be trading in something which is going to give you some opportunity in the direction that you're going. And that does, so don't fight something short if it's showing relative strength. I think that's pretty obvious there. But for now, I still think you're holding, basically, I would rather be holding more short than long than anything at this particular point. I still think we're relatively weak, but the few longs that are out there, pay yourself. There are some strong stocks.
Good job. You guys are welcome. Welcome, Laszlo. What's up, Laszlo? He says, thanks for the Amazon long. You made money. That's what we're talking about. But we're going to go with a new siren alert right here because new position entered, and we just took out 40% of it. We just shorted AMD against VWAP here at 72.60. So here it comes back down. And look at this. The meta trade is an absolute fire trade, man. I mean, that meta trade right now is huge. This is way in the money now for us on meta, $1.50. I'm going to take a piece out at 64 here. I mean, I feel silly getting it. If I told you how many shares I had down here and how many I have left, it's embarrassing. I just had so many shares that getting out when we came up to that 50 period of 42 just made a lot of sense. But if I still had that on, it would have been the biggest day of the month for me by far. And that's, including everything that we've done. Just that's how many shares I had down here for Meta. But again, stupid of me to dump them all, but that's the way I trade, scalping it out. Meta is going to be the #1 profit name here on the show today. But okay, AMD for me anyways. AMD there, 72.49. Good trade. It's now falling back down. That's a 30-cent winner. So yeah, we're smoking today, man. That's exactly like what Neil was saying, exactly what I've been saying there. You got to wait around, fire those cannons when they're loaded, right? And right there, AMD did jump up right into that VWAP, right into this area again. So we always have AMD on our radar. On our radar today, AMD, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft. The only 4 names I'm looking at. So here, yes, sir. Let's go AMD. I'm ringing the register again on this one. Yeah, buddy, mamma mia. What a day to trade again, man. If you haven't been here trading, you've missed a big opportunity on that one. The kiss of death coming for you right there, AMD. Nicely done, man. Well, that was a good trade right up to VWAP. Next time, let's take a little more shares there and have some faith, because here comes AMD just pushing right back down in, and we got that short as well.
Yeah, for those of you, I was trying to get that in quickly as possible. That Sava at 41. I'm also trying to get SPRO here. $2 on SPRO. We just took out VWAP. I was looking for that consolidation off 180, but either way, it's now starting to pick up volume again. I think it's going to make another run here. 180 is going to be the out, so I don't want to press too far away from $2 on any longs, but if you're going to be above VWAP, then I want to start entering into some SPRO here and see if we can't get this one going to that upside. Bit of a relief rally in this, which is hard to say when it's up 150%, but that's the truth. It actually fell back about 30 to 40% to that downside. And then watch out for, you know what? I keep saying I want to favor that short side of the trade. And then I'm watching, load up here. I'm watching Ford. It got right to my offer. I was sitting at 1308, but I'm passive, right? And it goes up there for a minute or two, doesn't fill the offer, and is rolling back over. So it does feel like you have to be a little bit more aggressive in trying to catch these. So I'm going to see if I can't get some more shares into Ford, as it is curling back into that downside. And then you remember what Ford did. Like it's been getting absolutely crushed. There you go. Like this is what Ford's done the last couple of days. So if this ends up holding this low and you have a wick bottom, we hold a bit above 1310, there is a relief rally potential in Ford. But as long as it's holding this channel, I want to be short. It needs to be breaking that 1310 for me to be thinking about that long and forward. It's a short till it's not, as far as I'm concerned. But the new one for me is going to be SPRO, as it holds VWAP here. I think it has some trouble getting through the high of the day at 230, but a long in front of 2 can still be pretty solid, even if it doesn't get through 230.
All right. Yeah, look, I mean, AMD is an absolute banger to that short side, man. You're stacking up that cash here as AMD just now taking down the low. I mean, I cannot believe that just ran up like that. So nice little move to the downside. Shout out to the 40 rupees here, I believe, from Skyline. What's up, man? Shout out to you. No matter the amount. I mean, 40 rupees, I think, is like 40 cents. But thank you so much for the super chat. It doesn't matter the price, man. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being a member on our team, man. And if everybody, super chatted, we'd be huge. So thank you so much. But hit the like, hit the subscribe. That's all that we want on that one. So thank you again for all the support. Just like look at this AMD that just continues to fall. Yeah, let me know when it's good there, Fahad, and I'll throw it. So I'll hold it for now. Tesla's below that 300. Wow, I didn't even notice NVIDIA was 127. Like this name, yucky, yuck. What the hell? NVIDIA's down 4% today. What is AMD down? Like, am I just in like a, okay, so AMD is down 3.5%. Wow, NVIDIA, that 4 number is just like, wow. Down here, down 4%, trying to tick down near those bottoms again for NVIDIA. So, oh man, this has just been a pretty disgusting day for some of these names. I think I'll maybe just get out of AMD here. It just ticked down to 71.80 again. That's that same bottom. So yeah, let's put a 72 bid on AMD and then just finish this trade. I'm going to look to get back into Amazon. Thanks for those nice words on the chat as well about all your Amazon trading. Great job on that one, holding that long. For me, I was not able to hold the long. It came out. Just like I was talking about having big shares on Meta, I had the same thing on Amazon. So like when that broke, like I had to get out there. Unfortunately, you guys saw me do that, and I was pretty mad when it went back to the upside. But then it did come back in again to that 116.80. So all right, that's a lot of talk there. There's the AMD out, man. Great trading on that one. 50 cents. We'll spin it for that last little take there. We'll see where it goes from here. But we do have another place to go, and that's over to the big screen with our man Brendo.
I mean, there is a big screen, so we'll continue with that. Chart Prime, guys, bringing you small cap recap once again. They make top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, points of reversal, and more. Check them out. Chart Prime, QR code on screen right now. Let's go to one that we were discussing briefly, anyways, in the pre-market. VRAX, VRAX. I actually really like the long on this morning. It was holding some significant levels from 2 days ago, 340, 350. So tried the long initially, that doesn't work. Flip that short, give you a quick scalp. We'll see what happens now for VRAX. SPRO, on the other hand, same story. There was a huge reversal candle out of the gate this morning. That got me short, but on the way down here, they kept stacking bids and stacking bids and stacking bids, and it just became harder and harder for this thing to get lower. So I started turning this from a short into a long. So that's now working nicely back to the upside, back to these pre-market levels anyways for SPRO. The other crazy one, this PRST, nuts today. Number of halts. I just couldn't find my way into this. I wanted 9.5, 10. That happened before the open. So a huge move down to 4 now for PRST, guys. Back to you.
Grab that one in front of 2. It's starting to curl. I was right there at 213 on the offer and didn't catch that fill, unfortunately. But this is the one I actually took. I also mentioned to you guys, watch out. Get ready for that break at 41 on Sava, but I wasn't quite quick enough to get it myself. So it just broke through, got to about 42.5, gave you that $1 to $1.50 on a bit of a press to the upside. Like I said, I was going to add to Ford on the curl back in because I still want to favor shorts. So I've added to Ford, going to work this one back toward that low of the day. The only longs I got, means, look, SPRO's a small cap, so I don't think it's going to follow the market realistically, but Alphabet coming right back into VWAP here in that 100 level. So if it holds 99.60, I still like the long in Alphabet. I was able to get it. Like I said, if it got close to that 150, that's where I wanted to take some fills out. So I am out of now half of it and looking to reload if it can hold these bottoms. That's going to be a big if because I think the market is still overall going to be a short. I didn't get the reload in Rivian. Didn't quite get to 35, so I might have just missed my chance there. Feels like it might have some trouble getting back to that 35 level. I'm going to adjust my stop in a bit as that looks relatively weak as well. Some of these names could give it up in a big way. And I know there's a lot moving here, but Tesla's just absolutely flushing. That's why I'm like, I should have just got back into some Rivian shares or added to that Rivian. That's why I did add to Ford because Tesla's leading the way. I had the break at 95 on Tesla. That was no good. And then look when it goes sideways. It just goes sideways for like a half an hour there. So if you were scalping inside the range, that could have been the way to go. I just favored working with the 2 ones that were going and working perfectly, which has been those 2. And then we'll see what happens with that SPRO. I think there's 2 shots at it. If it does want to take out that 180, it's probably going to be done for the day. I just added to it in front of VWAP, and I want to play it to the high. If it breaks the high, I think that's a bit of a separate trade there, and I don't want to be sitting there sort of holding out everything and not taking a 10% win if it breaks out to 230. I think you can add or take a breakout as a separate trade. As a day trader, you have the ability to sort of get in and out multiple times. So taking one trade on a dip buy, getting out, and then taking a breakout is certainly something I'm willing to do over there. And just looking at some of the other EV names, we led off talking about some of the Chinese ADRs. XPeng flushed, hit 1335, broke the high, wick topped, and is now flushing again. So we talk about the volatility in these markets. Volatility is what you want. XPeng is doing it in spades, man. You don't really see wicks like this top and bottom very often, but that tells me the stock is a short, right? Like, it came in gapping to the downside, no buyers at the open, and the second it tried to break that Fed high, it hard rejected it. XPeng needs to be shorted by me now that it's back below VWAP. So I'm going to jump into this one in front of VWAP here and start picking on something that's definitely weak in the EV space. I don't know, I kind of sit here only EV short side, but hey, they're working, so stick with it.
Okay, I came back and got the coffee is now... It's reloaded right now, and then, yes, sir, we come back with, once again, another banger on board, and it's just, I'm going to sound like a broken record because it's like my new thing right now, and that is just wait. Wait for... Let's go, Microsoft, right now, man. I mean, this is what we have on board. I mean, look where we're long. Two $239.60 on Softy right now. In the money, another 70 cents on that. Well, 50 cents on that name right now, but it only matters if you can get some out. Let's get another piece out here at 98 if we're able to. But there it is, man. A nice little take. Darn it, stopped. But a nice little take there, waiting for that VWAP trade to come through. It does. Give me those 98s. Yes, there it is. There's a 98. Now we're offering right now 08 on the upside. I feel like just taking a little bit out here and then just regrouping. I just sat back down, so let's have a look to see what the market's doing and just get a little piece out here. I mean, that's the problem. When I see the dollar signs come flying through and we get one of those going, I just like to take those profits. So we'll lay down some money. There it is. Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. Nice little 50-cent win for us on Microsoft. Meta continuing. It bottomed there as well. Like if I was sitting here, I might have done that as well. But we talked about wanting to get some Softy into our account. So we did that, and there it is. A nice little move. I got to keep getting out. This keeps spiking up. Like this is very, very violent, actually. Like Microsoft was just above 240 there. I went to what, 240? I mean, I got out. That's why I have a lot of these wicks there. I just went to 240. We got a 240.09 there. So, I mean, yeah, like this name is definitely bouncing around here and taking names, Microsoft today. So up 0.3. Will that hold? The future's got to get going again. We just failed at 11,600 one more time. So, you know, every single pop has been faded, but that got going. So now, if the longs are going to work, it has to take down this 11,640. So, you know, if that's going to happen, great. But for now, I think we still just try to like get out of some of these shares. And I know we're getting out maybe a little bit too early on some of these softies, but our net is right now at a great level. This might be one of my best days already, and it's only 10:30 here. So let's just wait to see where we go. But Microsoft, nice little long. Meta, nice little long. Like I said, we had too many shares down there to begin with. But if it comes back, we'll take even more down here near 141. But let's let Microsoft and Meta just try to ride now. We only have about a third of our Softy left. So let's see if we can make that one back up here to 241 or so.
Yeah, and just sort of looking at what's going on here, like you're getting these nice little channels in these stocks, like 40, 50 cents here and there, curling to the upside or grinding to the upside on something like a Google. And that's why like you got to trade how the stock is moving. So if you're going to scalp inside of a range like this, understand it's a 40 to 50 cent range, churning to the upside. Whereas I go over an XPeng, which is moving maybe a little bit more than some of these, you got to give this a little bit more space because if we break this bottom, we could drop 50 cents out of $14 stock. So I want to make sure I'm giving this 20 to 30 pennies. Tesla is was falling like a rock. Just now when it just broke that 295. It's trying to catch a 293 bid. I always say when in doubt, zoom out. When you zoom out on Tesla, this is what you're going to find. If we fall lower here, this 289, 290, pretty big level where we bounced off of. So when I look at some of these EV shorts that I have, when Tesla gets to there, I want to make sure I'm taking some profit out on those. As I say that, just got a bit of a reload on Google because if it wants to do this, I want to make sure I'm playing this range as well. So I'm going to get on the offer, take a little bit of a scalp trade there. I didn't quite catch that, Fahad, but are we going to Brendo?
We are.
A quick note on cryptocurrencies, guys, as we head through 10:30 here. Back to the upside, actually faring a little bit better after what happened yesterday than stocks are so far today. I'll show you Bitcoin here in a second, but all of these, I noted right out of the gate, a little bit more volume coming back into the typical suspects here as far as equities are concerned on the crypto side. Riot, HUD, BTBT, EBON as well, Coin and MSTR all a little bit higher on the volume side. This is what happened. This is an hourly chart of Bitcoin back to 19,200. Trying to hold this level right now, which is that 18,800, chopping back and forth around 19,000. But a little bit better move back to the upside versus what happened with stocks today after the Fed. There's the board from Binance, 2% on the 24-hour period, 5.5 still 4. Yeah, Ethereum's below 1,300, 1280 coming into play right now for ETH to the downside. Everything else kind of there or thereabouts. Nice day for Ripple, 9.5%. Guys, back to you.
I just want to go to Sava for a quick second here because it broke that 41. But if you go zoom out here, look at the daily. I think there's a pretty obvious level here when it gets to 43.5, which is about $1 from where it's sitting. There's definite room for it to get to that price. But if it gets to 43.5, it's such a huge gap to the next high that I can expect some sellers to come in. I forgot to pay for shorts. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. But I want to make sure I went to the higher time frame on Cassava Sciences. This one's a big mover. I'm going to pay for my shorts right now unless it's ridiculous. I do want to test that 43.50 for a short.
So we went small back in. So first of all, we dumped out some of our Meta right there for another one. So we'll hit the home runs on Meta today for sure. Like I was saying there, big stock for me. And then we went back into Softy as well. We just got a 50 bid. So if we can get something out in the 70s, I think that'll be worth it. Then we'll put another offer in the 80s and just let it sort of fly up. Bang, there it is right there. Another one. I mean, I don't know, man. You know, like I said, I got to redo the contract so that I don't spin that thing as much. But there it is. Wow, another move to the okay. Bang, man, we wait for these names to come in, and there it comes one more time for us, all the way up to 40 now. I'm going to put an offer at 97, see if we get that as, yeah, man, take another sip of coffee. You deserve it if you're with me on this one. There it is, another 50. Wow, like I'm very, very impressed with some of these moves here. Like look at Microsoft. Holy shoot, that was a big move to the upside right there. We just, again, there's $1 in 30 seconds for you right there on Microsoft, literally 30 seconds. It came right back into VWAP. We bought it right there, 239.52. It's at 240.50 right now. So, I mean, that's $1 clean on Softy. I feel like I got to get something out there. That might as well do that on that big move to the upside. Our best out there was 17 or whatever that was. We'll get another piece out. There it is. Yes. Wow, guys. These are chicken dinner winners again, man. We are just carrying forward. Like from what I did yesterday at 2 o'clock to what we're doing right now, you know, couldn't be happier. Here's the move back up to the upside. I'm never going to have on the full position, but wow, there's another big, huge move up to the upside there on Microsoft, man. Some of the hard work that we've put in on looking at levels and like, you know, upping our share size. Sometimes it's bad, right? But I got run over early, learned my lessons, try to be as patient as I could be, and now we're really reaping the benefits of the discipline. So there it is, man. Nice little move. I mean, look what we have on board. Meta, $1.50 in the money. Meta going back up to day's high, right? Unfortunately, it did break VWAP and we got out there at 142, but now you're back up to day's high on Meta. You're also $1 in the money on Softy. These are some great trades, and I'm just glad that you guys are here. Please hit that like button one more time.
Yeah, and if you like them, like Spro, just be patient with it, right? It got to VWAP. There was 15 minutes, I'd say at least 15 minutes, to just sit there, see the volume come in, grab the long trade, and then it tests up at the high. And like I said, get yourself paid. I'm not saying Spro is going to break the high of the day, but if you don't want to make 10% on a small cap, then I don't understand like what it is that you're doing, right? So I'm going to be out of almost everything in Spro, then look to see if it can take out that high. It holds a bit above 230. It's got room to run. But let's remember what Spro has done here. Yes, so you're breaking out on this time frame, but have a look at the daily chart. It's got room to rally if it can get through, but the last significant price is right around this 230, 240 area. So if we reject that, you could head right back into $2 and you've stared that gift horse in the mouth. I like to get paid, and then if it breaks out from here, then you can take that trade after. That's what it's all about here. I'm just telling you what I want to do. If we pull back into 2, I'm not going to like the long nearly as much as we had it coming on the way back to the upside. But Spro going to be working out. Still going to rinse and repeat on Google. It keeps giving you that like 99.90 into about 130 as it continues to go. Ford's still working in the money. XPeng, I think I got into XPeng as it was weak on these lows, but as I said, it has a little bit more room to run to the downside if it breaks down. So I don't want to be stopping out here for 5 or 10 cents or so. If it wants to break this channel, I think we're headed right back down to 1340, if not 13 even. So I'm giving XPeng a little bit more room to work because I think there's so much downside in the stock.
All right. All right. So Microsoft, I mean, again, really, the fact that it went all the way up there, man, I mean, that's got to be a definite out on those plays, right? So here it comes right back in, and guess what we're going to do? We are going to, one more time, reload this name, but again, not as many shares this time. So if it does come back down, we will get reloaded there, but again, not like... It just keeps failing, like this market, to keep trying and flirt with these longs and possibly give back some money, sure, fine. But, you know, this is the NASDAQ we're talking about here. It just keeps on bumping up. I told you it needs to get past that 11,640 there to like sort of trigger some breakout longs. Until then, it's just kind of like a rinse and repeat strategy here on Microsoft and on Meta and on a lot of these names that I like to the long side. Checking back on Shopify because that was a name that I thought you could almost bottom pick there. And wow, that was a good call. It was at 50 or 60. It went up to 80 there. I want to watch Shopify down there at 29.40. What's up, Rendo?
Rumble making some moves today, guys. Back to the upside again. 3.25%. Just saw a note. The CEO going to be doing a live stream live from the NASDAQ with that Steve Will Do It guy who, if you remember, we were discussing moved to Rumble recently from YouTube, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble, look, they're making some power moves. They've been trying to get that talent over there, and it's definitely been a moving stock. I love the ticker, obviously, because, well, maybe not obviously, but I like Rum. So I definitely like the ticker. Watch out for Cassava Sciences. It didn't quite get to 43.50. It's turning at 42.70 right now. But I want to see this, much like Spro, right? Like if you're going to get a bounce down, reject the breakout at the open, and you're going to come higher, I want to see it hold VWAP, pick up in volume, and then go. I don't see, oh, you guys can't see the volume there. Let me try to do this. There you go. You guys see that? Where's the volume? It's not going anywhere. That's the problem. So as I compare that to something like SPRO, which is a very similar setup, right? Break it high, hold lower, fail at the open, and then volume is creeping upside, and you're getting good volume as it breaks VWAP. Increasing volume like you saw at the open, and then you break the high. That's what I would like to see have happen in RUM, and that's why it can look very similar, but there's one trade I'm in and one I take, and then one I would pretty much ignore in Rumble, and I don't know that it's going to be there. I just talked about Cassava Sciences. I paid for the short, but it didn't quite get to my level, so I'm not in it. If you're in it, congratulations. I don't know that it tested the level for real that I wanted to short off of. Cassava can run you over, right? Like this, I've seen this stock. It can destroy shorts. So you want to make sure you're getting a price that makes sense to your risk to reward. I didn't think I got it. It would have worked, but wasn't quite fitting my parameters. Brendo?
Surprisingly low short interest on this one. Another beaten down name. Oatly, guys, just popping up on huge volume. Look at the volume coming in here as we tested recent lows here and then retook that 275, trying to get back to the upside for Oatly.
Okay. I'm still waiting for some more opportunities. I mean, someone in the chat was talking about, like, you know, you love the Microsoft longs, but not the AMD shorts. I mean, I hit the AMD short right there. I mean, I hit it. I should have hit it again, to be honest with you. So, and we were waiting to pick up some more Microsoft long. I mean, I'm sorry that I like this Microsoft long that is now 90 cents in the money. But yeah, I'm going to definitely short AMD again if it comes up here to 72.50. I like that trade, but honestly, I'm debating just punching Microsoft even longer right now. You know, breaking through 240.60, like just that level that we just made there. I know that seems like it's the top, but like, what is this market going to do? Like, I don't know. I feel like we could break out now. We're looking at that 11.640. I mean, that has to get taken first, so I understand that. Meta, I mean, these trades that I have on, man, we're not going to finish the day. I mean, I don't know. It's only 10:40 now. I could go red in the next 20 minutes for sure. But, you know, it's been a big day for me. I'm just carrying forward that momentum from yesterday. And, I mean, yeah, so I want to just keep on these names, keep looking to see if anything pops up there at key levels, right? And right now, I mean, if there's anything you guys want to talk about, if I was short, yo, what's up, Whimsical Solid? Yeah, no, I mean, look, if I was short, if I was long, a lot of different things. I mean, Amazon, if I kept this short as well, this was $1.50 in the money if I kept these shorts, right? But I scalp out, and I mean, I see what all you guys are saying, and that's just, I need to do better to adjust myself to hold a little bit longer. But I mean, just look around. Like, look at the positions I have. Meta right now is $1.50 in the money. You can choose to hold it if you want. I mean, I'm scalping in and out. I wish I did hold. Like I said, this would have been the biggest trade of the month for me if I still held it all. But still a huge trade. Look at Microsoft, now only $1 in the money. So it's like, if you take the trades with me, then you're going to have a little bit of fun and do a little bit of these kind of dances. But it's up to you to where you get out. I've gotten stopped out before and regretted it. I've gotten stopped out before and been like, yeah, that was a good out. So, you know, you kind of got to take the good with the bad here. But so far today is only the good. What's up, Brendo?
Negative board, guys, unfortunately, to show you. Here we go. Here's the S&P 500 right now, 0.5% to the downside. Little bit of green starting to creep back in on this side of things. Material stocks, communication services, Twitter is positive. There was a note there on Elon, that trial coming up Monday and Tuesday next week. Elon going to be deposed. Keep that in mind. ATVI on here. There's a note on that from the Microsoft CEO, in fact, on how that acquisition is going. Energy stocks higher on moving crude oil. There's CRM, 3.3%. We discussed that pre-market. FDS. It's not FDX. downside. FDS downside 8.2% today. In the banking group, big mover as well. Eli Lilly also talked about on this program. Pre-market healthcare stocks, though, are still red on the day, unfortunately, along with consumer discretionary names. These travel stocks just cannot bounce, guys. Back to you.
Man, they've been dogs. There's no question about it. They've been dogs. You got to go where the action is definitely going to be. Spro just took out that high of the day. Just got through that 230. I think, like it's in the daily chart I was showing you guys, 240 was that high on the daily. It does seem to want to hold some bids above here. But I just see these crazy stacked offers showing up. And why is this still on Robinhood? You got to be kidding me. I just saw these stacked offers showing up here, 38, 39, 40s for big size in front of that level on the daily. So I want to get out in front of that 40 area, just sort of take the last of the profit and run. I'll go to XPeng first because, you know what, I'll show you one that didn't work first. We got through VWAP. I wanted to give this one more room. Not really trying to scalp that trade. Like, to me, it was breaking the low, and it's either going down to the bottom, and we're going to flush this one to take it to the lows, or we're going to hold it a little bit and see if it doesn't break VWAP. It broke VWAP. I'm out. We'll take the hit there. The other EV names have been fine. I reloaded on Ford. It's still grinding lower. I'm on the bid all the way down to 1280 on this 13 level. So we'll keep making that one. Well, we'll keep holding on to this. And why? Because this is what the futures are doing. This is the NASDAQ. You haven't even broken the range in the NASDAQ. Like, we're still sitting here in the exact same range that we put on since the open, right? So respect the fact that we are a bit range bound. If you're in a short that's working, you don't have much reason to abandon it. You should just be working with that trade. And that's why you'll still see me in this long in Google. It's doing the exact same thing. It's just channeling up. I shorted it off of 100 first. It couldn't really get past 98, 99.80, and since then it's just been a scalp long grinding higher. So if we break out of this range to the upside, then I think Google can see 101, 102. If we don't break it, fair enough, the shorts can definitely work for us. Rivian just curled off 35, so that's going to look to be good. And as I said, I think Spro, it's still got all these stacked offers out there. And just because I showed you a couple of 100,000 on the shares, I'm not saying Spro can't break those. It's a 94 million in volume. If it wants to go, it's going to bust through all those levels. But it also happens to be stacked offers in front of that recent high on that daily chart. Like, you have to go all the way back to about May 6th, and then you have a 240 top. That's where the offers are stacked in front. So there's sellers in front of the most obvious level on the daily. I'll join them, and if it breaks 240, that's a different story.
Okay, so now I've piqued my interest in Google as well. So yeah, like taking out that $100.50 is a huge long. I'm going to be punching that long. We're well above. You're up 1% against a down 1% marketplace. We talked about people trying to bottom pick some of these high quality names. Obviously, they've done that here today with a Google. So I'm going to go long in front of a Hyundai right now, and then just give it back to this VWAP of 99.80. I mean, if it breaks it, it breaks it, and that's what's going to happen. So we're going to go long. I'm actually waiting at 01s. Why do I even care about waiting at 01s if it's at 07s? Let's take it. Well, there we go. We got 07s. Okay, and then now we'll average down a little bit lower here for Google because now we don't have the right price. So we'll put one at O's and just see there. So now we're long at 07, which is fine. I want to give it back down in, and we've already talked about that strategy. So let's wait to see if it breaks back down below 99.80, and that will be that take there. Microsoft, again, very light position. We're out of pretty much all of it. I was waiting for a 241 top there. That didn't come into play. At the same time, I am trying to bid downside in case that does come in again right there. But I mean, just as easy as that is, man. I mean, like, you want to talk about scalping. I mean, like, there's like, whatever, man. I mean, there's 10 cents again. Like I said, you guys can do whatever you want. Thanks, Lone Sophos, for all the nice chat there about, you know, I don't have to identify, I don't have to address these guys on the chat. But you know what? I mean, that's what I want to do. I want to talk to people about why I'm in these trades, what's going through my head, because ultimately I'm here to teach everybody. That's what I'm here for, and apparently some other things as well. But you know, that's what we're doing. And right there, like one trade on Google. And, you know, I mean, however many shares you want to take there. Like, you know, that's it. That's 10 cents. We're out of a quarter of it. And now we'll see where it goes. So that's kind of the trading. We are trying to hold back down, you know, for that break of VWAP if we're going to be wrong. So that's why we take out a little bit, just trying to pay ourselves there. Here it comes back in. The short is not, I mean, the long is not right. It's just if you can find the right levels, then you might be able to get a decent trade on board. So right now we're long Google. We did get that average price. We'll take one more fill down here and then worry about getting stopped out if it does take down that level. What's up, Brendo?
Pinterest, guys. Speaking of Google, I mean, the initial rumor was on Google and Pinterest, but it looks like Elliott Management. Yeah, I mean, more interest apparently coming for Pinterest here, guys. Huge volume spike in a move from 23.5 up to 24.5 there for pins.
Ooh, pins on the move to the upside there. Look, I was about to talk something else, but if Pinterest is going, I'm not really much for like buying rumors, to be perfectly honest with you, but we've seen this one actually have some staying power when you get these moves to the upside. And it's got a long way to go, I think, before it gets strong. But every time I pull this up, I just look at that 200 period, $25. This is, if it breaks out of this range, Pinterest is one of those, it's just gliding higher. And if there's anything to this, just do not ignore when 26, if 26 breaks. I should not say when, if 26 breaks. So that's been a pretty strong consolidation here. And if there is any juice to this, when this does break out, you're going to want to have like an alert set or something along those lines. I did just try to grab some Rivian. Tesla just keeps going down, right? I'm sitting there. I got some out of Ford. We're now back into VWAP on Rivian here. I do want to reload this if I can actually get 35s, but my style is I want to see it usually as it comes down, test higher, grab the curl. It did make the press at 35. That's when I try to get in, like on the way back down instead of sort of standing in front of that freight train. Unfortunately, that means I do miss it. I'm still holding some. I do want to cover some now in front of that 34.50. I think it makes a lot of sense. You don't want it making a higher low and you've taken nothing out here. So I will get on the bid here of Rivian and Ford doing a similar thing. But Spro, I didn't even get the break. Are you kidding me? So Spro, now it's gone. Remember I talked about that level on the daily, that 240? Now it breaks 240, goes to 275. This one's going absolutely gangbusters to the upside. If it snaps back and wants to hold that price at 240, I think there's a bit of a dip buy that can come in here, but that's like a one and done trade. If it breaks 35s, I'd be out of it pretty quick.
Money.
I mean, it's... Again, like I don't feel bad about doing this, but I mean, look at Microsoft again. Like, do we need an NFT here? Like all of these, like boom, out, again, out. Like this is how you really just stack some stuff up, man. And this is what we're doing. We're doing this every single day. Thank you for watching the show. I'm gonna check out on some likes here. 1.7K. Let's get that up to 2K if we could. Thank you so much. Over 7,600 people watching. And I mean, the kind of day that I'm having over here, I don't know. I mean, I just hope you guys are doing it with me. It's been a big one. We just keep buying these bottoms. And is it going to not work at some point? Sure, it's going to fail. But that's why we have stop orders. That's why we're being disciplined and all of that. So, yeah, so far so good here today. We'll just keep the train going, man. I'm happy with the way the trades have been developed out for us so far here today. Even Google, I mean, boom, right there. This name is looking a little bit weaker, so I'm not as in love with Google, but we just took right there a quick 50, no, what was that? How many pennies was that? Yeah, only 14 pennies there on that last little buy. That dip buy was 98s, or O's actually, and we got out 14. So yeah, so that's easy math, but a nice little win on that one. Microsoft still 30 cents in the money. Meta still $1.50 in the money. Google, 5 cents in the money. Let's see if that can go back up to the upside. I'm targeting like in the 20s now, so hopefully that can happen. If this market rallies, then it's good night because I've got all these positions. I really think that I've got some good prices on board right now, and let's just wait to see if the market rallies. I'm happy with these positions. I'll average into Microsoft now a lot lower. We're looking at like 239 down here, 239.20, 239.30. I do not want to keep testing these bottoms because when they fail, I'll give back what I've made. And for me, don't want to do that. Let's just keep on trucking right now. It's a hella positive day, and you know, you've seen all the trading happening live. I'm pretty proud of it, and I hope that you guys are able to make a little bit of money today as well. Just a continuation of what we did yesterday. So big time trading here. Thanks for watching. Let's see if we can hit that like 7,600 people watching. Please, if you have a chance, hit that on your mobile, hit that on the app, on your screen there. If you're watching at home on wherever you're watching, Roku or whatever. I actually got to look at that Roku. Wow, look at this guy, another one. Thank you, Sharif, my friend. I was going to tell you that maybe no sweetener. I don't know. We'll figure that out.
I don't know about that.
Let's go over to the desk now with Brendo and Money Talks.
Let's be honest, it's mostly the US dollar that's talking these days, but an interesting note here on the yen this morning as well, back to the upside in a big way. Japanese official stepping in to support the yen. for the first time since 1998. It's just been absolutely crushed over the past couple of years. So 1.3% today, back to 70 cents. That's the dollar. I wanted to show you that first. As I said, we tested that high, came back in a little bit. I can show you the yen, though, just to give you an idea. I mean, the exact opposite chart here, back to the downside, but big move higher today for the yen. The euro downside, Canadian dollar, once again, 74 today for the Canadian dollar. Multi-year lows once again. British pound back to the upside ever so slightly, 112 and change. Everything else there or thereabout. Russia making a bit of a move once again, 1.6 on the ruble today. But yeah, all about the yen. A huge move down, obviously, but they step in for the first time since 1998 to prop that thing up, guys.
Yeah, while all this was happening, this happened over there in Tesla. You're now through 290 solidly. It is absolutely dying. It's down 4%. It's the reason why I'm sort of favoring holding on to these EV names, sort of adding to them when we get the opportunity to, because, yeah, we were now just breaking the lows in the market, right? But look what's weak. Down 2.5 in Rivian. Ford's starting to bleed again. Tesla's absolutely dying here. I haven't looked in on Lucid yet, but I'm going to just go out on a limb and say that it's probably relative. Yeah, Lucid dying as well. The EV space is giving it up here and probably going to drag us lower. So Google's the only long I got left because the market's breaking lower. I've been able to scalp some out, but if it breaks that 99.65, I'm just going to be out of Dodge and only working with these shorts. Almost a buck in the money on Rivian. This could be a 34 break on Rivian, but Tesla is the bellwether, and it's at that support level, like that 290. And we talked, I have to go to the 15-minute chart to show you guys this. That 290 is being put to the test as we speak. It did break through if you go back into last week. It broke, held 89s, and bounced back to the upside. So if you want to pay yourselves, it makes some sense. As I say that, I'll get something on the bit of Ford here, because if Tesla bounces, I think Ford makes a bit of a bounce as well. Rivian could bounce off 34. I'm going to pay myself out on Rivian in front of 34 even. It was 35 to 34. If we break lower from here, can always take that 34 break. The EVs, I thought there would be some chance that you could catch a bid if these had held those lows, but we broke the low. You break a floor like that, I'm always going to be looking short if you break a floor like this. We're already in that buck. If it bounces here, I'm not taking long on it. I'm just getting out and paying myself.
All right, man, only 5 minutes to go. Thank you again, man. We got up to 2.1K. What are we at now? 2.2K. So thank you so much. No, still 2.1, but motoring up to the upside. So I want to thank everybody again, for watching and for hitting that like button. And look what happened again. And I said I wouldn't do it, but I probably should have, because then it would just look so much more prettier. More pretty there, because Microsoft has just been basically a gift that kept on giving down here at that 239.50. But that's part of the problem on why I'm not doing it. It's it's just been so good for so long that if this market breaks, I have to wait a little lower. So I'm gonna wait down here at 239.20. So when we throw it over to the big guys there on the midday show, if they if Microsoft does come down here into that 239.20, I'm going to be loading up that long. I know a lot of you follow some of the trades that I take, and I want to thank you for that, and thank you for all the kindness on Twitter and on Instagram and all that, man. We're almost 6,000 followers on Instagram as well. Started from 0 on that by myself, so that's a good one there. Twitter is another thing. You guys go there for the trades, but Instagram, we have some pretty cool stuff. And I just want to say one more time, the reason why I do this, first of all, is for you, but it's also for this kind of stuff, man. Family for me, definitely first. But thanks for continuing to watch. Oh, you don't need to see my messages with Michael Nas, do you? But right there, here it is right there. A nice little movement to the upside there for that. But right now, Twitter definitely moving to the nice side, man. And love you, my girl, and all my family as we keep on going. There's Microsoft. We did not get that out. We're at 239.98 right now. So let's see if that continues to make it move to the upside. Here we go. I think prepare for takeoff, man. This market, you might be right there on the chat. What's up to Narman or whoever said that? Navi Trades. Let's go, man. Hell yeah. Thank you, ASMR Patrick, man. Crushing life is what it's all about, man. We'll crush life. We'll crush the stock market, and we'll do this. So let's just keep on going, man. Big day over here. Couldn't be happier with the trading. We're at... look at that. There goes Softy. There goes Google. Everything's starting to go back up to the upside. So let's go, baby. This has been such a huge day. Very, very happy with the trading. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Google just bounced back to the upside, but if you look at it, the market's still coming down here. Like, we're actually on the lows and barely bouncing. I'll take it. We'll definitely take the long, but I hear the boys just yelling about something in the back.
Spro's $3.
Spro's, of course, Spro's at $3. if you got anything, what I was attempting to try to talk to you guys about with the consolidation and that daily chart 240 break. I mean, give me a break. He's won 35%. Like, that's the kind of thing you look for, obviously. It's going to probably halt at some point. I'm not sure why the last move up here didn't cause a halt, but I think we're going to see a halt at some point on this stock, especially if it rejects the $3 level, and it might be back to the downside. I know it's been strong, but as far as this is moving, I'm going to see a halt at some point on SPRO, and I definitely think at this point the risk might be that it pulls back in and halts down. Take your profit, make sure you pay yourself, but this has been an unreal runner. As I say that, I'm going to get on the offer of Google as it's bouncing back to the upside here. But SPRO, 260%, I didn't think it would go this far, but I did miss out on that 240 break. Too busy sort of talking to you guys about the reason behind it and the logic behind it. I thought I might stop in, but when it broke, it never looked back. I think it's about to make a bit of a challenge back into this 250, so be careful with SPRO. I don't like buying tops on these things. I think it's very dangerous to do. I would stay away from it. That doesn't mean you have to.
You tell me Logan flips when Lambo, baby. I mean, I don't know, when Lambo, how about today? It's, you know, whatever you guys want. That's why we sit here. That's why we're not trying to be all about P&L, right? We're just trying to show you look at the trades I have on. Google long, Meta long, Microsoft long. I mean, these are all printing. We're all, you know, we're definitely cashing out. We're making a lot of bread on all of these names. So, you know, you can Lambo yourself or not. You know, try to take some of these trades. To me, I told you, that's not what it's all about. You know, buy a Lambo. Buy a Lambo if you want to buy a Lambo. You know, it's up to you. You got to take the right trades, make the right moves. But yeah, wow. I love coming in here every single day. I'm just going to sit back and relax, man. I mean, I got my chai tea right here from my boy, and I'm just going to sit here, watch these names go to the upside. I'm going to get Google out at about $100.40, right around there right now, and then just like, you know, it's been big, man. You know, this has been a big month. We're doing great this month. Let's see if it goes back up to the upside here, and we'll just watch it out. Now that the market has been through Fed, I feel like, you know, the risk is still to the downside, obviously, here, but you're down 1.34%. Some of these names have just been so decimated.
This market's at the low.
Yeah, exactly. Some of these names have been so decimated right now that, you know, it's probably a good opportunity that if you want to start to dollar cost average, you got to wait for the S&P to come down. I still think 3,600 where we were before. NASDAQ 12,000 as well could come into play. But so far, so good, man. It's just been a great, you know, great couple days, man. Great 24 hours to trade. The casino every day is opened up, and I'm here kicking that door open. So hopefully you guys are here with us. Thank you for the, you know, for all the support that we continue to have. And wow, what a busy day that we just had right there. I'm not exhausted, but that was a lot of fun here today, and we're going to keep the party going.
Yeah, this is not going anywhere. The market breaking these lows as we speak. Revenue in that 34 going to come into play here. Tesla just barcoding off of that 289, and SPRO is trying to consolidate at 290 here. This one, I'm telling you, if it does not reclaim this 3 level, it's the kind of thing where you could see VWAP. But even if it holds up, remember, there's not a heck of a lot on this daily chart. When you get into this area here, there's only, like, this bag hold is up at $5 on this thing, but it's air between that 240 and $5. That's where we're talking about that 240 level the way we were. I'm not saying it goes to $5, obviously. But if it can hold this level and try to take out the high again, it was cheap for us to get locates on this thing, which means there's a lot of day traders that are thinking it's coming back down, and it'll be a crowded short because it's super cheap for those locates. It's already 11 o'clock. The party's going nowhere. The market volatility is here to stay. But we will be back at 2 o'clock, and we're going to send you off to Trader Pratt and Sharif. Go get them, boys.
Get it, boys. We're here indeed, and girls, and we're gonna get the ball rolling. We're gonna carry on for the next 3 hours for you, keep you guys entertained, and try to look for some fun trades to be in. The markets today, sadly, to the downside after the Fed meeting that we had yesterday. What else were you expecting, right?
I like it.
We had the market break the lower days, trap the shorts. We had the market break the high days, trap the longs, and then go back to break the lower days and then go lower yesterday. So lots of whipsaw action coming off of that whipsaw action. I think everyone was just expecting a downwards move. So 1% coming in for the SPYs very soon here as we break the lower days for today, and 1.4% for the NASDAQ as we just broke the lower day and looks like we want to maybe bounce a little bit. There was a level that Sharif just threw out there for the futures to look out for. So Sharif, if you want to just repeat that level for the viewers.
Yeah, so overnight, like around, I think maybe 8 or 9 p.m. yesterday, I was on my computer, and I think I actually caught the low coming in on the ES, which was 3766. So we're not far away from that. We're about four points shy or so. Currently trading at 3769, so 3 points shy now. You know, I'm not saying it's going to bounce, but I need to be cognizant of that level, because you may find support in and around that level. So it may consolidate sideways, it may bounce, it may do a whole number of different things, but you just need to be aware of that level. 3766, guys.
Yeah, the Prat ETF is wild and strong as it usually is, and it's full of red today, man. All shorts on the board as the markets are continuing to head to the downside. So obviously that's what we're going to have fun with. We're going to look for opportunities to put some damage to the short side. Here's Apple short, 151.80, and currently 11 cents in the money. But my best trade on the day so far, it's either going to be Datadog or Snowflake. Datadog about $1.20 in the money currently, and Snowflake $1.74 in the money. But both of them, the way that I sized on both of them, they're both equal P&L, and the way they move too is going to be equal P&L. So they're both going to have to fight each other to be the best trade of the day. And Deutsche Bank has been a beauty short. I actually came out with a positive catalyst, I believe, Deutsche Bank. And how crazy is this? Last night I was watching the Netflix documentary about Wirecard, the German company Wirecard that got caught with fraud and everything. And in there they were talking about Deutsche Bank over there. And today in my scanners, Deutsche Bank shows up. So my brain just goes, okay, I got to trade them now. I just have to look for an opportunity to trade them. And I've ended up finding a trade in it, shorting the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart here, breaking the low a day along with the market. Let's go, baby. The shorts are paying.
No question about that. So in small cap world today, guys, I'm watching two main stocks. I've got 4 on my side screen here, but 2 are the ones that are really interesting me right now, which is AMPX up 25% on the day. Just made a new daily high today. I believe the top on this one is $12.30. I initiated along here at that $12.10 area, scalped at a piece at $12.26, and then got stopped out for the other piece here at $11.92. So basically a flat trade for me there on AMPX. Let's look at SPRO. SPRO just kind of came out of nowhere. I had a couple of trades on this one in the pre-market. It didn't really go my way. I found it really having a hard time breaking that $2.15 level. And by the time it did break $2.15 around that 10:30, I had been on to other things, so I wasn't focused on it. But it broke $2.15 quite decisively and hasn't really looked back, to be honest with you. Look at this break of $2.15 right here on a lot of volume, that big green candle, and then it made its move aggressively, passing $3.15, so over $1 from the area that I had it spotted to $3.17, I believe. No, $3.18 actually is the high on SPRO. Currently pulling back into the 7 EMA, the 7 EMA, and approaching the 20 EMA a little bit. I'm going to watch this one. I'm looking for support areas where I can get in. I'm looking at that 256 level, which happens to be this period of consolidation right here. Otherwise, I'm gonna wait for a first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Let's look at the 5-minute chart real quick on this bad boy. So it will have to be a high above 298 on a next 5-minute candle to make a new high. So those are my 2 approaches to SPRO. I'm looking for an area of support around that 256 or the first 5-minute candle to make a new high on this one. Switching back before I send it back to Prad on AMPX. Yeah, now consolidating sideways a bit after peaking here at that $12.30 level. Let's see what we get. If we get another move down, I'm looking for a dip trade around that $11 area, Prad.
Yeah, I'm looking at Chesapeake Energy showing up on the scanners to the downside as the volume candles ramp up and take out the low a day for it. Look at those volume candles. For the consolidation period, the volume died off, but the volumes apparently increased for the downwards move for a CHK, especially when the market's heading to the downside also. So that looks like it's a relative weakness really being hammered into one position, and for the most part, the energy sector, because I've also seen PLUG show up on the scanners today for the same downside move. So let's go check out what our energy sector is looking like. XLE actually very flat, but on the positive side and double bottoming, getting ready to bounce. This would stop me from shorting CHK or PLUG, but what we can do is quickly head over to Oxy. Go look at how Oxy is trading at the moment. Oxy to the downside. Oxy's other partner in crime, Chevron. How's Chevron doing today? Is Chevron also on the negative side? It's on the positive side. So this basket, it's a little mixed. It's a little confusing. I don't really know what the catalyst behind CHK being hammered to the downside is. It's also a little light on the volume end. Only 500,000 shares traded. It's 11 o'clock right now. So I don't think I'll be finding a trade in there at the moment, but clearly getting pushed down is CHK. But getting pushed up, I'm pretty sure, I'm actually not sure if you were talking about the stock, but SPRO, we were going wow about it because this stock went all crazy right before 11 o'clock. And I apologize, Sean and Neil. I know you guys were trying to wrap up over there, but this stock was absolutely going crazy. It goes above $3, almost fake halts. It looks like it was like a millisecond away from actually fake halting, and then it doesn't halt, pulls back, and nearly traps everyone trying to get into the halt place over here. What a scary trade. I'll be honest, I almost pushed a couple buttons to get long on that halt, but I said, you know what? No, I'm about to go on the show. I don't want to get stuck in this trade where I'm panicking, so I'm just going to sit back and relax and entertain the viewers instead by going wow instead of getting into a trade and then going wow.
Chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool.
Shoot us some b-ball
Outside of the school.
and a couple of boys. They were up to no
man.
good.
We could go on tour, Bradley. Jeez. Guys, look at this, what we just said about the futures here. Let's bring in the futures chart so you can follow along. Look at that bounce. Exactly off 3766. It's not skyrocketing. I mean, it's only at 3771. But clearly, it's an area of support you need to be cognizant of. And if you're looking for a dip trade, maybe look back to a bounce to VWAP. So currently VWAP's 3789. Not saying it's going to make there, but it's kind of a respected VWAP from the downside today. Look at this. Touch 1 over here, touch 2, and touch 3. So, you know, it's past it by like, you know, a point or two, but definitely not by much. So definitely a trade that you can manage there in terms of risk, whether it's from the downside or the upside here. So I'm not going to trade this because I don't really excel at trading futures, but I can definitely give out some levels there for you guys. I'm currently in AMPX. I'm long 1212. I've got my out at the bottom of this consolidation period here, which is at 1156. So if it breaks down below 1156, I'm out. I'm looking for the break of high of day around that $12.30 area into the $12.50 area. We'll take profits. Kind of slowing down on this one a little bit. The volume is, you know, it's not as high as it was on this peak here. And also keep in mind that AMPX, currently the spread is only 3 cents. But I've seen it open up to 15 and 10 and 12. So this one you can get chopped up a little bit on if you're not as quick, maybe punching out before the bid dips down again if you're long. So anyway, I just want to mention that on AMPX. Let's see what SPRO. I know Brad just talked about that. SPRO looking like it's stair-stepping down here towards that resistance level that we talked about. Looks like that 275 could be an interesting resistance level. Also, that 256 area we talked about earlier. Those are two interesting resistance levels I'm looking at. Let's see if it punches back higher. If it does, if we see volume coming in and the green candle starting to pop back up, we'll definitely take a long on SPRO. We've got it on our side screen so we can monitor it as well. AMPX doing diddly, still continuing sideways. But the futures are making its move back up. Now 10 points above the support level we mentioned to you guys. 3776 now, currently trading at, 66, currently trading at 76 now. So yeah, keep an eye out for those big caps and the futures if you're trading that. I think we got a super chat earlier. Let me scroll back up to it from Jose Mercado sending $10. Says, my first time watching a squeeze on SPRO. Oh, it won't be your last time watching a squeeze. I can promise you that. I think one of the traders, I believe it was Luca, put in the chat this morning the short float on SPRO. Can you just double check that real quick? Because I know you have access to it. SPRO short float. What do we got?
0.93%.
Okay, so it's nothing. It's not. I don't think it's that one then. Only 0.93% short on SPRO. So I don't know if that really counts as a short squeeze, Jose. But you never know, Brad.
Yeah, I punched out a bunch of my positions over here because the market did bounce like you said it would, but I don't know.
Pulling back.
I'm still bearish, so I still want to short Apple over here at some point. 152 did pull back, so I think I could have had that filled, but I was just too hesitant to actually throw an order out. We'll be patient. We got a couple positions on board. We got DDOG, we got Snowflake, we got Deutsche Bank. Both of them, DDOG and Snowflake, $1 in the money. I have an order to take more size on them if they do manage to pull back on me and give me more fills. But getting that Apple fill back at 152 would have been nice. Sucks to have been hesitant on that entry, anyways. Let's look at some positions that you guys are trading today. Go long. Yeah, no, I'm not going long. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm not going long just because you want me to. I'll go long if the market wants me to. The market doesn't want me to go long. The market wants liquidity for the short side and to cover for the longs. So I'm going to provide the market what the market wants from me. I'm just the man for the market, right? And that's my job. I provide liquidity to the market. If you actually follow me on Discord or LinkedIn, I believe there's a thing that I have. It's a liquidity provider.
Hey, I like
liquidity
that.
provider.
Okay.
Because that
I
is
hope in a good
the
way.
job, baby. But yeah, look at this. Apple now pulling back from 152. I would like to go take a look at Microsoft, which is up on the day, and you would expect with the market pulling downside, with 240 being a level of some sorts, Microsoft should also be pulling back down over here. So maybe a breakdown of Microsoft Short is something to be considering at the moment. Let me actually just make an order. I don't know, man. That level that you mentioned did hold to the key. 37.66 held to the key. So maybe forget trying to short these tech stocks and just short the stocks that are already weak on the day, such as Wolf Financials. For the first time, I didn't get it wrong. I always say Wolf something else, Wolf whatever. It's this guy on Twitter. It's not Wolf Financials. I got it wrong again, didn't I? I got it wrong. While I was saying I got it right, I got it wrong because it's Wolf Speed. Wolf Financial is the guy on Twitter who talks about stocks and stuff.
Yeah.
So I always get them both mixed up.
That's all good. All right, guys, let's have a look here at NIO because I see the chat's popping up with a whole bunch of requests to look at NIO. So let's pull in this chart here. Let's type in NIO, which is a New York stock. There we go. Asking me for some levels. So clearly NIO selling off today. It was up earlier on a sympathy play with Li Auto. I know you guys probably heard this from Brendan, but Li Auto is up on the day because of, I think they're good. And then also, I think it had another announced that, yeah, there we go. Li Auto shares are trading higher. Let's pull this up here before we look at the new. Yeah, Li Auto shares are trading higher after the company announced it will host a launch event to unveil the LI-L8, the Li L8 on Friday, September 30th, 22, ahead of schedule. So those are two good things. So you get an upgrade from Morgan Stanley, and as well as, you're launching a new product early. That can't hurt. Let's look at the 5-minute chart first before we do anything here historically. So stair-stepping down, high of day here, 1918. Then you have a move down with the market, a bounce back up, and then another move down. So from a day trading perspective, NIO's not looking good unless we get a sustained move back in the market. It looks like it is moving with the market-ish, not very, tightly correlated, but ish. And from a daily perspective, let's have a look. See if we can glean some more major levels on NIO. And just as I say that, it crashes on me. That's great. So let's try to pop that bad boy back up. Where is my P Pro 8 thingy majiggy? Brad, do you want to take over for just 1 second?
Yeah, I'm just trying to throw an order out here for that actual short on Microsoft, because I do believe if it does break, it'll be a decent short to be a part of. It's currently, let me pull up Microsoft over here. It's currently holding 239.50 really well. Every time it would go to 239.50, you see it breaks right there, goes under by a couple pennies, and then goes right back above 239.50. Finally, it didn't do that. So now that it's done trying to hold 239.50, I got the short just now. You'll see the update on my blotter. I'm short 239.39 because I had the order 10 cents below 239.50 for that break of short. And now that the market's right back to the low a day and could possibly extend below the low a day, we're in a somewhat of a decent position. If the stock goes back above 239.50, I'll take my 20 cent hit, 30 cent hit, whatever, and get out of it. I'm not upset with that hit at all. But if it doesn't and it continues to go to the downside, breaks 239, goes to 236, multiple dollars per share reward coming in just for risking 20, 30 cents, that's the type of trades I always want to showcase for you guys. The risk to reward gameplay, it's all about R to R's for me, right? How much am I risking to how much can I actually get the reward out of, in my opinion? And then afterwards, when I go home and I jot down in my notes, how much would I've actually gotten? So potential reward also, like I track all of that. And what I notice is I always have a lot of money left on the table, but I always try to manage to get a 2:1 risk to reward trade. In that case, as long as I get a 60% win rate or even a 51% win rate, I will always end up being on the positive side.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, it's just basic math there, guys. Like, that's what I learned essentially when I first started trading. Exactly what Prad just said there. But now looking at NEO from a daily perspective, so you're looking at this consolidation period on NEO, basically going back to March. Looks like the recent high that we have here since going back to March is around that $25 level. It doesn't interest me unless it breaks that $25 level, or maybe I would also say if it reclaims that 200 period moving average, which is around 23.5. I know that's $1.50 off. If I had to choose between them, I would definitely choose that $25 level. But I know some other individuals like to use moving averages as indicators of reigniting a long position or reigniting a short position if it falls below it. So I'm looking for that $25 level on NEO, and from a long-term perspective, in order to initiate a new long. Otherwise, it just doesn't interest me. So hope that helps. Now let's have a look at what AMPX is doing. It looks like we bounced up all the way to $12.25 here, now pulling back into that $12 area. Recall, we're long 12.12, so we're still about 12 pennies, 7 to 8 pennies out of the money here. As we start to bump back up, we're looking for that break of 12.40. So let's go ahead and put a sell order at 12.39, and we'll only take out a piece there. So let's see what it does. If we get some legs back in this one, it's up 28, almost 29% on the day. And it looks like it's gearing up for more, to be honest with you. Volume picking up here, a big green candle coming in. And this is a multi-day runner. Like, you don't have to be an everyday viewer of the show to know that I've been trading this for like the past week and a half. So AMPX has popped up a lot. I'm kind of familiar with it a little bit. It's annoying at times because it does get a little bit spready. But break even on this one so far, looking to take more. Let's see what SPR is up to. SPRO now pulling back into that 50 period. We like to get long sometimes on these low float, small cap crappers at that 50 period. 50 period is currently at $2.60. So, we're not far away from initiating a long here. Having said that, I will have a really tight stop. So if I do get long 260, my stop will be that 249 area. I'm not going to give it more than that because it could just stair step all the way back down, to be honest with you. So, yeah, that's all I have to report in small cap world. It looks like I'm about to get filled here on AMPX, unless obviously it starts tanking down again, Bradley.
Yeah, market bounced from the bottom a little bit and stopped me out on the Microsoft short, but now heading right back to the downside. So I got back in at a better price, basically $239.49 now instead of $239.39, and giving it the same type of risk. Obviously this is Microsoft. You wanna be ready to give Microsoft a little bit of a leeway room, a little bit of a wiggle room, but I'm not ready to do that. I'm not ready to do that. So we're just waiting to time the stock over here perfectly with our entry, with the market breaking the lows, taking out that 37.66, you said?
37.66,
taking out that 37.66 lows. And it is, though. It's doing a great job at bouncing off of that. But the NASDAQ market is still 28 points above 11,500.
Oh, wow.
So I think the NASDAQ market maybe could inch its way to the downside to 11,500, and that would technically allow the SPYs to break that bottom that you're looking at a little bit lower, and then bounce back up to the north side. Obviously, all of these are just theories. We have to wait for the market variables to come out and tell us exactly how the market makers, how the big stack bullies want to dictate the market move for us little stack bullies, right? So we want to be very careful. When we're the little stack, we need to be very careful exactly how we're putting our money into what bets. You can't be going in there with the 7-2 trying to bluff the market with every hand, right? You got to be very calculated. Try waiting for the pocket aces. When you get the pocket aces, just go blind all in, baby. Go blind all in.
I like that. I like that. I like that call. There we go. We're taking off a little piece there. There we go. AMPX now. Come on now. Give me some more. You're not going to pop up and make high of day and then not let me punch out. Let's go, AMPX. The spread opening up to 15 cents here. There's another piece right there. There we go. We got another piece on AMPX. Can we get more? There we go. We got more, baby. We got more, and we're fully out. Let's go, punch. Sometimes these keys don't work. It drives me crazy. Anyway, so now we're out of AMPX. Good little trade there in at 12.12. First piece at that 12.18, second piece 12.28, third piece at that 12.43 level. So not a bad trade on AMPX. And as is typical, I sound like a broken record, but I don't care. As is typical with these small cap crappers, the second it makes a new high, the second it'll flush down. Look at that. Now we're flushing back, and look at this. I mean, Brad, what?
Wow.
Come on.
Oh,
It's
in the
so
infamous
obvious.
Luca voice. Wow.
Wow. Having sat behind Luca for a long time, I can tell you I've heard that more than once. But look at that. It makes a new high. It tanks back down. It's so predictable. You know, I should have just waited for a new high to go in and then taken the short.
If you hear Brendan in your earpiece, it's not for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because by the way, guys, they're shooting a video next to us here. So if there's a bit of noise, it's because they're doing some work on their end too. We don't stop work around here, guys. We're work 24/7. We're in here. Anyway, back to AMPX. Can't believe it flushed down like that. Thankfully, I got everything out, and that's why I scalp these guys. You know, that's why I don't hold these nasty stocks, because they do this kind of move. And I'm kind of getting on myself for not trying to short the top there. I really should have been looking to short the high of day on this, and that's a mistake on me. Now, let's have a look at SPRO. Looks like it created a bit of a base here, guys, at that $12.65, $12.63 level. Let's take a baby long here on SPRO. It's not going to be too big. We'll punch in at that 78 there. We'll see what it does. We'll give this one to 63. So let's go ahead and enter our stop in now, $2.63. We'll give it to $2.60 in case, you know, it goes against us aggressively, but we're looking for a move back up. I do like this support area here. I do like the fact that it was near that 50 period, and I do like that it's up 234% on the day. I don't like that it's a $2 stock, and I don't like the fact that it flushes aggressively. Well, you know, it moved up aggressively too, but it does flush quite aggressively. My long on this one is $2.78. Looking to take out some at that 290 area, guys.
I laugh every time small cap crappers get mentioned. Yeah, that's a good name for that little section over there. I want to talk about Meta platforms real quick as the market tries to still battle that 37.66 area. Meta took out 141 to the downside and is now negative 0.74 on the day. So I took that 141 break short, but slightly out of the money on that stock is myself. And looks like Microsoft also pulled back after being 20-30 cents in the money. So the market's not really pushing to the downside like the way we would like it to, but you know, it's slowly inching its way there. So maybe it's time to really be calculated with your entries on some of these stocks, especially on Meta platforms or Microsoft or even Apple, which recently took out 151, sorry, not 141. Recently took out 151 to the downside, but only went down by what? 3 pennies, 7 pennies to the downside. So not a real break of 151, and now trying to pull back that 37.66 area. Let's actually go look at it because I haven't even seen that area yet. I want to go look at this overnight bottom. That's what he's talking about right there, 37.66 bottom. We did break it by like 3 points, but look how that wick candle, and now we're pushing back above it. Market's really trying to not go too far to the downside today. I know people in the chat are like, is Free Fall Friday here? It's a Thursday, guys. Calm down, okay? It's a Thursday. Let's not count the chickens before they hatch, okay? We need to be patient. Be patient.
A little blue.
When am I not?
That's true, right? And he's got red on his vest too, guys, by the way. David Leung says AMPX is gambling. I gotta disagree, brother. The way that I look at it, I see levels here and I work off those levels. When you're gambling, you don't know what kind of cards you're going to be dealt. But when you're looking at a chart, you see the levels. There's something to glean from the chart, from the price action. So let me just give you one quick example. Look at this flush that we just had. We had an aggressive flush from the high of day, which now is $12.50. And we happen to stop right here at that $12.26 level. Well, why did we stop right there? Is it just like where basically the sellers got overpowered by the buyers? Well, maybe, but there's also an area here, look at this, to tell us this is going to be a key area of support. This was obviously a key area of resistance because it tanked off this level. Now we know what happens when resistance is broken. It becomes a key support level. So look at this. I mean, it stopped exactly at the area where you had the previous resistance point. So you can work off these levels. You know, you don't actually have to, you know, gamble. Now, if you're going to gamble, then you're going to enter at areas where it can do any number of things. But you can increase your chances for success by taking it off levels and keeping your risk. You can manage your risk. You know, you're not going to bet the house on every particular trade. So let's have a look at how our SPRO trade is doing. It's continuing to consolidate sideways. What I don't like about my entry here is that it's at the higher area of consolidation. You know, ideally, if it moves down into that 265 area, 264 area, I will get long again to average down, but I won't change my out, which is that 263 area. So let me go ahead and put in an order for that 264. Give me one sec here, $2.64. We're gonna take less shares than we took at the top there, and there we go. I have that entered in. That's just a bit above the 50 period. And again, my out will be that $2.63 or $2.62. Let me just double check what it is here. So it's $2.63, and then I gave it to $2.60. So if we can get this long here, that will definitely help our cost basis, and we have a profit taker at that $2.90 area. Now let me have a look at my chart. I mean my screener. Pixie is not doing much. Let me bring down my screener so you guys can follow along before we send it back to Prad. Here's the screener here. Here's the move that Pixie made earlier. It halted, I think once. Yeah, it halted once to the top, and then it basically broke down and hasn't reclaimed VWAP. So that does not have me interested in it at all until it can reclaim VWAP. SONN showing up on my scanner. It's a $1.70 stock. You know, offhand, I could tell you I'm probably not going to be interested in it given the amount of shares that it's done and its current price. And it's not loading here for some reason. Hello. There we go. Now it's loading. It looks okay. Stair-stepping up, bouncing off VWAP. I do like the fact that it is respecting VWAP here in terms of dip buys. So SONN, maybe I'll keep that on my side chart. USEA, UC. We've dealt with that one before, making moves up to high of day now at $1.85, currently trading at high of day. So doesn't look too bad, but the volume is a little sparse on that one. AMPX we already know. CNET, let's have a look at CNET here. We talked about this one yesterday. No, definitely not enough volume. So I'm going to stick with the trades that I already have, AMPX and SPRO, Prad.
Yeah, I was just trying to find out what the story for BMY is, and looks like it's a Guggenheim buy rating, reiterating its buy rating at least. And LOY got approved for a drug. BMY has a similar drug sympathy play, possibly, says Brendan in our chat. So for that reason, look at this stock today. Absolute rocket ship from its open until now. Launching. Had a separation stage where the booster rocket separated itself, and then this stock launches into the outside of the atmosphere and on its trajectory towards towards Pluto at this point. Like, it's just insane move for the stock from $69 to 71, right? Yeah.
You know I love my space, so that was a sick analogy.
Yeah, takes off, booster rocket separation into the outside of the atmosphere, and now straight to Pluto at this point, man. I actually want to see if 71 can come into play. Noticing this weekly range, it's so wonky. The 77 high, we got a 69 low. So because of the range over here, I'm gonna ignore it, and I'm gonna go to this range consolidation instead because it's a little bit cleaner. So this range consolidation bottom at 72. Pretty close to that 50-period EMA that you see, that Tiffany blue line down here. And also this range consolidation high around $76 also happens to be around the high of these two candles right here. Could maybe squeeze up to 76 or 77 a little bit, but that's the overall idea, 76 to 77. And we got a range all the way from maybe 71 to 72 over here as resistance. So this stock could easily pull up to 71 or even 72 if it wanted to. But can it do it today is the question. Market successfully did bounce from that number that Sharif threw at us earlier. That happened to be the overnight low. I want to see if the NASDAQ did something close to that too, because I just pulled a number out of my butt randomly, the 11,500 number. Okay. I don't know if it's an actual significant number or not, because, you know, I'm not a futures trader, right? But so if we look at it, the overnight number on the NASDAQ was 11,550. We went under that slightly to 11,512. For NASDAQ, 50 points, 20 points is not really that much. So I would say it still held the overnight bottom in one way.
All right, guys, we got filled on our SPRO dip trade here. So for breaks, that 260 level, we are going to be out. Our cost basis now on there we go. So now we're out of that. So we're wrong. Not a big deal. A very small, very manageable loss. To be honest with you, it didn't really cost me much, just because of the nature of the stock being priced so small and the ranges being small here. Otherwise, you know, it could have been worse for me. I took some decent size there on the dip trade too. So we're at a SPRO. We're wrong for now. I'm going to wait for the volume to come back into this one to the upside, not the downside, because we are getting an increase in volume, but it is more downside related. Let me just take this super chat real quick. The Hayes Records sends a $1.99 super chat, and he said, made a rookie mistake, minus 10%, $300 on PRST. Yeah, I saw that this morning. It's actually up on my side scanner, or was. Let's have a look at that one quick. PRST, it's a NASDAQ stock. Yes, it is. Let's look at PRST for the Hayes Records here. Yeah, it's a concoction of halts from this morning. Look at this. I mean, one halt here, another halt here, another halt, another halt, another halt, another halt. Yeah, this is just annoying. You know, if it can't stay open and the spreads open up on it, especially as that starts to move quite aggressively, it gets a little annoying. So if you're a rookie and you haven't been trading these small cappers all that long, I would suggest stay away from the stocks that are halting often, that can't seem to stay open. And even if when they stay open, they have aggressive moves to the upside or the downside. So that'll really depend on whether you're long or short, whether you get burned there. Looks like it's slowing down a little bit here. Volume is definitely slowing down, but it's stair-stepping up. So let's see if it can reclaim VWAP. It'll definitely be more interesting for me if it can reclaim that 675 area, which is where VWAP is currently trading at. And yeah, if it does, we'll have a look at it. It's up 20% on the day. Right now, the spread's 4 cents, so it's not too bad. You know, despite the fact that it is a $6 stock, it should be a little bit tighter. And yeah, basically PRST, I'll put that on my side chart too, because I definitely was interested in it earlier, PRST. And then Frey, I see Frey doing some moves here, guys. Let's switch to Frey real quick. Is that a NASDAQ stock? No, it's not. FREY. I think it's Amex from yesterday. No, I was wrong on that too. FREY, New York stock. Come on. Yes, it is a New York stock. Looks like it's making big boy moves here on Frey. Only up 6.25% on the day. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's see what we got. We had this resistance level clear here, resistance level at 1625. It looks like it's broken through that. Top wick on PRST for the day, or sorry, on Frey is 1657. Yeah, ignore this here, which is probably the institutional orders at 8 a.m. Those don't count. Those are dark pool prints. I don't really have a plan on this one. I have to watch it a little bit more in order to figure out how I'm going to get into it. I traded it a couple of days ago or yesterday or something like that. So I am familiar with it from earlier this week, but I need to watch a little bit. Look, gleaning right now, I'm seeing maybe that $16 level will be an interesting dip trade. I also see potential at $16.25. There does seem to be some support around there. Well, we'll watch this one and see what comes of it, Brad.
I'm currently trying to build into an AMD long, seeing if AMD can bounce from the lower days over here and push up to the north side, but it's not really doing that exactly. We're 11-10 cents out of the money. 71 just broke back to the downside, and now we're under 70 by a couple pennies, by not too many pennies. So as long as we can build back above 71 and hold 71 on the biz, I'll be happy with it. Let's see if AMD can have a nice little bounce like Microsoft did and pulled back to 240. Even Apple pulled back from its low of what was it? The low of days 150.91, and now heading back to where we were actually short to begin the day with, which is 152. Sucks that we didn't believe in the trade as much as we wanted to. We only got 50 cents out of that trade. We would have gotten a lot more out of it if we were a little bit more faithful or we had a little bit more confidence. Nothing to do with faith. If we had a little bit more confidence in our executions over there and our trade setup to begin with. A couple positions continuing to move back north along with the market. Apparently is our boy Long Neckosaurus Dino. This is, I forget what this is, Dino St. Clair, is that the name? I smell popcorn. HF St. Clair.
Yeah, something like
HF
that.
St. Clair Dino is a sticker because it used to be Dino before, or their logo is Dino. HF St. Clair currently taking out the highs and pushing to the north side, looking like a good day for Dino yet again. Yesterday was a good day for them. Sadly, turned around with the rest of the market and turned sour. Microsoft CEO is confident about Activision deal approval, handling of economy. ATVI actually having a great day to the north side today. ATVI up about 1.25%, holding VWAP $76 over here, holding that barrier and moving back to the north side. If ATVI comes back into the play, and by that I mean when it really starts moving crazy amount of volume in a nice tight range, I'll be there to put some damage on that position without doubt. Another catalyst for Activision actually that came out today, I believe it's today. No, it came out a while ago, 7th of September, that Sony's, I actually need to read this. PlayStation for a limited time inadequate. Announced $69 billion. Yeah, we know that. In January, has pledged to keep. Oh, that's right, because obviously, if Microsoft buys out Activision, Microsoft is Xbox based, and Sony has a deal for or Call of Duty of some sorts over here to keep it on PlayStation. So they're just having a battle over there. But Xbox did say that they will keep an agreement with PlayStation over there and continue. Joining hands with it. I believe the purpose of not academy level failed to take account of the impact of our games. The airing of private negotiation comes from Microsoft and Sony to move secure pipeline with the flurry of deals, advanced technology could damage the industry if Microsoft refused to give. Okay, yeah, it could damage it. I mean, imagine the X amount of PlayStation players that wouldn't be able to play Call of Duty. That would be pretty big.
Yeah, definitely. AMPX here made a little bit of a bounce off VWAP. I mean, it didn't hold it to the T, dipped a little bit below it to around that 1095 area, but that was just a wick. It closed above it, and now it looks like it's curling back a little bit, but I kind of still don't trust it a little bit here. I definitely need to see the same vigor on the way up as I saw on the way down. Like, I mean, look at this sell-off. It's just aggressive. So let's go. I've got AMPX. I'm not ignoring it. I'm looking at it here. I just want to make sure that it's going the right way. If this is not just a quick pop above VWAP and then a dip back down. And I think the more interesting trade here, or maybe I've missed it, is to take that dip trade off VWAP. So we'll see. I'm watching AMPX, still watching it. Frey still doing its thing, stair stepping up. I like that. Let's see if we can break the high of day. What I like about this one is when it made a high of day, it didn't flush immediately. And we've seen that with a lot of these other stocks, where this one here, I think Frey is 1657, high of day, currently trading at 1643. It didn't flush. It pulled back a little bit, maybe 10, 20 cents or so. That's nothing. Look at the move on AMPX here from high of day. Basically dropped to over $1. Yeah, $1 and change anyway. So Frey looks like it's a bit more of a safer trade at the moment. Just really not 100% sure where to punch in. Do I just punch in here, and where would my out be? Looks like we're about to reclaim that 650 level again. I like the strength on this one. Let's take a baby long on fray. Let's go ahead here. Looks like we're let's see if it breaks above 50 and holds above it decisively. We'll wait for that one. Currently, you know, I see 48s on the ask. There we go. So now we're breaking 50. Is it going to hold? There we go. So we'll punch in the long there. We took a baby long. Our out will be the 634 area. So let's go ahead and punch that in now. 1634, sorry. So we'll put 1633 and we'll give it to 1629. And that'll be we're currently a couple of pennies out of the money on this one. No biggie. We're looking for a high of daybreak, but you know, this one could be stair-stepping back down. That's why I'm giving it to this level here. If this level breaks at 1633 level, then, you know, I'm out of this one. I'll have to wait for a new re-entry. What I don't like right now about what it did is it didn't hold 1650 when it reclaimed it. It reclaimed it, held above it for a couple of seconds, and then dipped right back below it. You know, I'm not saying that that's going to be indicative of the price action going forward, but it's not something that I really like. And Brad,
Can you spin the ball?
No, I can't.
Huh? I was
I'm not good
trying
at
to say.
basketball.
Neither am I.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have a good ball day today. I think the whole office almost is heading out to the ball court.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be a good one. Yo, Wayne, do you mind grabbing the ball and give it to Brankos after? Thank you, brother. Yeah, we're gonna have a great time with ball today. But the AMD is not giving me a good time right now as it's pulling back to the downside. I actually keystroked into a more size than I wanted to, so I'm just gonna punch out of this trade at the moment. Take that loss as the market's getting ready to pull back, and maybe look for a re-entry into Apple or Microsoft to the downside, as Microsoft is really struggling near $240. I'm gonna actually do this real quick on Microsoft. You guys will see that, and in the meantime, we can go over some super chats. So here are some super chats that we might have missed out today and also yesterday. There's a bunch of check marks over here, so I don't have to read that. But we got 40 rupees from Tamil Nadu. Okay, that's almost like neighbors from where I am in India. I'm from Hyderabad, so that's my neighboring province, neighboring state. Hello, Vinod. Quickly looking at the market to make sure my Microsoft trade isn't squeezing me. Here's my Microsoft position, currently short 239.91. It is pulling against me by 10 pennies. Where's the 100-period EMA at? The 100-period EMA is 45 cents above where we currently are, so that's not a good indication, honestly. But we're chilling. Market's trying to pull back over here. We'll try to finesse this trade for ourselves. In the meantime, like I said, let's head back to the Super Chat realm. Super Chat world is saying, what happened to, it doesn't matter, Super Chat's the open. But thank you for the $2 Super Chat there. Super Chat for Thursdays. Okay, there we go. The open. Robert Isaac. NVIDIA 127 breakdown. Sure. Pretty sure that one's already way past done now, but we can go take a look at it. NVDA on NQ 127 short. Yeah, I mean, you would already have made money if you had that one. So if you do have it, congratulations. The market paid you for your trades today for the short side. And no matter what stock, I guess not no matter, because Microsoft didn't really go down. But for the most part, most stocks did push the downside off the shorts. Coming back to Super Chats over here. Where are we? Read that one. Read that one. Why'd you put that in there, bro? Come on. Pop. My first time. Yeah, you read most of the other Super Chats for the midday, so thank you, Shuri, for keeping us on course.
Yeah, no worries there. Took a dip trade on AMPX near VWAP with a tight stop. If this breaks at 10, I think 94 I put out for that. I got in at 11.15. If it breaks 10.94, I'm out. My theory or my thesis is here or my approach, whatever you want to call it, is to take that VWAP dip. I saw a nice little dip here on VWAP, and a nice bounce back up. That could have given you a 40-cent winner. That's acceptable in my books. If it breaks it decisively, I'm out. You know, when you're wrong, you're wrong. Looking here at Frey, still a couple of pennies out of the money. We're long 653 on Frey, currently trading at 1653, currently trading at 1639. So we're a couple of pennies off on that one. It looks like I may get stopped out here if it breaks this support level here. And, you know, if that's just the way it is, let's see what happens. I've set my stop. It won't be a big loss for me. It looks like it's forming a little bit of a double top, so we'll see how that one works. Back to AMPX. Looks like I may get stopped out on AMPX here. It's just dove down aggressively, but I see 11 on the ask. Okay, so the level 2 is a little bit, yeah, 11 on the bid. Okay, so I'm out of fray. There we go. So, yeah, too bad for me. A loss on fray there. Am I completely out of it? Yes, now I'm completely out of the position. Too bad for me on fray, and looks like too bad for me on AMPX. I'm out of both of them. Stopped out on both. Hey, that's just the way it is, you know. You got to manage your losses on these ones. Definitely not big losses, but they are losses. So, too bad. I am now 0 for 3. SPRO, I'm negative. Fray, I'm negative. AMPX, I'm negative. That's just the way it works sometimes, guys. You know, you win some, you lose some, but I've definitely got a lot more left in the tank, and we got another like 2 hours and 15 minutes. So, I got plenty of time to make up on these ones, Brad.
Yeah, market's trying to continue pull back, maybe, so shorting Microsoft and Meta might not be the right idea. But Meta, you know, what? It said Meta was down 5% at one point. Meta's actually up 0.1%, so it's not down at all. My software glitch over there made me jump into a trade that I wouldn't have jumped in if I would have not seen that number. But either way, we believe in the short side for the market, which is down 1.3% for the NASDAQ market. Trying to pull back though off of those bottoms that we mentioned earlier at the S&P 500, which is 37.66. So if this market wants to continue pull back, I don't think I want to hold on to my shorts on Meta platforms. I think I'd much rather just let it pull back to the 100-period EMA near 143 and much rather be short near 143. There, look at that push right now. Beautiful push. I guess we should have just held our longs on AMD and other stocks over there. They're moving to the north side pretty well. Here goes AMD, not really moving up though. AMD just hung out at the bottom over there. Microsoft still trying to push up to the north side above 240. 50-cent move on Microsoft right back to the 100-period EMA. Apple also probably near 152. It is near 152. So Apple near VWAP near 152. Let's see if this stock, which is the leader of the ringleader, right? He's he, she, whatever Apple is. Apple's probably just an Apple, right? No gender, nothing.
No.
So Apple is the leader of the tech basket for the most part, and you would expect this one to be positive on the day when Microsoft's positive and Meta's positive, but it's the other way around. So that's why I'm bearish. Let the market pull back to VWAP. Let Microsoft, Meta platforms, and Apple pull back a little bit higher, and then we can get shorts at a better spot.
All right, couple of things I want to address here. Trader Mark in the chat says, Sharif, have you tried IBKR with TradingView? No, I actually haven't, but I heard that they can now actually connect the two, which is interesting because when I first started using IBKR, I despised the charts. Like, I mean, I can't even describe to you the level of anger that would fuel within me at some of the chart features because I was so used to using TradingView and like a more friendly type chart. But as I've been using IBKR, like now I'm going on 3 years almost using this bad boy, it has I've just grown on me. So I haven't really seen the need to switch to TradingView, but I know that that's been in the works for a while. I know that they actually came to fruition lately or recently, excuse me. So I haven't actually tried that. And I think you also have to have a pro account with TradingView, which I don't because I don't need it. I mean, I have everything I need on my work terminal and on my personal terminal. So, but yeah, thank you for letting me know about that. I did remember that. Okay, I can't say this guy's username because, it's not PG. Little Smelly Something sends a $2 super chat and says, holding BYND put since yesterday, 1736. Awesome. Let's have a look at BYND. We all know what Beyond has been up to this week because of their CEO losing his self-control and biting somebody's nose. But hey, good for you for holding those puts. It's down 7% on the day. I think it opened up at that $16.10 level, currently trading at $14.80. So thumbs up to you. I mean, I'm holding thumbs up. You can't see it on the camera now, but good for you. That's a good short. It's definitely a calculated short going with the news trend there. You know, it hasn't been a great product lately. I know that they've been trying to collab with some restaurants, but it really hasn't been going their way, to be honest with you. So BYND short, good on you. Not much to report there. Having a look at the current stocks that we were interested in. AMPX now pulling back towards that 200 period. Definitely not interested in this unless it's a short, and I have to look to see if we have shorts available for this. Now it's up 13.76%. It was up a lot higher. I think it was almost up 30% when we got into it here for that winner. AMPXO doing nothing. SPRO also doing nothing, continuing to sell off. Let's see how SPRO acts towards that VWAP area around $2.30. No planned trades here, guys. Everything going in the wrong direction. Frey consolidating, but what I see here is lower lows and lower highs. Even though they're not by any pronounced amount, the fact of the matter is it's making lower lows and lower highs. I'm not taking it long, Brad.
Yeah, Snowflake pulling all the way back to my original entry, so I'm now getting back into that trade, just putting some damage, or trying to put some damage at least, on a stock that has been paying me my most money today. It's going to be Snowflake, it's going to be Datadog. Both of them pulled back a decent amount. Datadog didn't pull back all the way to the spot that I would like it to. Looks like it's actually going to find a little bit of a barrier in front of above $91, and the market's showing me a red candle on the new 5-minute candle that it's forming. So if that candle is going to form red before we even move to VWAP for both of these markets, then I could see Datadog over here not really being able to pull back all the way to my entry where I want to take more size in. Snowflake, as soon as we enter, we were already 40 cents in the money on that position. So clearly, Snowflake doesn't really have that buying pressure, buying power behind it to allow it to continue keep on going to the north side. But if it does, we'll be ready to add a little bit more at the 50-period EMA, and then our line in the sand will be somewhere north side of that to make sure that we're not giving back our whole day on the stock that has been our number 1 trade of the day. So keep in mind of your market environment. Keep in mind of the variables that you're tracking, such as your UVXY, what the volatility is doing on the market, what the stock sector is doing at the moment. Snowflake, I believe, is a cloud company, right?
Yep.
So what other cloud companies are doing, such as maybe Dropbox, even Amazon, even though Amazon is not like just cloud, there's a lot more.
Yeah, of course,
but you wanna kind of track all those stocks in the same kind of realm to see how they're moving.
No question about that. I'm seeing some rumblings, in the chat about Rumble. You like that, guys? Rumblings about Rumble. Okay, so Rumble obviously is something that we've been trading basically all week since it IPO'd, or SPAC'd, sorry, not IPO. It's doing well. I mean, up over 11% on the day, and if we can zoom out here, it's basically one move up. Obviously, there was an aggressive move down here at the bell, but it reclaimed VWAP and it reclaimed its highs, and now it's made, I believe the high of day on Rumble is $13.69. So where are we currently trading at? We're trading at $13.45, not that far off highs. Now, am I going to enter it now? No, definitely not. Let's look for some support levels. Even though this hasn't worked for me today, but I got to stick to my plan. I see some support here at 1340. I see another area of support around that 1320. Let's see how this one acts. Has it made its final move to the upside? Now it's going to start stepping down. Let's see. I just started watching it now. I actually had a really good trade on it at my desk earlier this morning. Let me try to get that for you guys here. How come it's not letting me move back, Brad? Let's see. Why isn't it letting me move back the...
Hit that little circle button.
This one here, right?
And then try.
Yeah,
and then
see,
zoom out. Sometimes it bugs out.
Anyway, it's bugging out. Let's zoom out here. I had a good trade on it around this area here right before pre-market. By like 10-15 minutes or something like that. Anyway, profitable trade on me for Rumble. I don't want to give back money on this one, but I'm looking for either that 1340 or that 1320 level for dips on it. I'm not going to take the high of day breaks. You know what's been happening lately when you make high of days. Like if you had taken this high of day break here, you would have pulled back. So look for dips on this one, guys. Let's switch back here to Frey continuing to pull back, currently at that 50-period moving average. That makes it interesting. Let's see. But as I said earlier on Frey, lower highs, lower lows, not the kind of combination you want for a long. AMPX, though, showing a little bit of support around that 200 period. It reclaimed the 200 period here to the downside, but it is bouncing off it a little bit. Is it going to consolidate, break above, or break down? There's not much distance between the 200 period and VWAP. 200 period is around 1070, while VWAP's around 1105. So we'll continue to watch AMPX going forward. NSPRO now looks like it's found a bottom, at least temporarily, at that $2.45 to 50 cent level. Let's see if it starts bouncing back up and reclaiming the 200, or we get a move back down to VWAP or the 200 period moving average, Brad. We'll see. We'll see.
Yes, sir. Currently watching Sava squeezing to the north side, 15% to the north side with 6 million shares traded today, and that would keep it at oh, there we go. That would keep it at a relative volume of 2.77. Anytime a relative volume above 2, that means that stock is really in play. Anytime over 1, it means it has equal volume to the relative scale of X amount of days that the formula uses for. So now we're seeing 2.7, almost 3 times relative volume for the stock just launching to the north side. Yesterday, or not yesterday, 2 days ago, it also did a similar mover. It went from $29 to $39, and today we're going from $36 to $46 most likely at the rate that the stock is going. Every time it squeezes $10 at a time apparently. So be ready if you're shorting the stock to obviously get some pain on your side, and if you're not managing that trade, it is. But if you're managing it, congratulations to yourself, because you might have had some opportunities to win on the short side. The most of the moves for this position are clearly to the long side today, such as the moves on the market at the moment from the lows. The market squeezing me on my Apple and my Microsoft shorts. Here's my Apple shorts, currently around VWAP and pretty close to my stop too, so that's why I'm watching them like a hawk. And Meta Platforms also trying to break the 100 period EMA, and if it manages to do that, I'll be getting out somewhere close to the high of these candles right here, 143.50. So just patiently waiting, guys, for the market environments to tell me if I'm wrong on these trades or if I'm right on these trades. You know, it's like we always do in this time. Anyways, like we always say, you just have your rule set, have your plan, and don't deviate from said plan. It's when you start deviating from plan and start making up new equations for the plan is when you start screwing things up. And what is it? Too many cooks spoil the recipe. You have a recipe already. Don't ruin it by including more cooks, and by more cooks I mean more indicators, more outside noise that does not require to be in there. Don't put too many cooks in the kitchen, baby. Just enjoy your bakery recipe that you cooked for so long.
I like that. No, that's a sick analogy. I do appreciate that, Brad. Guys, ELBM just showed up on my scanner, and it's making big boy moves here. Looks like the volume just came in at that 11:30 time slot here. It did halt to the downside. It made a huge move up. What's the news catalyst on this one? DJ Electra battery materials? No, I don't see anything here. 1 second. Trading resumption. Okay, so it looks like Electra, which is ELBM, and LG Energy Solutions signed a 3-year cobalt supply agreement. Okay, so we know what cobalt is for. It's being used for batteries, EVs mostly. So cobalt, lithium, and a few other things are on a lot of people's radars these days, especially because they're having real trouble scaling batteries for EVs, and that's kind of what's holding back a lot of the production, in addition to the microchip shortage too. So ELBM made a move here. Now, is it going to be like just a one-off move and then we're going to pull back? Don't know. Watching it, it's up 28, almost 29% on the day. I was thinking to go long here, but I didn't punch because it didn't show me the kind of size that I wanted to see on the bid to support my punching. So not punching here. We're going to see what kind of movement we get at the support level. And if I had to glean a support level real quick, I'm looking at 365 to 360, currently trading at 375. So if we can make new highs here on this candle, maybe 390, then I'll consider it. But otherwise, I'd like to have a possible dip trade on this one so that I don't get blown out. RUM now basically at the 50 period moving average. It looks like it's stair-stepping down a little bit. Not too interested in it. Volume is dropping off significantly on that one. And Frey broke the 50 period now, heading to the downside. This is an invitation to short, to be honest with you. Let's go ahead and short this guy here. Oh, wow, it already dipped below the area we want to get in. But anyway, we're going to hold this one short. We're looking to cover on this one around 16, maybe even that 1595 area, which happens to also be the 200 period moving average. Our entry on this one is 1611, currently trading at 1608. So maybe we'll have better success on the short side on Frey than we did on the long side. Definitely, we had a couple of good winners on Frey to the long side, but we're still negative on it, sadly. So those are my plans for today. I'm watching ELBM. In addition to SRPO, you know, looks like it's also stepping back down. Frey and Rumble. Those are the ones I'm looking at, guys.
Yeah, currently looks like our shorts are actually going to pay as the market is pulling back. So Apple, Meta platforms both pulled back about 20 points in the money for us, or 20 cents. But now they're moving back up north slightly. But I'm not worried about that move back up north. I'm not worried about the move in the market north in the first place, because there's not much volume here in the market moving north side. We're heading into 12 o'clock right now. It's 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Market, we know, will be going into lower volume periods as we go into 12 o'clock. So we could slowly stair step all the way to VWAP and then fail VWAP on the market. So at this point, it's just managing your trades and being careful about what you're doing, because any new position you get into, you're most likely fighting against algorithms. The only person you're gonna get a fill from after 12 o'clock is either, I'm sorry, but a trader who's tilted and trying to make their money back, right? Or B, a trader who's being greedy and trying to extend their wins on the day and is not happy with their wins that they have already banked. Or C, it's an algorithm. That's the only three people you're getting fills from at this time of the day. Obviously, winning from a tilted trader, because someone's got to lose for you to win. Winning from a tilted trader will be probably the easiest thing you could do. But there's not many out of them over there that they're gonna still hang out and do that, right? The traders who are greedy, they're a little bit not as easy as the traders who are tilted, but they're still on the easier end compared to the algorithms. And then when you're fighting the algorithms, it's just you're fighting the Matrix, you're fighting Neo, and good luck with that, right? He's the chosen one, and he's gonna put some real damage into you. So you always gotta know what time frame you're trading in. The breakouts work at 9:30 all the way up to maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock. The reversal trades work around 12 o'clock, and then you see the power move coming in or the sour hour coming in, whatever direction the market decides to push towards at 3 o'clock.
So just like in an annoying development here, PRST is blocked in our system, so I requested that it get unblocked. But as I say that, I tried to punch in twice, and I got error message saying trader has no available accounts for symbol. So it's it's frustrating sometimes, when stocks are kind of relative unknowns and then they just show up out of nowhere. The firm has to manage risk, and so they don't allow us to access it. But that same thing happened for Rumble. We got access to that pretty quickly. But PRST here making aggressive moves, reclaiming VWAP quite nicely after bouncing off it from the downside. That VWAP reclaim was 670, currently trading at 722. So yeah, PRST making good moves here. Let's have a look at our Frey short. It's continuing to consolidate sideways. I have my stop set in on Frey, but yeah, PRST is the one that's got all my attention, sadly, but I can't punch into that one. Let me just make sure my request went through to Gregory. There we go. Okay, so sent him that. Let's see what else is going on in small cap world. I don't see much, to be honest with you. Pixie's doing all of nothing. Let's bring down my scanner so you guys can follow along. Here we go. There we go. So Pixie's doing nothing. I see Talk showing up there. Let's see what Talk is doing. It's barcoding Sava. Sava just showed up here. There we go. Sava making big boy moves. Okay, so let's pull this one up. Oh, jeez. Of course I had to do that. There we go. Let's move this one up. Maximize it, and then switch from PRST to Sava because we can actually trade Sava. There we go. Sava is making aggressive moves to the high side. Let's see if we can just load up the chart here. Okay, so that 45 break reclaimed quite aggressively. Look at that bounce, Brad, from that 41.20 area that we had, and now it's at 45. Oh, wow. We missed the move on Sava, definitely, because Sava Sciences always making moves. I don't know where to get into this one other than to chase it. You don't have good levels on this one, not on the 1 minute chart anyway. I'll have to go back to the daily. Let's flip back to the daily. Hope it doesn't crash on me. It has a tendency to do that. Okay, so there we go. We're at 46. So the next level here will definitely be that 49, I believe. Yes, 49 is the most recent high above 46. And then above that, we're looking at 51 and change, almost 52. And then it looks like the most recent high is at 56 level. So let's switch back to that 1 minute, see what we can do on this one. Do we punch and pray on this one, Brad, or do we hold off and try to get a dip trade? I really don't know at the moment.
That's a question you ask for yourself. I can't help you with that. Non-financial advisor here.
Of course.
But yeah, currently Meta squeezing me. I punched out and I punched back in. I think this will be my last attempt on that stock. Apple also pulling back to the north side. The market just dying out of volume. Everything just very confusing at the moment. Snowflake, I'm trying to take more size on that because Snowflake has been the best trade of the day for me. Let's see if it can pull up a little bit higher. Come on, no, don't go down yet. Pull up a little bit higher. Give me my size and then dump it.
So high.
Oh, 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 oh. Look like a Celine Dion on fire. I'm the king of Leon Lewis.
Hey, this guy's got it all memorized.
Please tell me how to respond to students and refresh the memory and restart the page and go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just trading right now, so you can.
It's Kanye, baby. You put Kanye in me, I'm gonna keep going all day. I'll keep going all day with Kanye, especially if it's My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy.
Oh, it's one of the best albums.
We'll go all day. There was a day when Greg and I got too drunk on a Friday night, and I couldn't go home because it was too late for me to take a bus home, right? So we take a bus to his house. And we're singing this exact same song, and we're just rapping lyric to lyric. Like he would throw a lyric at me, I would throw a lyric back at him. He would throw, and we'd just go back and forth the same
I didn't
song.
know Greg was into that.
Greg's a big Kanye fan too.
Boom!
Greg loves Kanye.
Big trade on Sava, guys. Now we're back in the green, and we're loving life. Sorry to interrupt you, Pradley, but look at this,
go
guys.
for it.
We got in. Where did we get in on Sava here? We got 45.97. We took out the first piece here at 46.16, and then we did actually got top wick here at 46.58. Great little trade on Sava. Brings me back in the green. Pumped about that. I'm flat. Wow, that's fair to be on Frey because I was out of the money on this one. Looks like it's making its move back down to the downside here on Frey, but this is all the action here. Sava making big boy moves to the upside, now up 22%.
Big boy.
It blew through that 46 level like nobody's business, guys. So,
is it possible that Luca was talking about this stock because this one has a really high short flow?
I think you might actually
Sava has
be right.
like a 30% short flow.
I think you may be right. Let me just
It could
check
be
here.
this stock that he was talking about.
Yeah, because it was early in the morning, so I know exactly where to look. SPRO, 250 million for, what's 50% IO? What does that mean?
IO, I think
I don't know what it is.
interest, open interest maybe? Interest open?
Well,
that's
for
like
options,
for
though.
options?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm guessing that's what it is. I've seen him say IO before, but I don't know what it actually is.
Mateo, Spro Therapeutics, off exchange short volume ratio 66.32. What does that
Anyone
mean?
in institutional ownership. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat.
Thank you, bro. Jeez, institutional ownership. We should know that.
Yeah.
We should know that, but it's okay.
I've never heard you say IO before, so that's
I
like
know,
I'm
right?
learning.
Institutional
I'm learning.
Yes, sir. Okay. Pumped about the Sava trade, guys. Not very pleased with the fact that Frey is back out of the money here. I've got my stop on Frey. I'm not going to even give it 1 penny more. If it breaks, it breaks. It's a short anyway against the stock that's up on the day, so I'm going against the trend, and that kind of makes it a little bit more risky. So we're going to continue to watch these. I've got them all on my sideboard. Chat, light me up. If something comes up like Sava there, I obviously missed about $3 of the move on Sava. And if anything, guys, light me up in the chat. You guys know how to get me at Sharif. Press the add button and type in my name, and then I'll see it in red on the side screen. Otherwise, if you're trying to get my attention, I won't be able to see it because it won't be in red. Looks like I'm gonna get stopped out of Frey here any second. Do I still have my order in for that one? It looks like I've given it to from 1626 to 1629, so we're still a few pennies away, Brad.
The plan was to drink until the pain over. But what's worse, the pain or the hangover?
Yes.
Fresh air rolling down the window. Too many Urkels on your team. That's why your win's low.
You know
Don't
where
make
that
me pull
comes
the
from?
toy. I know. Well, the
Family Matters.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Urkel, Winslow.
Yeah.
Man, he's too clever,
Don't make
bro.
me pull the toys out, huh? Don't make me pull the toys.
So
Fire
I'm out.
the engines.
I'm
All right,
out of Frey,
I'm
guys.
done with Kanye.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm out of Frey for a loser on that one. Small loser. thankfully, because it was a baby short. But I'm still kind of flying off the Sava long there. Very good trade, but my accuracy is low today. Thankfully, the Sava win was big because it's kind of brought me back to break even.
Hell yeah.
But, you know, I'm 1 for 4. So that's not a good percentage to have.
Well, as long as you can risk to reward the crap out of it, you should be good.
We'll see. We'll see.
Currently, my meta platform's looking like it wants to pay me a little bit. My units per share says I'm 20 points in the money, 20 cents in the money on that trade. And Apple absolutely flat, and the market trying to continue to go back to the upside, at least not really like running to the upside towards VWAP for the NASDAQ or the SPY. So that's a good thing. So if a market can pull back over here, I'll be smiling with both thumbs up. There we go. Meta platforms pulling back a little bit more. Now 35 pennies in the money for Meta. And Snowflake did give me more size. So we got more bad boy size on Snowflake, exactly where we needed to be. So I'm Birdman Sandusky rubbing my hands right now, getting for this flush on Snowflake, on Meta platforms, on Apple, on Deutsche Bank, and on Datadog. Sadly, Datadog didn't pull back to where I wanted to pull back to take more size. I did mention earlier, if you guys remember, or you can rewind the video, that if this market pulls back to VWAP, then I can expect Datadog to pull back. But if this market's not pulling back to VWAP, then I most likely have to move my order to the downside, ruin my risk to reward a little bit in the hopes that the stock moves back to the downside and actually breaks 90 today. I'm doubtful if it breaks 90 today. Look at the weekly resistance. Weekly low is 89.37. I'm pretty doubtful if the stock can break $90 today, especially if the S&P 500 cannot break that low from overnight, which is 37.66, as Sharif has mentioned multiple times throughout the day. So you just want to, you know, keep those variables in the back of your head a little bit while you're trying to make some of these executions, not executions. Anyways, we're going to take some profits over here on Meta platforms, which is 60 cents in the money currently. So thank you, Meta. After putting some real pain in my blotter today, at least you're bringing back some of that money for me. And now I can't wait to turn Meta platforms into a bigger winner in case we break VWAP, go back to 141, where our first short of the day on Meta started. Meta now 70 cents in the money. Go Meta, go. Go Meta, go. Apple also pushing down 20 cents in the money on Apple. Go Apple, go. I have an order already around 151.60 to take some profits. So if that can come out to play for me, we'll have a lot of fun. And look at Snowflake, baby. Snowflake, $1 in the money once again. My #1 stock of the day continues to be my #1 stock of the day. But let's see if we can use Apple and DDOG and Meta platforms to boost our P&L through the roof up a little bit. We're loving today. We're enjoying this day today. I hope you guys are too. And if you are, baby, smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, smash all those bells and notification stuff that you can to help us out with the YouTube algorithm. We would appreciate a lot.
Look at Sava. Looks like it bounced off that 45 quite nicely here. Let's see if it continues to make a move up, or this is going to be the beginning of a stair step down. No biases here. Looking at my Frey short, this infuriates me because I literally got stopped out top wick and it moved right back down. If that's not stop hunting, I don't know what is. That's very frustrating for me anyway, because I had the right idea, just my stop levels were wrong. I mean, I don't know where to keep the stop levels, man. I try to keep them off levels that I identify on the chart, but that's very frustrating. Anyway, so the Frey short looks good again. I'm thinking about really getting in here. If it breaks that 1610, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think this through live here, but I definitely see a Frey short going forward. That looks like a flat bottom breakdown. Let's go ahead and take this Frey short again. All right, well, now we're making moves down. We're short at 1608, currently trading at 1604. Let's take out a piece at 1604 here. So we're going to buy a little bit at 1604. Are we going to get filled? Not yet. Soon, soon, soon. Fill. It broke the level. Fill. There we go. We got filled. Beautiful. There we go. Now we're down to 16. Are we going to get filled for more? There we go. Beautiful bottom wick on that one. Now we've got 58% of the position left, making up for that dumb. There we go. Come on. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Sorry, guys. I'm
Thank
getting
God
a
that
little
Fahad's busy right now with the other show because he's not putting my dance. He put him on. He's not putting my. He's not putting my. Give me more. Anyways, go ahead.
Thankfully, he had the guts to re-enter that short. I knew I saw a short there, you know what I mean? But anyway, hey, it would have been better if we had it from up here, right? And we didn't get stopped out, but that's just the name of the game. Now we're looking for a decisive break below 16, flirting with that 15.99 level and 16.02 level on the ask. I'm going to put my break even, I'm going to put my out at break even, so it's going to go in at 16.10. Let's go ahead and put that now for the remaining amount of shares, $16.11. We're going to buy $16.13. There we go. So if it moves back up into that area, now the only thing that concerns me here before I send it back to Prad is that we're flirting with that 200 period. And a lot of people, you know this, I don't have to tell you, a lot of people use that 200 period for their ins, their outs, their support levels, their resistance levels. There we go. Let's break below it, baby. Give me more. Give me more. There we go. Frey giving me more. Give me what I'm asking. We're sending it back to Prad.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. A fool can't be fooled again, baby. That's
Yes,
3
sir.
strikes and I'm not out.
Yes,
That's 3 strikes
sir.
and a home run for your boy Sharif. Let's go. Woo. And not only is it a home run for your boy Sharif, I'm over here Sandusky rubbing my hands,
There
baby.
you
You
go.
know it. I'm Birdman right now. Brrr. We're making that cash. We're making that money. And I can finally be loud again because they're done filming. So now we can go back to putting some energy into a pep in our step over here. Let's
Yes,
go.
sir.
Snowflake in the money, $1.48. Sorry, $1, but Datadog up $1.48. Apple 44 cents in the money, and Meta Platforms 90 cents in the money, $1 in the money. Let's just say
go.
this market's pulling back to the low a day. We better break this low a day 37.66, Sharif, or I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. So let's break this 37.66. I've been pretty cordial and calm while they were shooting, but now it's time to start flipping tables over, baby.
This guy's getting lit up here, jeez, and the chat's appreciating it, I'll tell you that. Lighting up with comments about Pratt is fired up. Turn up that volume. LFG, I'm not going to say what that acronym stands for, but there's a fire sign. Everybody's pumped up here. Really happy to be on the midday show. We're still holding exactly 25% of our Frey short. We're short at 16.08, currently trading at 15.97, so we want to give it to here. We want to give it to below 15.92. In fact, we'll put our out around there. We're going to say 15.91, and we're only going to take out a little bit of shares. There we go. So we're waiting for that. It looks like we broke the 200 period decisively to the bottom side, and we're just kind of bouncing off it, but from the bottom, which is good, because if we were bouncing on it, reclaiming it from the top, then it would be like, okay, we're going to go back long again. No, doesn't look like that to me yet. I see a lot of people saying PRST. Again, we can't trade that one. We're blocked from it currently on the system, but what I can tell you is what the news is on that, because people were asking what the news catalyst was on PRST. I'll give you that in 1 second. Let's see here. Okay. And I've got nothing. It doesn't give me anything here. I don't know if Brendo has anything. Brendo's busy up at the big desk, so he won't be able to answer that as for at the moment. But PRST looks like it's going to break $8. Definitely at high of days. PRST making big boy moves. Let's show you PRST here instead of Sava PRST. It's a NASDAQ stock. There we go. And yeah, it is. It's closing in on that $8 level. Did we get access to it? Let's try. Let's put in a baby amount of shares here. Are we going to get rejected? Yes, and we got the rejection again, so it's not unlocked at the moment yet. Too bad. We'll have to wait on that one. Moving back to Frey, still holding below that 200 period moving average. That's good for me. That's good for the setup that I'm going for. And it looks like my profit taker got removed there when I canceled all my orders, so let's put that one back in. We're going to cover at 15.91, and for a small amount of shares, there it goes. Now I see it. Excellent with that one. Let's see what else is moving on here. SPRO flushing down to the bottom side here. SPRO, it is a NASDAQ stock, I believe. Yes, there we go. Now we just had an aggressive flush down into the 200 period moving average, bouncing exactly off that 200 period moving average. The high of day on this one is $3.18, currently trading at $2.39. So, yeah, this would have been a nice short from the area that we got stopped out of here, definitely, because we would be a good 20 pennies in the money on this one. SPRO moving down aggressively, and it doesn't look like it's going to reclaim without some more upside volume. Let's move back to our Frey. There we go. Now we're very close. We should have been filled there, man. Come on, look at where my profit taker is and look where the bottom wick is. I guess the liquidity, you know, there was a little bit of lack of liquidity at that level. That's fine. We're still giving it time. We want that 1591 fill, Prad.
Apparently, we got posted on the Black Magic website, so I'm trying to see this.
What? This post of Trader TV live on the Black Magic website. If you don't know what Black Magic is, it's like what TV producers and things use. It's on media. Okay, I'll click on media real quick. Where is it? Trader TV live. There. Hey, it's your boy Lucas. What? He's out here. Look at that. This is if anyone hasn't seen it yet. This is basically what our workstation looks like. Look at the amount of buttons these guys have to press for all the cameras and so on. So let's go Trader TV live. I don't think it's clickable. It's just the.
Yeah, right.
Oh, road press release. Okay, yeah.
Hey, look at this. There's a whole
studio.
studio.
Let's go. I'm in there too. Sheesh. Yo, let's go, baby. Mom, we made it.
We made it.
Lucas made it too. Lucas, you made it. But yo, let's go, man. Trader TV Live is making bounds and leaps over here every single day, and it wouldn't be without you guys. So thank you for every single one of you who's smashing that like, smashing that subscribe. We have, what, 345,000 now? I can't wait for it to be 345 million and still get to talk to all these people in the chat that I remember who come hang out with us on a daily basis. A real quick move back to the market over here. A real quick coming back to the market, which is not doing absolutely anything. It is trying to go up right now. The SPY is still holding that 37.66 bottom. So some of my shorts that were $1 in the money are only 50 cents in the money, but at least we're in the money at the moment. So I'm going to try and manage these trades, and I'm losing my voice. So I'm going to drink water.
Yeah, no, I remember when I was, I started watching this show December 2020. And I remember at that time, obviously the market was hot, small cappers were flying, and if there had to be like a max number of viewers, it should have been around then. I remember our viewership around then was like 4,000, 5,000. I think Neil and Sean are getting like easily 8,000, 10,000 sometimes. So even though the market's slowing down in terms of, volatility, our viewership is not, it's going up. So kudos to us and to the team around here. Obviously, it's a hell of a team, and I'm just joining, so I couldn't be happier joining part of the team here on Trader TV and the moves that we're making. So pumped about that. Frey still doing its thing. A couple of pennies above my profit taker. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to really try to be patient on this one. Let it fill instead of punching out. There we go. We got the fill. We got the fill. We've only got 16% left. So let's go ahead and take the next profit taker out on Frey. What a big boy short this has been. Very volatile, though. You got to give this one time. Let's say 1586. We're going to take out the remaining portion at 1586. There you go. That blue line on the chart means I've got my profit taker out. And we're back in the positive side today, guys. Yes, finally. Looking at Spro here, yeah, still bouncing off that 200 period to the upside. Looks like, it's either going to break down aggressively below. Let's see what it does. I mean, the tricky thing about this one is a 200 period and VWAP are separated by all of like 5 cents, 6 cents. So a couple of interesting support areas for Spro here. I don't know how it's going to act around here, but definitely if it breaks to the high side.
Spro needs some Spros, eh?
Yeah, I know. I was talking to the Spro god back there, and he was telling me, he had a couple of plays on it. And he woke up and he saw, he's like, this is going to be my trade. Right? So the Spro god.
And guess what? He probably had a Spro in his hand while he was looking at it. 100%.
There's no question about that. Guys, I'm looking for a 255 or 256 break to take Spro long. Otherwise, it's a short.
Yeah, the Spro man. We were yesterday also talking about his uncooked bacon and whatnot, and that you guys were making fun of his uncooked bacon, and he was reaffirming that that bacon was properly cooked, maybe slightly on the oily side, but it was properly cooked, he says. So just a little flashback for that talk that anyone remembers. Wish I held my shorts on Peloton in the mid-20s. Since you mentioned Peloton, let's go check out what Peloton's doing today. Not too long ago, they did announce that they have rowing machines now into their arsenal of workout machines and so on. I think recently they had treadmills and the bikes, right? That's it.
Yeah, they had like several different types of bikes, like a
one with the smaller iPad and one with the bigger iPad.
I love that.
So one with the iPhone screen and one with the iPad, you mean? All right, awesome. So I wonder how many.
The market making big boy moves here, Prad.
Yeah.
Money.
Yes, Sean.
Money.
Yes, Sean. You know that if he's at his desk, he's going to be punching that animation.
Yeah, market's launching right now. S&P 500 ES/Z22CM. There we go. Hello? Oh, I typed EZ, not ES. Sorry, that's my fault. ES/Z22CM. Look at that beautiful move right back to VWAP. 100-period EMA coming in soon for the market. That means for the shorts that have been paying me multiple dividends today, it's time for to reload on the pops. Reload on the pop type of opportunity coming in. Maybe for Apple that I jumped out. Oh, I made such a right decision jumping out of Apple because now I would have been 30 cents out of the money on this trade. So maybe jumping back into Apple, even Meta Platforms, which is I just jumped out of near 143. Closer to 143, I'll look for opportunity near 143.50 if this market can hold up around VWAP. Sorry, if this market rejects around VWAP, then I think shorting Apple once again would be something that I would love to be part of.
Yeah, definitely, guys. What a move back there, reclaiming VWAP on the market. That was interesting, you know, especially off that 3766 level we identified earlier. But Frey, we're all out of Frey. We got our last piece out there at that 1585 level. That's done. That brings us back into flat territory for Frey. We said, you know, we had at the time 2 hours and 15 minutes left on the show, and it wasn't all over. Even though we were down on Frey, now we're break even. Loving this short here, guys. Let's see how many pieces.
Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces out on Frey. You know, if you could have held the whole thing down, I would have been positive if I had the entire thing. I didn't scale out, but that's not the way I trade, guys. Definitely scaling out. You got to mitigate your risk. So SPRO continuing to hold that 200 period. It is really respecting that 200 period on the 1 minute chart here, and it's making me more interested in it because it is doing that. But look how it acted in this area. It had a flat bottom for about, let's see, from 11:46 until 12:17. So, you know, about a half an hour period, a little bit more on a flat bottom. Then it broke down aggressively below that. Is it going to do the same thing here? Are we going to have a period of consolidation at that 200 period moving average, and then we're going to break through it decisively? Let's see. You know, if that's your thesis, take it high here, take it at that, short it at that 245, 244 level if you can get that print, and then hold it into the break of VWAP, which is around that 230 print. So we'll see. SPRO doing SPRO things, I guess. Let's flip to here to Sava to see what Sava was up to, because we had a really good trade on Sava. Still pulling back into that 50 period moving average. What do you say?
YouTube spiel.
Yeah, into that 50 period moving average. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I want to talk about Novavax right before we go into YouTube spiel, because I think the chat's going to get upset at me for not talking about stocks at all, just for rapping, talking about YouTube, for doing a bunch of stuff, but not talking about stocks. So I want to showcase to you my biggest regret of the day today. It's going to be Novavax. Novavax actually had a negative catalyst behind it. I believe it was Jefferies who said that the negative move on Novavax does not reflect the actual down move that they need to have. Apparently, Novavax going from $100 to $20 wasn't enough for them. Was not enough for them. And they're saying, you know, obvious demand, waning off demand in the COVID vaccines and everything, and also other reasons. Apparently, they just put in quote other reasons, like they don't want to tell us. They just want to keep it to themselves, right? But yeah, that down move was not enough for them. So NVAX today down another 12%. Anytime a stock goes down 10% or more, it triggers SSR, which is short sale restriction. Now the stock cannot be shorted by taking out the size on the bids. You have to wait on the ask, which is the right side of the book. You have to wait on there for the stock to go higher, and then only can you get filled on your shorts. So I actually had a great short today. Look at that, like that candle short. But then I kind of chickened out off of this trade when it wasn't breaking VWAP, right? So I was like, this is not breaking VWAP. It's not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to jump out of this trade and call it a day. The worst thing I could have probably done, because, man, what did I say earlier? You have your rule set. You have your plan. You stick to your plan. I could have stuck to my plan, stuck to my stop, and lost, what, 20 pennies? Instead of that, I was like, let me just take my money before I lose 20 pennies. I want to take 20 pennies. So it's when you're squirreling around and you're on the fence, is when you're in trouble, right? Never be on the fence. Pick a side because that's where the green is. The grass is green. The fence is not green, baby.
No, you want to hit that YouTube spiel real quick?
Oh yeah, YouTube spiel. Let's go right into the YouTube spiel. You know what time it is, baby. It's time for you to go like o'clock. Hit that like button. Exactly. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Notification bell. For anytime you see in the chat people with the little green name behind, that's because they're a family of the Trader TV Live family members. You can join that by clicking on the join button right next to subscribe. If you click on join, you'll see what Brendo has to say about it. You get custom emojis and badges to spam in the chat over there and have some fun with us. And last but not least, baby, the YouTube store is back in action. Oh, look at, okay, I was gonna say they took out the ghost shirt. No, it's still there. But I don't know if this is true, but I think the sizes are a little off. The one that Justin gave me, it says large on it, but it feels like a medium. Maybe I'm just too big. But if you guys figure it out. What's that?
You've been hitting the gym too aggressively.
Too aggressively. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Surprisingly enough, my dad today is like, yo, maybe don't work out too much because we need you to fit into those Indian clothes we bought for you 5 years ago. And I was like, oh man, Dad, I'll try not to get too muscular.
That's funny, man. All right, guys, let's have a look here. PRST just halted to the downside. PRST doing PRST things. I mean, like, look at that move from the 840 top right back down into 7. It held 7 quite well, though. That was the halt level. It opened up, and I think this wick here, is this wick real? No, this wick is a dark pool wick. So, yeah, it basically held 7 even on the halt. And now it's trading at 738. I don't think we have access to it. Let me try one more time. Maybe we got access. Boom. No, we get the orange rejection again. So we still don't have access, but we can talk about it. Up 43% on the day. And this looks like a good level here. This $7 level, the $7.20 level. You can see this peak here gives you a good area of support if you're able to break above it decisively. And then the halt levels. I always like halt levels for areas of support and resistance. That's definitely at 704 to 7. You know, we're not going to think. You know, we're not going to argue over a few pennies here. So between 705 and 7 is an interesting support level. Let's see what else we can glean. We got VWAP around 684, and then the 200 period moving average around 666. Ominous number. Yeah. So high of day on this guy is 837. I believe No, this one's telling me 863. So this is yeah. What? Why is it telling me that? So high of made high of day earlier. Okay. 863 high of day, but the pre-market high, from what I can see here on the side chart, is, well, I mean, there was a pre-market high of 1498, but that was like at 5 in the morning. The one that's more relevant is that one that came in at 9:05 a.m. and that's at 970. So keep in mind those levels because some of these small cappers, if you know, we were taking the pre-market high break to the long side. Now a lot of people are taking a short once it reaches pre-market high. So keep that in mind if we reach those levels, guys. And what else we got on store here? Sava now finding a little bit of a base around that $44.30 level. Now, you know, flirting with that 45 and a quarter. It's still not creating any newer highs, and I see lower lows on this one. We're going to need a bit more time for this one to set up to the longer side. Up almost 20% on the day. Let's see what the 5-minute chart shows us here. Let's zoom in a little bit. We definitely have an area of support around 42, but we are a ways away from it. That is $2 and 50 cents away from this support level here. You have another support level around the $41 area, but we're so extended off it. But what I do like about the 5-minute chart on Sava is that we did go back to that 7-period moving average, and we haven't actually made a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. We haven't, because this red candle here, topped out at 45.36, the one below it. Here we go. We're about to make a new high just as I say that. So maybe this is time to enter Sava. Let's flip back to the 1-minute chart. Things change so quickly around here. But the spread is opening up on this guy. It's about 15 cents at the moment, but I see a lot of volume coming in. What should I do, Brad? What should I do? No, I'm kidding, of course. I should trade my own book. Let's take half the size, because that way, if we're wrong, we won't give back too much on a really good trade here. Looks like we're really wicking high on this one, and I don't really know whether I should take it or I should wait for a dip trade, maybe around that 44.80 level. I'll think about this one, Prad, while you tell them about ATVI.
Yeah, I actually want to address Activision because as I went for a quick break earlier, I was talking to one of the traders on the floor about Activision, and they were, you know, really excited about this catalyst that came out today around 9:30, 10 o'clock, that the Microsoft CEO is confident about the Activision deal going through. And I was just explaining to him, like, it doesn't matter what the CEO says at the end of the day. I could come out and say I have a deal going through with someone who does sign the paper, but at the end of the day, it has to go through the Department of Justice or the FTC, who has to approve the deal. And if they say that Microsoft buying Activision is a no-go because it's a monopoly problem, right? Microsoft already owns Bungie, who they let go. They own a bunch of other companies that they already work with, like Mojang, however you pronounce it. That's the Minecraft creators, and they own Xbox. They own Halo franchises. So it's the idea that they're gonna turn into a monopoly by buying Activision might come into a problem for Microsoft. So even though the CEO is out there screaming, it'll go through, I'm still out here with a little bit of a cautionary note to you guys, because I've seen deals fall apart multiple times. I've traded buyouts for a long time now, for 2 years almost. And I know exactly what to look for and what not to look for in those terms. Activision, when the volume is in there and the ranges are in there, it's one of the best stocks to trade. For example, I'll actually show you right now. I was telling the buddy I was talking to pull up the Activision stock on the long-term chart and look when the news was announced. When the news was announced, it just nosedives to that 95 area, close enough to the 95 area, allowing you to get a lot of trades. This was probably one of my best buyout merger acquisition trade newses I've ever had in my history. So I can't wait for the stock to go back into these ranges and stick that range. But at the end of the day, you still want to keep your ears open to the news channels, which is if the deal falls through, the bottom's going to break, and it's going to be horrible if you're in that stock, especially if you're not a day trader for like ourselves, right? We are day traders. We don't have to be in that trade past 4 o'clock. But if you're not a day trader and you're swing trading Activision for that range or for the hope that it goes to $90 and the deal actually goes through, then and the deal doesn't go through and it breaks the bottom, then you're going to be stuck in it. So always got to make sure that you're keeping your ears open. The same rule applies for Twitter. Not the same rule, but kind of the same idea applies to Twitter, which is if the deal goes through and the judges force Elon to buy this company out, then you're gonna watch Twitter jump up to 54.20 or whatever the price that they're gonna agree upon. If the judge doesn't say anything and he keeps on letting Elon win, I think that's what Elon's winning at the moment, right?
Yeah.
So if Elon continues to win, then that deal won't go through, and obviously the bottom's gonna break.
Well, I also think that maybe they don't want Activision or Microsoft to kind of amalgamate or to merge or the buyout, sorry, because of the fact that Microsoft is the maker of Xbox, and maybe they don't want platforms like the actual.
Yeah, like Monopoly.
Yeah,
Monopoly.
No, I mean, like, okay, well, you can look at it from a different perspective. Like, say, if two software companies, the reason I'm looking over is because I'm in a trade. Two software companies could merge, and then they could create like a software monopoly, but this is like a hardware and software. So it's like, how many Activision games are on Xbox? A lot?
Not many. There's like
okay.
Call of Duty and everything.
That's
But
it,
the thing though is like Sony, right? Sony is a PS4, and if Xbox had very few Xbox exclusive games, and I used to be that kid who owned an Xbox just for the Xbox exclusive games and a PlayStation just for PlayStation exclusive games like God of War or Halo or Gears of War or whatever, right? So if Activision gets bought out, which is a Call of Duty franchise, the fear is that they might move the Call of Duty to Xbox only, and then that kills PlayStation on a whole new realm.
Right, okay. Yeah, it's interesting here. We got into Sava, guys. Got in a little bit too late right now. Baby long at 45.69, currently trading at 45.50. So not very happy with the fact that I hesitated on this one, especially after it made a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. I should have punched in immediately on that one, and it moved up quite aggressively all the way up to 45.85. the breakout point on the 5-minute chart, give me 1 second, would have been that 45.27 area. So that would have been a nice winner. Sadly, I'm not going to have that from that level. It's going to have to break 45.69 for me to be profitable on this long, but the volume is there. The volume hasn't dropped off. My only concern is the spread keeps widening up. It's like 15 cents, now it's 10 cents, so it's a bit tricky on this one. I've got another area here where I'm going to average down around 45. So if it does come back to 45, I am going to average at that spot. That was a spot that originally had my order, but it kind of went without me. There we go. Now it's breaking in the 70s. We got filled a piece. There we go. We got filled a piece for a profit-taking piece. Now can we get a little bit more? It's slowing down around that area. And seeing the spread now is like 15 cents, 62s and 74 and 77s. So well, this one is just bewildering. Let's see what we can do on this one. Let's take another piece out here. Let's take a little piece out at that 85 level. Can we get up to 85, or is it going to flush back down? Bit of a tricky one on Sava here, Prad, because the spreads are opening up, so it's hard to punch out using the flattened key, because that's going to fill you on the bid, and that's not what we want at all. Currently break even on this one. We took a piece off, so I'm happy about that.
Yes, sir. People talking about Credit Suisse in the chat. CS on New York, apparently negative catalyst for them, and they have some bad news roaming around. So down 6% for Credit Suisse at the low a day, pretty much of $4.69. It's at $4.70 right now on the bid, but low a day is only 1 penny away from there. We're expecting. Let me just clear my throat real quick. I don't know. That was. I just can't talk. No, I'm about to pee like 7 times, man. I drink so much water. But yeah, this Credit Suisse stock clearly breaking a yearly low and might be an all-time low also. Let's go quickly verify that. CS on the all-time area, please. ALL all-time scale. Yeah, it's at an all-time low, a new all-time low coming in at the $4.70, $4.69 area for Credit Suisse. And now the question is, how low can you go? It's just playing limbo at the moment and trying to figure out how low can it go and where that all-time low or new all-time low is going to come at to for CS. What about Amazon, says chat? The market right now moving back to the north side, so a couple of our shorts that were deep in the money are also moving back, such as Apple, which was 35 cents, now 8 pennies out of the money on Apple. Could be time to punch out of this Apple trade for the time being. Let the market pull back a little bit more to VWAP like it did last time, and then punch right back into Apple maybe. Just a little food for thought. But as people said in the chat, what is Amazon doing? Let's go check out Amazon. Amazon just now getting back to VWAP at $117. Most likely going to reject VWAP, which is also at the 50-period EMA, and pull back down with the rest of the market.
Yes, pumped about Sava, but then again annoyed, of course, because you know I'm one big contradiction. Got in at 45.69, like we told you about. We took a piece off 45.75, then another piece off 45.87. Then we got what we thought was top wick at 46. Obviously, we were wrong. Here we go. Sava now breaking through. I should have been more patient on this one, but because it went against me, I was less patient. Now we're at 46.50. This one is going. This got plenty of legs. It looks like we might take high of day. High of day, I believe, is 46, 75. So we're like 25 pennies away from that at the moment. But again, I'm going to remind everybody, if we break high of day, careful, look for that flush down. It's happened a lot on these small cappers. Sava is more of like, you know, a tried and true small capper. It's been around for a while. What is the market cap on Sava here? Let's have a look as I look this up. Oh, it's nothing. It's like 1.85 billion. I guess that doesn't really qualify as a small capper. That's like maybe mid cap, right? Almost 2 billion. You wouldn't classify that as small cap, would you?
2 billion float?
No, 2 billion market cap.
Oh no, I don't think
that's
so.
That's not small cap, right? So yeah, Sava moves like a small cap stock. Obviously, it's not. Let's have a look at the daily chart on Sava and see what we can glean. We didn't really look at the daily there. Let's have a look. It's going to crash on me. Yep, as like clockwork, baby. Let's load that back up. Give me 1 second here, guys, while this one loads. Loading data. It's not on Sava, obviously. We flip it. There we go. All our ins and outs. Flip to the daily. Okay, there we go. Now we can glean the daily. Okay, so looks like we have some good levels going back to February on Sava. Wow, this has been around for a while. Jeez. Look at that. 54 levels definitely in play on Sava. Let's see if there's anything a little bit closer to where we're at now. Looks like that 48.5 or that 49. Actually 49, between 48.5 to 49.5. That's also in play on Sava. We're not too far away from that one. Looks like the most recent high is at 62.50, but we're ways away from that. Sava can make aggressive moves on the day. It's up $8 already today, so only 25%. It can make more.
Yeah, I'm currently getting into an Activision short because it looks like we are at almost resistance areas possibly on Activision. If you look at these days bottom, we got 1, 2, 3 days bottoming out at 76.67 area. So around that is where we're seeing the stock also turn back to the downside slightly. Let's see if we can bully Activision back into its VWAP range at least, giving us a good risk to reward trade setup for the short side. Market is trying to still move back to VWAP after holding that 37.66 area that Sharif was mentioning at the starting of the show. So for anyone who did take longs off that, you're about 10 points or 15 points in the money, and you're absolutely enjoying it. We got a super chat of $19.99. Let's go, baby. $20 super chat from Peru Invest. Yeah, baby. From Peru. BRD has great time to buy Bird scooters. Let's go check out what Birds is looking like today. Sorry?
Nothing. I looked at it. It's like 35 cents.
Yeah, it's a penny stock, and 2 million shares on a penny stock is not really a whole lot. The relative volume for that would be 1.4, which is actually not bad. You know, relative volume over 1 means it has enough volume to trade compared to what it's been doing in history. But still, man, penny stock only trading 3 million. I don't trade penny stocks to begin with. But if there are penny stocks that I trade, I would at least want them to be trading 150 million shares before 11 o'clock. And the fact that this one's not doing it, I'm going to have to be a little disinterested, sadly. And in terms of the long-term buy or sell, I'm not a financial advisor. But I could tell you that I would probably never put my money in an electrical scooter company.
Frank Jones says, Sava resistance on the daily is 62.5. I don't agree with that. I mean, I just showed you guys where the resistance was. And that's the highest recent high, but that's not the resistance. It's going to crash on me again. Oh, my God. Okay, let's load that one up again. 1 second here, guys. It's going to take 1 quick second to load. Sava. There we go. Flip to the daily. Hopefully it doesn't crash. There we go. So let's zoom out. So clearly here, this is top wick. That's 62.5. It didn't even close there, okay, Frank? So it went to high of day there, but didn't even close. That makes it less of important of a level. The closing and the opening are the more important levels, in my opinion. Now, when we're looking at areas that are near where we're trading at 46.5. Let's look at this area right here. I see 49.5 here. Why is 49.5 not an interesting resistance level to you? And that, in fact, that's actually really close to the close that day. That was February 17th. And then here we have 47 here, and that was on February 18th. So you got a lot closer of levels than that 62.5. In fact, you can even go to February 14th, Valentine's Day, and say there was a 51 3/4 level. So, you know, I'm not convinced 62.5 is going to be in play today unless we get some real crazy volume coming in. I think that the high 40s are definitely the better resistance levels on this. But look at this, guys. We just made top wick here. Looks at 46.76. We've got a bit of a double top, and surprise, surprise, it bounced off that to the downside. I'm not surprised. I'm being sarcastic. Okay, so is this a short, or do we just kind of pull back and then create a newer long into the afternoon? I'm not going to find out. I'm not taking anything here. I'm definitely not taking the high of daybreak at 46.76. That's not in my my arsenal of tools because that's kind of been deadly play recently. Proud to take the high of daybreaks.
All breaks suck in this current market environment. The volume is low. Everything's kind of just boring. The brand new position update I just punched into Meta platform. Sure, as the market might be getting ready to pull back to the downside, and Meta is now at 143. That's not Meta. There we go. That's Meta. So Meta pulling back closer to 143 where we originally were. Sure, gonna try and do the same risk to reward play on this. Not give it too much of leeway room past 143. And if the market can pull back over here, we can have a good little nosedive right back to the downside view up, get $1 per share on that position, just to add to our P&L. Continue adding to the short sides on stocks after they have a pop. Short the pop, short the pop, short the pop, right? And snap, crackle, pop, we're making money that way. That's all we're trying to do. Here's Activision pushing towards that 76.67 area that I was talking about. If it breaks 76.70, I'm not holding this trade past that number. So let's give this Activision trade a little bit of a room. It has a positive catalyst in it. Just because the Microsoft CEO said, "Oh, it's gonna go through," it's gonna go through. It's just. They want it to go through. They don't know yet. Maybe they do. Maybe they have connections inside the DOJ and the FTC that is slipping them information, which they shouldn't be doing, right? They shouldn't be doing that. That's also most likely illegal. But somebody might be talking to Microsoft CEO, and telling them that the deal is getting better. I'm just gonna wait for the news articles to drop. Rumors are good to be involved in, but I like factual statements to play off of. Currently, the market is pulling back, but Meta platform still slightly out of the money by about 6 pennies. So not worried at all, because Apple is in the money 6 pennies. So if both of them could start flushing to the downside along with the market, we're just gonna home run another win on both of these.
I wanted to ask your opinion on something. I saw an interesting video the other day, albeit it was from TikTok, and I should take TikTok videos, with a grain of salt. But I think the logic behind it was it made sense. And here's the thing: you know how the satellites that Apple put into space now for their new iPhone 14 Pro, where you can kind of text message for SOS using satellites? You don't actually need
cellular service. They have their own band now.
Right?
Yeah.
They put their satellites in space for that reason. So a lot of people were saying it cost them a pretty penny to put those satellites in space. There's no way that they're only looking at those satellites for like one functionality on the phone. People are saying that they're actually setting up a network potentially to be independent of the cellular network. So their goal is to kind of, move away from dependence on Verizon, and in Canada, obviously, TELUS, Rogers, and Bell, and to have their own network set up. So in the future, you can just make calls off satellites, almost like a satellite phone a little bit. But that's what people are saying. And they invested quite a bit of money. It didn't really make sense from a financial perspective that they put all that money in for one measly feature.
Right.
What do you think about that?
I don't know, man.
Need more information, I guess?
I think it would be good, because imagine, I buy my kid an iPhone and I don't want him to, or her to actually have, the internet, because I grew up on the internet. I know what kind of stupid things happen on there, right?
Of course.
So I don't want them to have internet or whatever, but I still want them to be able to call the cops if they get into trouble. So now that offers them that feature. I think phones still do that, right? Like phones, you can still use the emergency service without a SIM in it right now.
I think so.
I think so.
But I'm pretty sure it needs a cellular network, though.
Yeah. So, but for Apple One, you don't need that. Right, it contacts you automatically to the satellite.
Yes.
So technically, it's like a backup route for when all else fails. So I think it's honestly a good thing. Yeah, it sucks that they spend so much money on it, but this is just one added feature to that. In the future, there'll be more and more and more, because they might send more satellites up there.
Yeah,
they might upgrade those satellites with new features and new capabilities. Next thing you know, you'll be able to call an airdrop from your iPhone.
Okay.
Right? You call an airdrop from an iPhone, and you're getting
a
Call of Duty care package.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, this might be like a Call of Duty care.
Yeah, you can call a Call of Duty care package from the sky.
That's funny. I have no idea what he's saying, except I know that probably in the game somehow you get like weapons and like
a care package.
See, that's what I figured. I had no idea, but I just could glean it from the context. That's hilarious. Wow, Sava bouncing off that high of day quite aggressively, now back into that 20-period moving average, but we'll get back to Sava in a second. What I really want to talk about is SPRO. Look at this consolidation period, guys. This is about a 45-minute, half an hour consolidation period with an aggressive sell-off, creating a new consolidation period sideways with another aggressive sell-off. Now we're at VWAP. Are we going to get a new consolidation period sideways and another aggressive sell-off? I want to be part of this one. I mean, once, twice, third time's a charm. Let's see what this one does, but I'm definitely looking for it to consolidate, give me at least 5 or 6, maybe 7 or 8 bars to figure out where the range is, and then I want to take the top of that range. So right now I would short at 233, and the bottom here being at 226, 233 would be the high side of this range. It hasn't really established itself as a good range yet. It's only a few bars deep. So I'm looking at SPRO to consolidate again sideways, especially at this VWAP level, quite important, and then to break short. The key thing is here, it's respected levels, right? This is why it becomes important to me. Look at how it acted around the 200 period, literally bouncing off it to the T and then breaking it decisively. Although this area here had a bit of a spike up. So it tells me that I got to have my stop a little bit farther than I typically would for a stock of this price. It did the same thing here. Look at it here. It consolidated sideways, moved up, then spiked back down. So let's see what it does. Maybe it repeats itself. You know, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. So let's see how this one goes going forward, to be honest with you. Sava, going back to Sava before I send it back to Prad, bouncing off that 200 period. It looks like it's going to continue to make higher highs on the day. Like before, I told you guys the high of the day was 46.75. Now it's 46.90, and it hasn't pulled back aggressively like we've seen other stocks in this category do. So maybe this one might be one that we might have to play to the long side the rest of the day. Looking at the levels or the moving averages, the indicators that it's respecting here, it really hasn't respected them too much to the downside, but it has respected them to the upside. And by that I mean, look how tightly close it follows a 7 period here on this ascent. And then this descent, it breaks both the 7 period and the 20 period, and the 20 period, but doesn't break the 50 period, but doesn't touch the 50 period either. The reason I'm talking about this is because I want to figure out where I may get in. I don't really have levels, dollar value levels to get in because we're extended at day's highs. Maybe I can get down here in 44.36. I'll have to keep watching this one, Prad.
Yeah, Meta and Apple squeezing me a little bit to the north side as the market continues to move up towards VWAP. S&P 500 at VWAP right now, 37.85, and NASDAQ at 11,600. So let's see if the NASDAQ can take out 11,600 and take out Apple and Meta Platforms to the north side along with it a little bit more. Meta Platforms currently at 144 almost. So that's going to be the high day for it most likely. It says 147.54 is the high, but that's not true. That's going to be the dark pool high candle for Meta Platforms. Here's the actual high on the day for META. It's going to be, 143.98, which we're at currently. So let's just wait patiently to see if it's going to break that area, and then we're most likely just going to have to take the stop and call it a day on Meta. Yeah, there we go. It's breaking out. The market is pushing to VWAP, and it's trying to continue above VWAP. Apple also squeezing us along with this, so most likely just going to have to get out of both of these right here.
Yeah, the market moving back up here, definitely, Prad. Let's bring in the futures chart here. And this is a 1 minute chart. Somebody just asked in the chat. So I use the 1 and the 5 minute chart. I believe Prad uses the 5 and the 3.
No, 5 in the daily chart.
5 in the daily chart, Prad. So anytime it's on Prad's screen, you know he's using the 5. It's on mine. It's probably the 1 or the 5. Let's have a look here at the ES. Looks like we're reclaiming VWAP here, but we did that around the 12:30, time slot here, and we descended right back down to that 3774 level. Looks like we might be doing the same thing here. We didn't quite reach the peaks of that 11:25 time slot. That peak was 37.89. Currently, the peak here was 37.88. Let's see if we move back down on this one. If I had to guess, I definitely wouldn't be going long, given that we are on a bearish day. The trend has been down, unless you can establish clearly that there's a new trend. Let's see if we can glean any trend lines that we can draw here. So let's see. I think we can touch 4 peaks or 3 peaks using this one. And then looks like this is a period of consolidation. So it breaks through that, but it's moving laterally as opposed to, or it's moving it horizontally, excuse me, as opposed to laterally. So this one's a bit tricky, but what I do see here are higher lows. Drawing this trend line, we can touch four troughs on this one. So this might be an interesting change in trend. Let's see, VWAP is definitely a key level in and around this area. Let's flip to the 5-minute candle to see what we can see off that, 5-minute chart, excuse me. Yeah, the excuse me, choking on some of the food that I ate here. The trend lines hold up.
You're eating food?
Just as well on the 5-minute chart here.
I want food. I'm hungry.
I bring it with me before I come.
Oh, you're a smart man.
Yeah. So we'll leave the futures as they are for now, but I'm definitely not looking at anything long here. Sava continuing to make newer highs without having an aggressive pullback. Looks like the high of day now is at 47.30, so it is moving. It is moving nicely, but you know, by its standard, it's moving slowly. By its standards, because you've seen what it's done in the past. This is definitely a former runner. I'm keeping my eye on this one. But I don't have an area of where I can get long. Perhaps maybe that 45.75 if it was to pull back down there, because that is a clear area of support because of this peak.
Yeah, market currently pulling back down. So I have another ad over here on Meta. Let's see if we can have that final flush on this market, allowing me to. My PNL has been up and down. So currently it's on the negative side, sadly. But we can bring it back if the market can flush here, because we have some good positions on the short side. I also have a reload on Snowflake, which has been my best trade on the day. Every time it pops up to VWAP, just take that fill around VWAP and then just watch it nosedive for you in your direction and just take profits. So gotta love the opportunities that Snowflake is presenting us with today, especially around this 170. What's my average price? 174.34 or so around VWAP, basically. So if for anyone who wants to follow along on that trade, that's the level that I'm trading off of. Obviously, got to put your own risk management strategies to work over there, and try to make the best of that trade for yourself. Meta Platforms now pushing back above 144 again, and taking Apple to the north side, sadly, also. And it's not looking like the market really wants to push too far to the downside. So let me quickly pull up the market here, and there we go. Look at that. It's at the 50-period EMA at VWAP and the 100-period EMA, down 0.6% on the S&P 500 futures. Let's head over to Brendo at the big screen for the energy update.
As we move into the 1 o'clock hour, let's get you caught up on what's happening with energy markets so far today. We did have initial strength as we were talking. If you joined us in the pre-market, crude was higher, about 2% at one point. We've given all of that back, right back to the lows from yesterday's session, trying to hold right now. Here's a look, still up about 1% for both. Brent crude and NYMEX, light sweet crude, 1% exactly right now, 0.95 for Brent. All eyes back on Russia once again, coming off these comments this week from Putin, suggesting that he's not backing down, in fact, doubling down, in fact, on this Ukraine mess. So, yeah, oil getting a bit of a bump off that initially on supply concerns and what's going to end up coming out of Russia. This chart down here is kind of an interesting one, still showing you all the lines at the top end of the chart here are just year-to-date charts of energy and commodity prices versus at the bottom, equities. So energy markets obviously faring a heck of a lot better than some of the equity markets so far this year. Here's oil. As I mentioned, early strength faded hard today, right back down to where we ended the day yesterday. Very volatile off of the Fed. You can see at the end of the day yesterday, but trying to hold 82.83 here, guys, or I guess 83.84 for crude oil, giving back all of the day's gains. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Poutine, still doing Poutine things. He's an interesting character, I'll tell you that.
Stop mentioning food. I'm starving.
Oh, sorry. Sava. Now breaking day's highs, guys. 47.99, I believe. I don't think it quite got to 48 there, but that might be just like a few seconds away. A lot of volume coming in. Consistently high. I mean, I wish I held a piece for the dream. I didn't. I was all out of it there at that 40, almost that 46 area. What a move by Sava. Definitely, this one's got me surprised a little bit. I didn't think it would be this strong going and breaking high of days, but it has been. I got nowhere to enter this. But here now, let's look at SPRO. Bouncing sideways, moving sideways like we talked about. but it is increasing in, it's going higher as it consolidates sideways. It did the same thing here, did the same thing here. So I'm not really surprised that it's adding to its price here a little bit. But we're gonna get it at the higher area of the consolidation. So currently that's 235. So let's go ahead and set up a short for that 236 area. So let's go put baby amount of shares for 236. Yeah, there we go. Can we get that? Okay. So we'll see where this one goes, and I'll give it. Remember I said I have to give this one a bit more room because it tends to pop right before it sells off. It did that here, and it did that here. So I'm going to give this to around, I want to say 243. If I can get filled at 236, I'll give it to, there we go, I just got filled. So I'm going to give it to 243. 243 will be my out. Let me go ahead and put that in now so that I don't have to worry about it later. $2.43, and then we'll cover $2, and we'll give it to 45 in case it gets aggressive. We're already in the money on this one. Our entry's at 236, currently trading at 235. So happy with that one, Brad.
Yeah, market's pulling back, so us adding into losers might just help us out a little bit. Sucks that I had to do that, but you never want to do that, which is adding into a losers, man. But I was a little overconfident on the shorts today, and let's see if that overconfidence pays. But usually overconfidence punishes, so I'm praying that I don't get punished on that overconfidence that I just had over here. I'm not scared, annoyed, but not scared. Yeah, pretty much exactly what's going through my head. I'm annoyed, but I'm not scared. But I think I should be, because fear, not FOMO, but fear, it depends on who you listen to, right? Michael Jordan says fears are nothing but limits and so on. But if you listen to Mike Tyson, he says, you know, fear is actually a good thing. It tells you where the limit is and where not to try too hard and to give up at some point, right? So both of those mentalities having a clash in my head at the moment, and you know, I'm having the angel and the demon fight against each other in terms of my confidence for this trading setup. Overall, if I just were to look at the market variables, ignore the confidence and just look for the variables that are being presented by the market, it's having quite a bit of an issue to break that 37.66, which is the low from overnight. So if that's the case, and it's also having an issue getting above the 100-period EMA, above VWAP, and above the 50-period EMA. So it is possible that we keep on trickling sideways around these areas for the next X amount of period, all the way up to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and then 3 o'clock, get your sour hour or power hour, and then really move in one direction or the other when the volume comes back into the play.
Got stopped out of SPRO literally like after punching in 3 seconds. So we tried to take that consolidation high, and for the consolidation low break, definitely didn't work. Got stopped out at $2.45, got in at 236. Yeah, so a 9-cent loss on that one. Too bad for me. I mean, I probably should have done it on these ones, but I tried to do it a third time. I guess third time definitely wasn't a charm on this particular event, but hey, that's the way she works. So leaving SPRO for a minute, because this could be a bounce off VWAP, and this is what differentiates the SPRO move here from the SPRO move here. This was a bounce off the 200 period. This is a bounce off VWAP. You know, I'm not saying the 200 period is less important than VWAP, but it definitely looks like VWAP was the bouncing area here. And besides, my trade that I take VWAP high, VWAP hold high of daybreak is off VWAP. It's not off the 200 period. So I should have, yeah, in hindsight, I should have not taken that trade. But hey, I did. It was a small loser. No biggie. Now I'm looking long on SPRO, to be honest with you. It's going to have to be an interesting long, though. I'm looking for that 255, 250 break. Looks like top wick on this particular ascent was at 249. I don't know if it quite hit 250, but yeah, that's my plan on SPRO. Now I'm not looking at the long anymore. I'm looking for a possible short. I mean, I'm looking for a possible long. Let me zoom out here. Going into the afternoon, if we can break, I want to say that 255 level will make me a bit more comfortable, to be honest with you, but we'll keep an eye on SPRO. SPRO hasn't been great for me. Back to Sava now. It looks like we got a pullback into that 20 period, and it basically bounced exactly off that 20 period right back up into 47.70 area. Now currently trading at 47 teens. The spread is opening up a little bit on this one. 9 cents now. As recently as a few seconds ago, I saw it at 15 cents. So careful with Sava. It's been spready the majority of the afternoon. There's something caught in my throat there, guys. It's the majority of the afternoon. I'm not going to take any trades off this one until it pulls back a bit more clearly off the 5-minute. Let's see the 5-minute chart here. Yeah, like look at this. This was a perfect long, the one that we took. It was a 5-minute consolidation, got back to the 7 period, and then you take it long. This one's not close to the 7 period yet. It's about $1.90 away. 7 periods at 46.75. Pratt's clapping. He's obviously got a dub on his hands because the market.
I should go for more breaks, man. What did I say earlier when you jumped on here?
That was break. That's like breaks to the high side. This is break to the downside.
No. I should go for a break is what I'm saying. Like every time I go for a break, I
that's
go
right.
up in money.
Anytime he goes outside, he comes back, he finds money in his pocket.
Like it just happens. I don't know what it is. Like I go for a quick little break and bang, I'm up in the money. I'm up in the money. It's just
There you
like
go.
it's like they don't want me to be at my desk. They don't want me to punch in new positions. They just want me to punch in and just walk away. And Sean said this too. It's like sometimes you gotta punch in as long as you're confident. Just have your levels out, and it kind of relates back to what I was saying earlier. You know, you have your rule set, you have your stop, you have your entry, you get into your position, and for people like me who continuously make decisions throughout the trade is where you're giving away some potential money on the table. So for people like that, it's okay to just, you know, let the trade play out according to your rule set. Just walk away from your computer and then come back to see if that position was stopped out or if the profits were triggered or not. Obviously, you got to have all the orders layered out. You got to have your profits layered out. You got to have your stops layered out and everything. And talking about taking profits and whatnot, let's go do that right now. Baby. Let's go do that on Meta. Let's go do that on Apple. Let's go do that on Snowflake. Let's go do that everywhere across the board because there's not a single stock that we're negative on right now. Even Activision pulling back to the downside. What did I tell you? 76.70? Yeah, right. You're going to go towards that. Get out of here. We're not buying that Microsoft CEO news. You can keep yapping your mouth there about that deal going through, but the only person I'm listening to is the DOJ, baby.
The DOJ. All right, so I don't know, I'm a loss for words here. Spro, we had the right idea, bad execution. Look what it did here, guys. We're talking about consolidating sideways and popping up, then going back down. Exactly what happened, but our stop was too close and too close to the consolidation area. We were at 245 stop. It went all the way to 250. Hindsight's 20/20, but there's the move back down. It's done it 3 times in a row now. But it looks like the algos or the traders or whoever have to get more aggressive with the pops to stop people out, right? Because look, the pop here was only like a few cents. The pop here was only a few cents, and this one was a lot more than a few cents. This was, geez, 35 to 15 cents. So definitely a more aggressive pop, but the same action ended up happening. Now, someone in the chat by the name of Azam alerted me to BCAN. BCAN just halted to the upside here. Basically did nothing for the majority of the day. It's
stock was actually showing up to the downside scanners.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. It's down, like, currently it's down 4%. Was obviously down a lot more.
Any news for that, Brendo? BCAN? It's a cannabis stock, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
okay,
it's
a
cannabis
that's
stock.
Like kind of apropos. Yeah, currently trading at 435. What's the high a day on this guy here? It looks like we were higher earlier. The 9 o'clock area. We have 435 here. I see maybe a little bit higher. We're definitely not far away from that. Halt level was at $3.90. So we're currently above the halt levels. I like the volume coming in. Look at this volume spike here. There was basically no volume done the majority of the day. Then right at that 1 o'clock time slot, boom, you get a whole bunch of volume. Let me see if I can see anything here. No, I just see it diving. I don't see any real catalyst why this stock is up, not one that's recent enough anyway to care about. I see one as recently as 106, but it doesn't say anything. It just says things are among the midday gainers and losers. So can't find anything on that. Maybe Brendo can help us, Brad.
Meanwhile, while BCAN, no news, lots of Twitter mentions, says Brendo.
Okay,
so Twitter, obviously, social media mentions, you know how those go. Those goes haywire, baby. Last time we saw that play, that was on AMC, GME, the meme stock baskets. So it's always a good thing to have Twitter open somewhere in the background. I actually use TweetDeck. DECK, tweet, TWEET, DECK. You can have a bunch of people you follow and have them in neat little columns why am I even explaining it when I can show it?
Hey.
Sometimes it's, you know, my brain processing power just dies off after being on the show too long. So here, let me go to TweetDeck and bang, get out of my face. And bang, you'll see how I have a bunch of people follow. Notice how I have your boy Brendan Wickens right here, always updating us on the news articles as soon as they come out. I even have your boy Trader TV Sean and a bunch of other people who post news like financial juice. Thank you for reminding me. He was on the show yesterday,
Yeah,
actually.
I saw that.
So it was nice to put a name to the face and a face to the name.
Yeah, he was not on your show, on
our show.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean, we have guests too now, Sean. That's right.
Well, they didn't get to interview him. It was Brendo doing all the interview.
We didn't get to talk to him at all. Probably a good thing, though, honestly, because I wouldn't know what to say or what to ask. I would be very puzzled and confused in terms of that state. I would need like a questionnaire, to be honest. But, you know, coming back to what I was saying, TweetDeck, you could have Sean, Neil, Brendan, myself, a bunch of other news networks, and they constantly tweet out information for you. So having something like this is always good for you. But along with this, what you can do is add a new column like this. Look at this. This is from back in the day. These columns are not even used anymore, but these columns are from back in the day. Notice how it says $AMC, $GME, $Doge. That's because I used to track what Twitter mentions were happening about AMC or
smart,
GME
man.
and trade accordingly according to the sentiment of the apes and so on. So it's always good to use tools like this to help you with your trading decisions.
BCAN still doing BCAN things. Look at this. Top wick now on BCAN is $4.74. Very aggressive move up. Pulling back a little bit now. Obviously, some profit taking coming in, you got to assume. But we're still ways away from that halt level, that $3.90 halt level that we halted up on. I mean, this one is just one that you have to kind of punch and pray on. I mean, unless you're going to get it off the halt level here, you can put an order in at that halt level. I like using halt levels for support levels. But this one, it's just got a lot of volume coming in, and I really don't know what is triggering it other than basically maybe Twitter mentions. So I'm going to keep my hands off the keyboard on this one, despite the fact that I'm getting all sorts of FOMO wanting to punch in. I was going to punch in at that $4.60 level. Maybe this is a good area to punch in here. Maybe I can give it to the bottom of this low candle. I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm gonna hold off. I think it's got more downward side. I'll put in a level just to appease myself here. I'll put in an order at that $4. So let's go ahead and port $4.05. We'll take half the size, and if it enters, great. If not, we'll have our stop a little bit below that halt level. So if the halt level is at 390, we'll put it at 384.
This is my most Sean trade I've ever had on my board. So clearly I'm leveling up, baby. Let's go. Multiple entries on a stock that's paying us at the same level. As long as that level doesn't break and the setup stops working for us, why would I stop putting the damage on it?
Big boy
That's
short.
a big boy trade, baby. That's
a
right.
big boy
Look at that.
short.
And now we're actually
That's not a
breaking the
joke.
lower day. Actually, not yet. We're heading towards the lower day, and a lower day break would be amazing because I'm already $2.58 in the money on this position. The market's pulling back. I'm 70 cents in the money on Meta. I'm 47 cents in the money on Apple. Datadog has been a picture perfect today, man. Look at this. Talking about the whole stick to your plans, stick to your rules thing, but I was showcasing you not doing that because I would always constantly break my rules. But here's a stock where I did not break my rules. I got into my shorts. I took my profits. I have an order to take more size in case it does pull back. It never pulled back, and I'm holding my size now till the end of the day. Matter of fact, I might as well send my market on close order right now.
Hey, you're muck. We just got into BCAN here. That 450 getting eaten up. Oh, wow, it just dipped back down. Looked like we were about to break that 450. There was a lot of size at 450. It got eaten up. Really small amount of share size here, just to kind of appease my FOMO. Basically, very, very insignificant amount. Oh, wow, okay. I guess I put in more than I thought. Okay, so I'm going to have to manage this trade, put in a lot more shares than I thought I was putting in on this one, so I could get in trouble. Let's see, I have a dip trade here on BCAN at that $4.05 level, and I'm long at 447, so This is gonna have to be like one of those punch and praise, Brad. Let's leave that one for a second. Actually, let's put a profit taker on this one in case it does
Sometimes
break
regret
without
saying
me.
that now, man, because people
What?
might actually be doing it, and I might be a fault for that.
What do you mean?
Punching and praying.
Oh yeah, there you
I might
go.
be a fault for that.
So we'll put in a profit-taking level around that 460, and we're going to leave that one for a second. Sava making a great move back up. Look at this. Consolidated, held that 20 period quite nicely. I didn't think that it was really respecting any of these exponential moving averages, but here it kind of proved me wrong a little bit. Consolidated a little bit off that 20 period. I think the low there was around 47 exactly, and then we shot right back up to 48.60. Let's send it up to Brendo at the big desk for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, as we make our way through the afternoon here, we'll get you an update on the NASDAQ here, because it is actually the NASDAQ that's leading us to the downside this afternoon. Just saw one name on here that popped right off the screen in my face, and that is Airbnb. Ugly day here for Airbnb, down 8.5%. I wasn't seeing anything. Can bring this over, anything significant on here, but maybe being finally grouped in a little bit more with some of the other travel names that are under significant pressure, like Marriott, like Booking.com, like even Starbucks, down 4% so far today. Lucid having quite the day as well, 8% after a couple of very volatile sessions back to the upside. Tesla as well, 3.4%. Monday, Tuesday, remember, Elon Musk going to be deposed by Twitter's legal team, so that'll be exciting, or should provide some update or opportunities. Anyways, I was going to mention some of these Chinese names because PDD, one of the few on here that's still positive on the day, 1.14 to the upside for Pinduoduo, while JD.com still 1% downside on the afternoon. Over on this side of the board, here's all the semiconductors. AMD leading 5.3%. Bank of America with a price target cut. You missed that this morning. NVIDIA here, Marvell here, ASML, they're all here downside. CrowdStrike is here, Datadog, Zscaler, a lot of the software names under pressure this afternoon as well. So pretty ugly kind of a day. Quickly, Meta over in this corner, 1% still in positive territory, along with Google and Goog, both still holding on to green. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, we're just discussing about what could possibly happen on the market here as we push back to pretty much lower days. Only a couple points away from the lower day. I closed all my shorts, man. I got scared as soon as I saw the first green wick come in on the market there. I said, okay, I'm going to take my money. I'm going to exit stage left as soon as possible because Meta Platforms was a little painful. It kept squeezing against me. I kept adding into a loser. I was a little overconfident. I mentioned that to you guys, so I'm very happy with the winner that I have right now on board with the bunch of these positions, but I'm not trying to go back into the state where I was earlier, where I give back my whole day, I go back negative, then I have to fight back to being positive. I'm positive right now. I'm gonna try and hold on to this profits that I've made already, and just let the trades that are working for me, just let them move around. If they do pull back, for example, the trade is Snowflake. If they do pull back to my same areas that I've been constantly getting in, I'll get back in at those areas. But if that doesn't show up for me, I think it's time to just relax a bit, calm down, and just wait for the moves to come in at 3 o'clock. I keep waiting for the market to take the bottom. It's not breaking the bottom. I don't know how to go long, so I'm just going to hold on to my seat.
Guys, yes, our fat finger mistake ended up paying off. How great is that? How great is that? Right? Like when your mistakes actually pay off. All right, we got in at 446. First piece out was a 460. Second piece out, 466. I thought I got a higher piece than that. I thought I was going to be in the 470s, but hey, you know, this was a mistake, so I'll take what I can get. And as we make a new high, we come in with the expected flush down. We have a $5 high here. I believe we hit $5 exactly. Let me just put it on my other one so I can confirm that it was $5. One moment, please. There we go. High of day, $5, just flushed all the way back down to that $4.41 area. So aggressive move down, but you know, I really thought I was going to get higher print than that last one at 465. But hey, can't complain. I'm in and I'm out. It was a mistake and I made money off it. So the idea was there, but the execution definitely left more for I don't know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, Gorno here says DHI a good short. Let's have a good look at DHI. Let's flip off from Sava. Since Spro kind of annoyed us earlier, DHI on the NQ. No, it's not an NQ. DHI on the New York. There we go, DHI. Let's have a look at this one. It's basically done nothing. It's flat on the day, up, down, actually 0.38%. Let's see what the chart looks like. Gorno says it's a good short. Yeah, I mean, possibly below that $71, no, I want to say that 70, maybe that 70.90 level, maybe that 70.95 level, possibly. I mean, it hasn't really given you much in the way of range. It's a 70 some odd dollar stock, and the high here is 72 and the low is $70.40. So not much in the way of range for DHI. That, to be honest with you, Gorno doesn't really interest me. Azam sends me the Winky thing. I think that's probably because of the awesome long on BCAN that we had. So now we were 0 for 3, I believe, to start the day. Now we are we're 2 for 5, but we're positive, believe it or not. So accuracy is a little low when it comes to the amount of stocks, but I think that the ones that we've done well on.
That's funny because I was actually calculating how many trades I've lost today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 losers, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 winners.
Okay.
So pretty bad on the win rate, but we're up on the day.
There you go.
Right, and that's because I've been like I keep saying, managing my risk in terms of risk to reward areas, and always aiming for a higher reward unit than a risk unit.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm down with that. The risk management has a lot to do with it, cutting your losers and letting your winners run. I
have issues with adding to my winners, though.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that.
I have big issues with adding to winners. I was watching this YouTube video. I don't know. I think that's just an excuse.
I don't know, man. They flush every time I get out.
That sounds like an excuse to me, Papi.
I know.
But no, I was watching this one YouTube video, a very, very good educational channel also, but shall be unnamed. And they were talking about, the best traders usually, they're talking about how to size your betting and your risking and so on. It's the traders who do the same amount of risk for every single trade, and then they play a percentage game. They're not going to last for long, apparently. Then you have the traders who do, the risk to reward game, who are like in the middle. It's the traders who really know to get into a trade, and then when it's working for you, add hard. Like, you might get in with 100, but as soon as you see it's working for you, you're getting in with thousands.
Yeah.
And you're adding hard as soon as you see it's working. And when it's not working, you get the F right out of that position. You jump ships. You might be the captain of that ship, but you're not going down with the Titanic.
No,
you're jumping with that ship. So that's apparently how some of the big traders do it, who are always tweeting about making millions and millions of dollars on Twitter. I am completely out of all my positions right now, and I'm watching Snowflake trying to break the low a day, which is going to be very painful for me to watch because I wanted to be part of that whole move to the bigger downside move in case the Snowflake does manage to go down there. Maybe breaking my rules here again is gonna cost me some more money. So I got a Datadog to look at this chart, absolute painting the chart in a way where I get in and I get out. But if it does flush more to the downside and the market does flush more to the downside, I'm gonna be very upset for breaking my own rules.
No, I hear that. I mean, hate breaking my own rules, especially the long drive or the long subway ride home. You have ample opportunity to let that fester and replay in your mind over and over again. Then you swear you love what you do, and then you'd come in the next day and you do it again. The story of a lot of traders' lives, to be honest with you. Sava. Okay, let's see what we're gonna bounce off this time, because we definitely didn't respect this the 20 period. Moving down on this occasion. So we broke it, but we're not quite reaching that 50 period either, and we're really not stopping at any discernible levels. I mean, it's really randomized here, to be honest with you. I don't really see any particular levels, not on the 1, not on the 5, not on the 10, nothing. So Salva's a bit of, I don't want to say punch and pray, but like it's basically one that you got to look for You got to look at the tape. You got to see the movement of the orders coming into the long side or the short side, depending on what bias you have. But I don't see any particular levels that it's respecting, nor do I see any indicators that it's respecting either. So keeping my eye on Sava. If there's a renewed buying coming in, I'll definitely punch. High of day on Sava is $48 and I want to say 82 cents. I'm pretty sure I'm accurate to within a penny or two of that. I mean, you could try to take a dip trade off the 50 period, but it hasn't touched it. It didn't touch it in this area here at that 1220 time slot, and it's not touching it right now. So we'll see how Sava acts up here, but it is really close to high of day, up over 26% right now, up $10 on the day, guys. That's not a joke for a $40 stock, up $10 on the day. So good move for Sava. Let's see what else is going on. Spro continuing to sell off. This one's really agitated me because I had the right idea on this one, but I just didn't give myself enough room on the stop on the way up. But to be honest with you, I couldn't have anticipated that it would be this high of an aggressive bounce up before selling off. Because look, here there was not that much of an aggressive pop, nor was there here. But this one was just really aggressive. So it is what it is on Spro. Let's see what else is going on. As DHI, yeah, we talked about that. That's not really my thing. Sava, we just talked about. BCAN now pulling back into VWAP here quite aggressively. Look at that sell-off after making high of day. Just another story of 2022, a small capper breaking high of day and then selling off quite aggressively. So $4.10 or so is the $4.07, excuse me, is VWAP here on BCAN. Let's see how it acts. Does it pop back up? Let's see if on the 5-minute chart where it would have to make a new 5-minute high. That would be at that $4.51 level, currently trading at $4.12. So we'll see how this one acts going into the afternoon, Brad.
Yeah, so ATXI, Brendo in our chat announced that the stock is going to, oh crap.
What happened
my leg just got stuck under the little thing that where your seat goes down. And just pushed my chair to the downside, so that hurt a little bit on my leg. But ATXI currently launching itself to 100% to the north side with the catalyst that it's announced a reverse split. So I punched into a long over here, not giving it too much of risk. You know, I don't have experience trading penny stocks, but the stock has a catalyst behind it. There's volume coming behind it too, as you guys can see the volume candles right here. Traded 7 million shares already, and waiting for the stock to go into my direction. Now let's go launch up to the north side. Look at the share sizes coming in on this position. Obviously it's a penny stock, so share sizes like 100 or 200 doesn't really mean anything. You want to see like, you know, 10,000, 20,000 share sizes coming in for a penny stock. There we go. We're in the money now. We're 3 pennies in the money, 2 pennies in the money now. So if it can keep on launching to the upside, we can make some extra cash on a stock that we're actually going long. Imagine that.
Hey.
We're going long today. Wow. And the market actually bouncing. So that means Snowflake most likely not going to the downside. Brad looks like a genius that he is, and he can continue to wait for Snowflake to go back to VWAP where he wants to be short. So come on, Snowflake, be a good friend to me. You've helped me make a lot of money today. I would like you to help me a little bit more. You know, let me be a little greedy. Come on, go push up. Let me take shorts, then push back down.
I think you're going to like this comment. Trader Mac says, even the chairs are bearish over there. There you go. Yes, Trader Mac, there you go. Who else? What? LOL. This dude said, push my chair to the downside. Yeah, the chair can go to the downside too. It's not just stocks. Anyway, so, and by the way, 2 pennies on a 40-cent stock is a lot. You know, you realize that it's less than $1 stock. What is that? 40?
Yeah, I should have taken it, eh?
Yeah. Anyway.
Man, this is why I don't trade penny stocks. See, I don't know what I'm doing.
Just,
I don't know what I'm doing.
They're so volatile. You got to get in the profits while you can. BCAN bouncing nicely off that VWAP, respecting it quite nicely. I did like that. So if you punched in there at that $4.07, $4.05 area, you've been rewarded with about a 30-penny move here up. So yeah, it's still 3.5 down 2.68% on the day, flipping between percentages here as it ascends, but it's making moves. BCAN definitely on my radar. Recall that it halted, and the halt level here is at that $3.90 area. Let's see what Sava's up to. Okay, so Sava now bouncing off that 50 period. Let's see if it respects that 50 period. If it does, we're gonna take one long here, because This has definitely had legs all day. Let's see if it breaks above this level after holding the 50 period. I definitely won't take it right at the 50 period for the bounce up because it could break down. I'm looking for that break of the 47.75 to the high side and to reclaim the high of day at 48.80 and change perhaps. You know, I could enter a really small long here and give it to like maybe 46.80, or, you know, this area here is clearly an area of support, and that looks like it's 47 on the dot, so that would be 10 pennies. You know what, I might just do that. Let's go ahead and punch in here and give it like 10 pennies. And just as I say that, it pops up. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. Okay, whatever. So it's popping up without me while I was deliberating whether to enter it or not. Now the spread is opened up to like over 15 cents. Now it's 12 cents, so it's a bit of a tricky one, this one. I don't know what to do. I'll punch in here. Not getting filled yet. I definitely want my out. Okay, I'm punching out.
Yo, next time tell me to take a 2-cent profit, eh?
What happened?
This stock sucks. This stock sucks. What?
Yeah, that's why I don't trade big caps or the futures. It just kind of, it doesn't jive with me.
Sucks.
What happened, Bradley?
I mean, I lost a penny, so I'm upset. But I could have made 2 pennies, man.
Guys,
I could have made 2 pennies.
Send condolences in the chat for the penny that he lost.
Yeah. And now you guys owe me a penny for not telling me to cover. Now I'm joking. I don't have experience trading penny stocks. I'm waiting for a bigger move on it. That's my own fault. I'm learning new things every single day. 1 penny loss, who cares? We're still green on the day. I'm not going to cry about that 1 penny. Yeah, rest in peace to that 1 penny, ladies and gentlemen. Rest in peace to that 1 penny. We're never getting that. I'm never going to financially recover from this. I will never financially recover from this. Okay, I'm crying now. You don't know that meme?
I said I don't know about that.
But do you know that meme?
Yeah, of course.
Where?
No, I don't.
Okay, this guy's lying to me now.
Move on, man. Leave me alone.
It's from Tiger King. If you've not seen that, you need to go watch it.
Tiger King?
It's on Netflix.
Is that the dude, yeah. What's his name?
The guy with the mullet?
Yeah, but what's his name?
I don't know his name.
No,
we just call him Tiger King.
And then the woman that he's always got a problem with?
Carolyn.
That's it.
Carolyn.
That's it. Something Baskets or something?
Yeah, Carolyn Baskins.
I don't even remember. Guys, what is it? Joe Exotic. Yes, the chat. I told you he had a name. His name was not the Tiger King. Joe Exotic. That's the name.
I'm going to cry right now. Carol Baskins, bro. She fed her husband to the tiger. Allegedly.
Allegedly, of course. Guys, I just got into a quick bounce trade on Sava here. Very nice. Got in at that 47.20 area. Got out at that 47.40 area. So quick 20 penny scalp on Sava. Took that bounce off the 50 period moving average. I wasn't confident with this one, which is why I only entered a small amount of size, so I wasn't able to scale out. So that's a profitable trade. I just want to mention that before I start back to you.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the market to continue having its nice little pullback, which makes me happy for covering my Apple shorts, my Meta shorts, and every other short that I had on the board. Look at Meta really pulling back to that 144 area where we were short earlier. And with this market pulling back to that number, maybe you could short it again, but I'm just going to be a little hands off on it because this market does not want to break that low, that 37.66 low. Does not want to go now. Maybe it goes at power hour, sour hour, but it's clearly not happening right now. So I'm gonna be patiently waiting for those opportunities later on. Pullback doesn't mean up. Yeah, that doesn't. It just people could be covering their shorts. It doesn't matter what the pullback is, but there is a nice little pullback in it. The person who did take advantage of said pullback is right here. I'll let you guess whose charts these are.
How did you move that down like that?
Come on, man.
That was a sick move.
You don't know how to do that?
No.
You press the Windows key and arrow key, so you just move it.
What?
And then
what is this sorcery, man?
What? This keyboard shortcuts.
Oh, I like
Come on, man. This is why I say I am the gaming overlord, the supreme gaming overlord. Just gotta know you. What a rookie gets a call out from Lucas over there. He called you a rookie on that.
I'm trying to do it over here. It's not working. Oh, what? Look at this.
Yeah, buddy. Come on. But yeah, so
something
this is obviously your main man, the people's trader, Trader TV Sean's trades right here. Listen to what I said. You know, my snowflake short kind of looks like a Sean trade, because look at this, non-stop entries and non-stop exits, and he's never been wrong. Except on the other hand, here's me trying to short the crap out of Microsoft today. I'm actually down on Microsoft. So I wish I saw that our boy Sean was going long on Microsoft today. I would not have gone short at all. But overall, man, that snowflake trade, kind of the same idea over here. Instead, it's just a different stock to the different side.
Sava aggressively bouncing off that 50-period moving average, which was at 47.20. It just went all the way up to 48.30. What an aggressive move up, pulling back now into that 47.60 area. Let me just make sure that that's an actual print here. Let me pull it up, SAVA. Did we actually get a print as high as that? Yeah, we did. Wow, what an aggressive move by Sava. Beautiful, actually. Geez, it makes me wish I would have stayed in this one, but hey, that's the way she goes. But I do like to see that it did respect that 50 period quite well. Look how tightly it held it. Yeah, bottom it wicked below it by like a couple of pennies here and there, but for the most part, it respected it quite nicely. Let's see if it can take the high of day break here, which is at 48.85. On Sava, currently trading 47s and 60s or 70s, depending on the second that you look at it. Now let's flip back to Spro here, continuing to make that sideways move. I wonder if it's going to break down again on this one. I'm not going to be part of it. I've been burned on Spro too many times. Let's switch to BCAN real quick to see what that one's up to. It bounced off VWAP quite nicely. So if you took that bounce off VWAP at $44.07, you could have held it all the way up to that $44.37 area. But now it's moving back into VWAP at $4.12. The spread's about 6 pennies on this one. It's not that bad, but the volume is really slowing down. You can just tell by the tape. The tape's not moving as aggressively. You can also look to here at the volume graph on the bottom here, the volume bars. Definitely slowing down on my tape at least. So I'm not going to enter anything in BCAN unless we break that $4.40 area and I see some renewed volume in that one. Flipping back to Sava real quick to see what it did here. Yeah, it looks like it, just bounced for like a momentary period off that 48.30 level. And now it's hovering in and around that 47.50, 47.60. So this one looks like it's not quite ready to go yet, but I do love the bounce off the 50 period, Brad.
Yeah, just having a little conversation in the chat with Bob W. Yeah, Bob, go Google it. Trust me, you'll thank me later. But the Fahad in the back over there is having a little too much fun. He says, a gaming warlord doesn't plateau at diamond. Listen, buddy, at least I'm not getting banned for being too toxic. And first day, but yeah, at least I'm not getting banned for being too toxic, okay? But nah, you're not wrong. Diamond Overlord Plateau, it is what it is. Take it what it is. Platinum, Diamond, Prad, baby. But it is time to go to the man who gives you diamond information throughout the day, Brando, for Sector Watch? Money Talks.
An update, guys, on currency markets here as we head through the afternoon. Nice green board to show you, so there's that. Everything kind of back in positive territory, but all about this one. The U.S. dollar, right back to these recent highs here, 111.5 on a daily chart. Look at this. This is a daily time frame for the U.S. dollar. If I zoom out even, it goes all the way back to the second quarter of 2021. We've been doing nothing but going straight to the upside. I want to jump down here quickly to the Japanese yen, because that's the other major story of the day. The yen bouncing big time off recent lows after the Bank of Japan and government of Japan stepped in to support the currency for the first time since 1998. So you can see basically the opposite of the U.S. dollar, straight to the downside. So it's up 1.3% on the day as the yen. Everything else kind of flat at this point. The euro back to positive, still 98.5, 74.25 there right now for the CAD. Multi-year lows still coming into play. The British pound basically flat on the day as well. Crypto's not really doing anything today. They're basically unchanged outside of Ripple leading the way, 8.5 to the upside, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. And I'm kind of very pleasantly surprised today. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I open up the YouTube channel here to see what the like count is at. We're at 4,700 likes. But you know, naturally, of course, I'm becoming a little greedy. You know, 4,700 is really close to 5,000. So I don't see why we can't get 5,000. Guys, smash that like button. Yesterday there was like 6,800 people that voted in the poll, and then I only believe
57,000 viewers.
Views.
Oh, views.
Yeah.
Oh, I was
guys,
like,
get
what?
that like count up, please. I'm asking nicely. I think from the entire team here, we do our best for you guys.
Oh, dude, you're on
every
the
day.
wrong video.
Oh,
This
I'm
is
on the wrong
yesterday's video.
Oh,
I was like, why does it say 57?
2,800.
I was like, why does it say 57,000 views? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Here
All
we
right,
go,
guys,
here we
we're
go.
at 2,800
go.
likes.
Here we
Okay,
go.
we need to get that up to 3,000. So my mistake, guys. I had yesterday's video popped up. So hey, makes a mistake. It's live TV. You can't control these like little missteps here. I thought I was so happy. I'm like 4,700 likes. That's so good for this time of day.
Let's get to 3K. Let's get to 3K.
Let's get to 3K, guys. There we go. We're at 2,900. Now we need 3,000, guys. Just 100 more likes, Brad.
Yes, sir. Let's get it to 3K. And you guys know usually what happens when we get to 3K. It's usually on a Friday. It's your boy rapping. And I actually posted a tweet out there. I don't think many or no one interacted with that tweet. So thank you for everyone on that part. But the tweet basically was, what type of beat should we make for our boy, where is it? Where's that tweet? What type of beat should we make for our boy Neil? What type beat? You know, you guys want like a Nas type beat, a Tupac type beat, you guys want a Kanye type beat, you know, like something that I can grab inspiration of, and when I say inspiration, plagiarize off of. So, you know, what type of beats does Neil even want to rap to is the question. So I'll make that tweet, I'll make a poll. Where's the boot? Bro, there's so many boots. I have the software for it. I know how to make beats. Yeah. You want to listen to a beat I made here? I'll pull it up right now.
Oh.
I'll pull it up right now.
Nice. This is interesting.
Oh, yeah, thing doesn't have audio. Well, we'll get it ready for next week. We'll get it for tomorrow. We'll get it ready for tomorrow. Yeah. But, yeah, I've made beats before. I'm not, like, amazing at it, but, like, I know how to put a sequence together. I know how to put a sequence together. Like, I'm not amazing at it. I'm not, like, Kanye in the booth or whatever. But, you know, I can handle my own end.
All right. So, now, let's get back to trading. Looks like SPRO's doing that move again, where it consolidates sideways, pops up, then sells off, but I'm not going to be part of this one. I've been burned on SPRO, I think, twice today. So that's more than enough burning for me. Let's flip back to Sava. Sava back. No, it's not. Hold on. There we go. Sava breaking that 50 period. Now, let's see if it closes below it. It's wicked below it a couple of times and bounced back up. There we go. We get a close on the 1 minute below the 50 period. Albeit it is the 1 minute, so you know, do take that with that caveat in mind. But I think that Sava may have some downside potential here. Let's see if we can glean any levels. This level I definitely like, that 46.50 level, which is the peak of this area right here. So that may act as support on the way down. That's I think. Let's see here. Let me just zoom in. 46.75 level is where it wicked at. Where it closed was at around 40. Well, the candle's covering it. Yeah, 46.30. So in and around that area. If it comes down to that area, it may initiate a new long. But I'm positive on Sava. Don't want to give any money back on that. Let's switch back to BCAN. BCAN bouncing above that 50 period. It looked like, you know, it bounced off VWAP initially, broke VWAP. Now it's kind of using 50 period, which is also that $4 level. So it's probably that whole dollar level that we're bouncing off here. Currently trading 416, but the volume's super low on BCAN. I don't really have much to report in small cap world here. Let me look at my scanner to make sure that nothing else come up. I'll bring it down so you guys can follow along. Here we go. So Pixie looks like it's taken top dog here, changed since open. It's up 24 and almost 25% since open, but you know that's not the kind of chart I want to see. And it's only had 3,600 shares of volume in the last 5 minutes. Definitely not interested in that. Sava is the one below it. You see Fahad just listened to the beat that Prad sent him, and then in like one loud voice, while the whole room was quiet, he just said, "This beat sucks." So that was not nice by Fahad, but it was hilarious to say the least. And now he's playing it in the background.
They can hear it.
Okay, let's hear this. Neil, you want to drop some lines?
basic beat, man. What more do you want from me?
This doesn't stink, Fahad. It's not bad.
There's no dropping. It's a minute loop, bro. It's just a minute loop. It's not even a full beat. Where's the bass on that? Yeah, I quit, man. These guys want too much from me. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm out of here, man. These guys make too much fun of me. You know, this is why I make trades now.
The chat's lighting up.
Listen,
it's supporting
this
you
is why I
man.
make trades now and no longer beats. Okay, let's get this straight. Let's get this straight. This is why I make trades now, not beats.
That's hilarious. Oh my God.
And now look at ATXI. Now ATXI is squeezing and I'm not in it.
No, hey man, the chat's actually, you know, some of them are saying good things, others are just being, you know, whatever. Sean says if Sesame Street wants a hook or something, that's pretty funny. Okay, let's flip here.
If you see me crying on the Brampton bus, you know why.
That's funny. That's funny. I'll send it over to you. I've got nothing.
Yeah, I'm just looking at ATXI.
Yeah.
Now ATXI launching back to the north side after holding VWAP. Another big volume candle coming in for this bad boy and launching back to the north side. I know 2 pennies would have been good, but man, you got 5 pennies now for anyone who was in there or if you re-added to your position. So ATXI back into play one more time for the long side. We're still,
Look at the screen.
The DJ Khaled, another one. Another one.
The chat wants a poll. Can you put
The chat wants a poll about what? About my beat? Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. You want to take over?
Yeah. So Prad right now is going to set up a poll for you guys that you guys can vote on in the chat. It's going to be about the beat you just heard. If you're going to like, what options are you going to give me? You're going to give him thumbs up or thumbs down? What are you going to do? Something like that. So you'll see it in a second. It'll pop up on the bottom of the chat screen there. And so we want to hear from you guys. Is it a good beat? Because I think the floor here kind of reacted in a funny way to it. They weren't really too pleased with it. So we'll see how you guys feel. Let's see what the big caps are up to, because we really haven't talked much this show about the big caps. We'll bring down the big cap 6 here. Geez, it's a consolidation heaven today. My God, everything's moving sideways. There's absolutely no direction on these big cappers. My goodness, look at this. So Amazon below VWAP, yet Meta is above VWAP. Microsoft's above VWAP. So is Apple, but barely. Tesla decidedly below VWAP. Why is Tesla so weak today? That's really interesting. Google holding VWAP. Tesla looks like the laggard of the 6. It and Amazon are definitely below VWAP and not looking good at all. I wonder if there's any catalyst on Tesla to justify that. I'll have a look in a second. There you guys, the poll's up. DJ Pratty Daddy or DJ Pratty Batty. That's pretty good. So I'm good. Pratty Daddy's up.
Yeah.
Batty's down.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm voting up. There you go. The chat's speaking already. 65-35. Let's see what it is by the end of the show. We got 10 minutes left before we send you over to the big kahunas.
That's right, baby. You know what the answer is, DJ Pratty Batty. And if you vote for DJ Pratty Daddy, then Patty the Batty is going to come out. That's a UFC reference for anyone who doesn't know. But, baby, let's go. This market's still trying to go above VWAP, or at least trying to push towards VWAP for the NASDAQ market. Let me show you the NASDAQ market chart here. It's rejecting the 50-period EMA for a good time now. It's been doing that for a long time. Not a good time. That's a Drake reference over there. But, you know, if it can pull back over to VWAP, if the NASDAQ market can pull up to VWAP, then I expect the S&P 500 market, ES/Z22, CM should pull back to at least the 100-period EMA or slightly higher than the 100-period EMA to 3,800 maybe. I don't know. We're just throwing out numbers over there to maybe 37.95 on the S&P 500 futures. The market for the S&P 500 only down about 0.5%, but the Nasdaq's down 1% and pushing towards that 11,600 area. So you know, lots of questions at the moment. I'm very happy with my trading today. You know, we made some bad calls, but we made up for those bad calls with some great calls later on. And now with the market pulling back, if I do want to go back into a short demon mode, I could look for shorting your Apples and your Metas again. But like I said, I'm going to give the market some space, some time. You gotta let the market move around a little bit. Let the volume come back in around 3 o'clock, around 2:30, and then I can't wait to just hammer some longs or hammer some shorts depending on the variables that the market's giving us. I see right away in the chat someone said TSLA. So we're going to straight up go to Tesla at the moment to go check out what Tesla's doing. I was honestly surprised watching Tesla be under 300, but congratulations to Tesla that it is above, sorry, not congratulations, sorry for Tesla that it's below 300. But yeah, I saw that on our watch list. If you're not signed up to our watch list, you're missing out on key information every single day. And on there, you will see your boy Brendo explaining to you that EV stocks, especially Tesla, has a 1.1 million recall because of a window defect. So Tesla, because of that, getting smacked down to the downside, baby, 3.6%. Boom, south.
Yeah, thanks for that, Brad. I was going to address that because I really didn't have an opportunity to look at the list today. Usually I do, so I needed to know what was up with that. And look
real quick, sorry. Stacy Cladwell says, how do you sign up for that watch list? You go to tradertv.live.
Yes.
Or you click on that link above that Bears versus Bull just posted in the chat.
Yes, exactly. The chat is speaking out so far, Brad. 65-35, and I think we've had 375 votes.
Yeah, I guess Fahad's earbud sucks, man. That's what it is. Fahad's ear tone sucks. He might be tone deaf a little bit over there, and he might need some, actual help with his music taste also.
There you go. There you go. Okay, guys. By the way, on the futures here, it looks like we're bouncing off VWAP again. Like we did break it here. It wasn't like a picture perfect touch and go on VWAP. Have a look right here. We broke it. Now we're touching it again. So let's see if we're going to make a move downside again like we have on the past couple of times. Let me remove these trend lines here. That 37.66, it hasn't really been an exact level. It broke below it. I think the low of day is 37.63. So broke below but 3 points or so, but it was really holding up the majority of the day. And it looks like the futures are trending a little bit to the side between that 37.66 level and VWAP. At least they have been since around, let's see, 10, basically 10 o'clock. It's been bouncing off VWAP, down, bouncing off VWAP from the downside, back down. It's been doing that over and over and over. So if you're looking to play the ranges, I mean, I don't know, there's only 2 hours left in the trading session, but it's been done all day. So interesting move on the futures here. I didn't expect really that we would have a strong day, and I was really confused. Let me ask you something. So when Papa Powell came out yesterday, he dropped the interest rate at 2 o'clock, 75 basis points. The letter of explanation came along with it at 2 o'clock, and then you got Papa on TV 2:30 taking questions. It wasn't until he was done speaking that we saw that aggressive sell-off in the market, right? I mean, there were a couple of pops up and down while he was talking, but it was after he was done talking we saw the real aggression in the market. Do you think that was because they at that point they knew they weren't going to hear anything either bearish or bullish, and they dissected the information for what it was at that point? Because I mean, it didn't really.
He was getting baited though. He was getting baited so hard into like saying something negative.
That always happens. So I mean, like the reporters are always after him. They always ask tough questions. That's their job. I mean, but the thing about it with me was, it wasn't until he was off that we saw the decided move in the market. So super interesting how that happened, and these guys are still talking about the beat.
Nah, I just had to copy paste the comment from the chat into our work chat, just for fun stakes. But besides that, nothing.
67.33 now, Prad.
For what?
For your beat.
Oh, let's go, baby.
67.33.
You know what to do. We out here catching them dubs all day, every day, no fail. We're here entertaining and educating and providing A-class, top-tier, Spotify-worthy music, baby.
Spotify-worthy, I like this. The adjectives are coming in hard
Where's
and
my
fast.
Spotify deal at? Where's my $3 million spot? Lucas, you better not say anything. I see your mouth going close to that mic.
So it looks
Now,
like,
what'd you want to say? What'd you want to say? Not even SoundCloud, he goes. Not even SoundCloud worthy.
Lucas is harsh, but that's jokes. That's funny. Okay, guys, I've got nothing left on my scanner here. That was important. Okay, Sean wants that beat played again. Yeah, I mean, we've got people voting, so why Lucas, can we pump that one again?
It's like a minute long.
There we go. I think he's going to play it. I liked it. I'm not going to lie. There we go, guys.
It's a lo-fi beat. It's not even like a beat. It's like a lo-fi chill beat. It's a lo-fi beat. The beat's not ready. It's a lo-fi. It's just a lo-fi sample. Yeah, all right. It's just a lo-fi sample.
The chat is saying short it.
You want me to put a bass on it? You want me to drop? I'll drop on there. I have the stems for it. I could add the drop to it. I could add the bass
hilarious.
to it. I'll do it. You want to rap to this one? This is less work for me. I don't have to create a whole new beat from scratch. This is less work. I'll put in the work. I gotta go dust off my keyboard. I gotta do a bunch of stuff, so I'll go put in the work for it. I'm actually like sweating a little bit. It's like, I'm getting like, what is going on right now?
Yeah, I like it, man. I think it's good. I don't think you have anything to worry about. Maybe just a couple of additions here and there, but the chat's lighting up again. Guys, get that vote count up. Let's get it to 1,000. Prad's on here for you every day. He wants to know how good or bad his music is. Come on.
All right, real quick, I want to get back to the market as we only have a couple minutes over here left between Sharif and myself, and obviously you got Neil, Sean, Brendan coming back on at 2 o'clock. What we're wrapping you off with on the midday show here is sadly the markets are still down. The market's down 0.6%. We did pull back to the VWAP. We did break VWAP by a little bit towards the 100-period EMA, and now I think the rejection should come back into play after the 100-period EMA rejection coming in for the S&P 500 market. NASDAQ also did not managed to break that 11,600 area. 11,600 acting as a complete brick wall that the futures cannot go through. Can't even push 20 points above that level to go tickle VWAP. So it looks like weakness still bearing on the NASDAQ market from that bad FOMC that we had. Well, maybe not that bad, pretty expected FOMC, but the moves were pretty volatile and sadly to the negative side at the end of the day. UVXY at the moment is at the low a day, I believe. Let me quickly pull it up. My chart's a little wonky, so I can't really see it. No, it's not at low a day. It's at the 100-period EMA, and if UVXY can stop going to the downside, I think the market will stop going to the upside, and vice versa. If UVXY starts bouncing from the 100-period EMA and moves back towards the VWAP area, you can expect the market to pull back down.
I thought this was an interesting comment here in the chat from X3. He said medieval knights would dance to it. I don't know.
As long as someone can.
Anyway, guys, we got 1 minute left before we send you up to Brendo at the big desk, but it's been a pleasure. We've traded AMPX today with you. BCAN, Frey, Sava, and SPRO. Sava was definitely our standout winner. So was BCAN. AMPX, we got slapped a little bit on, same with SPRO, and Frey was a baby loser, so that's not really of worth the note, but it's been great. I'll be on tomorrow again with Prad at 11 o'clock, and then Ian will be coming on for the second half of the show tomorrow. So, you have anything you want to say before we send it off to Brandon?
No, I think that's pretty much it. We'll see you guys at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Just trying to kill 20 more seconds over here. So in the meantime, guys, tomorrow is a Friday. Maybe we get that wonderful Free Fall Friday tomorrow. It might just set up for that opportunity. Yeah. I think I'm going to have to track how the market behaves from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock to really say Free Fall Friday is into effect. So follow me on Twitter, and I'll keep you posted whether I think it's free fall or not. Until then, peace out.
Take care, guys.
All right, here we go. Back in action once again, 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours to go here on a bit of a mixed afternoon shaping up for us. We do have a number of interesting areas. I like that. A number of interesting areas to talk about when it comes to the actual market. Here's a look at futures overall to start off your 2 o'clock hour. 0.5%, better part of 0.5% for the S&P right now, 0.2 for the Dow. It is the NASDAQ that's leading, continues to lead. It's been that way most of the day. Unfortunately, back to the downside we go. 0.4 for the TSX here in Toronto.